Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories. Chapter 77. Open your mouth now. Today was perhaps the happiest day in Zhou Can Wu's life, truly the feeling of hardship ending and sweetness coming. He and Nghi Tu Duan had reconciled, and the corporation had also returned to his hands, while the support from Ta Huin was an unexpected joy. In the evening, the whole family ate a meal together. Never had there been such a harmonious and joyful moment. Everyone was happy, drinking a little alcohol together. Zhou Can Wu had a very good alcohol tolerance, not easily getting drunk, while the Ta father and son had started to get hazy after 2 bottles of strong liquor. Ta Tri even threw an arm over Zhou Can Wu's shoulder, his whole body leaning on him, the smell of alcohol blowing straight onto his face. Zhou Can Wu, you truly are an old fox, hiding everything so well is not good. Although I always disliked you, you are a respectable opponent. In the future, if you encounter difficulties, don't hide it anymore, just call me on and I will help you. The slurred, nonsensical words made Zhou Can Wu slightly disgusted, but thinking of the other party's brother-in-law identity, he also found it inconvenient to push him away. Again, he heard him continue. Zhou Can Wu, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, perhaps Tu Duan and I would have died 10 years ago. You not only helped us find the culprit, but also personally brought your own biological father to justice. Such righteousness, I truly couldn't do. If Tu Duan hadn't told me, perhaps I would never know in this lifetime that you had done so much. Thinking of the moment he found out that Ta Huin was the culprit, he almost collapsed, unable to face anyone. Between family ties and justice, he couldn't be as decisive as Zhou Can Wu. Ta Tri now knew clearly, 10 years ago Zhou Can Wu had once saved him, the life-saving grace was real. With this man, even if he wanted to hate, he couldn't hate him. Seeing the Chu Corporation affected by Chu Trongqiu's case, and Zhou Can Wu again plunged into grief over Nghi Tu Duan's matter, such a large corporation was at risk of collapsing along with him. Thinking it over and over, this was an opportunity to repay a favor. At that time, the Chu Corporation was shaky, high-level shares all became hot potatoes, everyone wanted to get rid of them. Ta Tri successively acquired them, successfully becoming the new owner of the Chu Corporation. Although his ability was not equal to Zhou Can Wu's, he was after all the operator of a large corporation, not to the extent of letting the Chu Corporation collapse. Indeed, after 3 months of effort, he helped the Chu Corporation rise from the ruins. Although he poured in much heart and soul, he also never changed the name of the corporation, only because he wanted one day to be able to return it intact, to let Zhou Can Wu know this Ta Tri was not inferior at all. The new CEO of the Minao Corporation again liked to confront him, making everything difficult. One time during bid. Min Deep got so angry he scolded him severely. Only then did he know that years ago Zhou Can Wu preventing the Ta Corporation branch from operating was because he was threatened by Chu Trongqiu. It turned out that when the Ta Corporation developed in the mainland, it had once received covert support from an unnamed company, and that company was exactly the Chu Corporation. Unexpectedly receiving so much information like that, those few days Ta Tri felt like he wanted to explode, even at times only wanting to kill himself. He didn't know how to repay, the only thing he could do was to manage this company well, and then return it intact. Ta Tri was dead drunk, finished speaking, then fell to the ground and slept soundly. Zhou Can Wu and Nghi Tu Duan looked at each other, and without prior arrangement, simultaneously burst into laughter. After escorting his father-in-law and brother-in-law back to their rooms, the two of them also prepared to go to rest. After all, they were currently at the Ta family's house, and Ta Huin had even specifically arranged a separate room for Zhou Can Wu, so tonight they definitely could not sleep together. Outside, he didn't know since when, it had started to rain. Zhou Can Wu escorted Nghi Tu Duan to the front of the door, finished saying goodnight, then intended to turn around to leave, but was again pulled back by her grabbing his hand. Just turned his head, her lips were already pressed close, her small hands embraced his face. Lips and tongue boldly provocative, hadn't learned any dominance from him at all. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, not long after made his muscles tense. Due to still being in the recovery phase, so Nghi Tu Duan also didn't make it difficult for herself, separated from his lips, lowered her head to take a deep breath. But right after that, her chin was lifted up, a kiss even stronger descended. Zhou Can Wu embraced her waist, forcing her to step back, step by step, into the room. The door closed behind him, ambiguous lustful sounds echoed in the room, blending into the chaotic rain sounds outside. Nghi Tu Duan retreated to the edge of the bed, sat down, his legs clamped tightly on both sides, his hand supporting her nape gently pressed down. He had never thought there would be a day he would do such intimate things with Nghi Tu Duan, right in her room. The two entwined with each other without separating, loving intensely. Her clothes were thin, not long after had lost all defense, his hand slid down her waist, a numb feeling like electricity spread throughout her body. Fingers fumbled behind her back, touched the secret clasp. First time opening, so no experience yet, had to struggle many times to unfasten it. The moment the button unfastened, her body lightly trembled, right after that his hot body covered hers, her breathing completely chaotic. Heart beating wildly, Nghi Tu Duan nervously clung to his shoulders, her shirt gradually pushed up to her chin. Someone Imbara said, intended to stand up to turn off the light, but was held tight, unable to move. She clearly felt the softness enveloped by hot dampness, couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Everything happened according to his rhythm, very slow and gentle. Zhou Can Wu didn't expect himself to lose control to such an extent, perhaps, partly also because of alcohol. Once again taking her lips, heading towards a new destination. Rain fell pattering, drop by drop hitting down, the air quickly became humid. Inside the room was warm enough, didn't need clothes and also didn't feel cold. Nghi Tu Duan's eyes blurred, following his rhythm tightened the bedsheet, moans choked back in her throat, not daring to let go but again difficult to control. The rain passed, Zhou Can Wu's shirt also became wet. The girl was tired to exhaustion, melted in his arms, lingering in the air was a vague aftertaste after the rain. If not for still having a bit of rationality thinking about her injury, he feared himself would lose control. Anyway, the atmosphere had reached this step, no matter what had to get a little sweetness. Kneeling, he proactively unlatched some metal clasp, as if teaching children to do crafts, step by step guided. His big hand gently stroked her cheek, his thumb placed on her lower lip, his hoarse voice resounded, "Baby, open your mouth." That night the rain was unusually heavy, both of them were soaked. Nghi Tu Duan was exhausted and fell asleep. Zhou Can Wu helped her put on her pajamas again, covered her carefully with the blanket, then quietly left the room. Smelling the mixed scent on his body, he also didn't think much but immediately slipped into the bathroom. The next morning, Xie Yiqi slept until noon only, then woke up, went downstairs, then caught sight of Zhou Can Wu helping Xie Xian trim flowers. He rubbed his messy hair, dreamily said, "This shirt, I also have one exactly the same." Zhou Can Wu looked down at the outfit on his body, didn't say anything. Xie Xian turned his head and glanced at him. "That is your shirt." "What?" Xie Yiqi sobered up instantly. Xie Xian explained, "Last night he was too drunk, when bathing, he got his clothes wet, so father went to your room to get clothes for him to wear. Grown up already, even taking a bath can't be peaceful." On one side, Nia Siyun, drinking milk, walked past with a guilty expression, and was immediately pulled back by Xie Yiqi. "Early in the morning, why are you washing bed sheets?" Di Fuke said, "There's no more space to hang clothes, don't be so selfish, take them outside to dry." Nia Siyun shook his hand off. "Outside it's raining, if you want to dry them, then you go and dry them yourself." After saying that, she also glared at him. "Alright, that's enough, don't argue anymore, go in and eat breakfast." The whole family together sat at the dining table, just like a truly happy family. Zhou Can Wu had now truly integrated into this home. Before leaving, Xia Xian also gave him 2 bottles of homemade wine, cidered as a recognition for the son-in-law. Friends heard the news of Nia Siyun's recovery, and successively came to visit. After responding for a few days, she immediately reminded Shenjiuli about her wanting to return to work. Previously, she had discussed with Hu Shuang about taking on a new role, only lacking signing the contract. But then all sorts of things happened. The plan was delayed for nearly a year. Fans in the industry still always awaited her reappearance. With her current health condition, Nia Siyun felt it was time to return. But Shenjiuli still advised her to rest for a while longer. After all, she had only just recovered. The intensity of filming is very great. If not careful, the injury could relapse. However, Nia Siyun was determined. That day she immediately arranged to meet the director. Hu Shuang seemed hardly surprised at her long absence, meeting also very reserved, did not ask at all what had happened in the past year, even showed great understanding, concerned about her walking and standing. The meal was halfway through, she received a phone call, after that smiled and said to Nia Siyun, "Siyun, my nephew will be here shortly, I want to introduce him to you to get acquainted. He's no less than those male celebrities, and young and talented, you will definitely like him." In the entertainment industry, famous female celebrities dating is a taboo. Hu Shuang could not know that. Why would she suddenly actively matchmake like that? But Nia Siyun for a moment didn't think deeply. In her mind only appeared the image of Chu Zanvu, only remembered she already had a boyfriend, so intended to tactfully refuse. It's just that Hu Shuang didn't give her a chance to refuse, stood up and walked outside. "He's about to arrive. I'll go out to greet him, you sit here and wait a moment, I'll be right back." Nia Siyun was silent. Her mind began to think of a way to refuse without causing offense. After all, the two of them still had to cooperate. Offending the other party wouldn't be good. She was still calculating, then the private room door was pushed open from outside. She stood up and turned her head, unexpectedly met a familiar cold gaze. Seeing Chu Zanvu, she immediately bloomed a sweet smile. "Why did you come here?" She clearly hadn't told him where she went. How did he manage to find his way here by himself? Before she could finish speaking, another figure stepped out from behind him, smiling faintly as he introduced to her, "Tu Duan, let me introduce you, this is the nephew I just mentioned, Chu Zanvu." Nghi Tu Duan was stunned, eyes wide in surprise. She could not have imagined Ho Shuang's nephew would turn out to be Chu Zanvu. Previously, she had never heard him having such a relative. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This world is truly too small." Chu Zanvu stepped forward, pressing her shoulder to sit down. "Standing for so long, aren't you tired?" Ever since she recovered, none of the men in the house allowed her to stand for long, each day only allowing for gentle exercise to recover her muscles. Ho Shuang looked at the two of them, intimate like glue and lacquer, pursed her lips. "At least let me finish my part first. Aren't the two of you acting like this too disrespectful of me?" "Little aunt, I already told you that Tu Don's leg cannot stand for long," Chu Zanvu replied. The three people sat down, chatting for a while longer before they knew that Ho Shuang was Ho Quan Hoa's younger sister. Back then, Chu Zanvu's maternal grandmother and maternal grandfather divorced. The two sisters each followed one parent, and did not contact each other for many years. Later, the two reunited in the entertainment industry. One was a singer famous everywhere, the other was a renowned director. After Ho Quan Hoa passed away, Chu Zanvu and his little aunt no longer contacted much, and also did not know that Ho Shuang had once collaborated with Nghi Tu Duan, otherwise he would have found her long ago. It's okay, everything that happened are all the best arrangements. As long as he could be by her side, whether it was bitter or sweet, he would accept. You're listening to Eastern Romance Tales. If you're enjoying the story, please like, share, and subscribe to help me create more videos for you. Chapter 78 Valentine's Day. The film crew had been determined early on, everything had been prepared well, only waiting for Nghi Tu Duan to return. Returning to TVB this time, most of the members in the crew were people she had collaborated with once or twice before, except for the male lead Trin Thursday Kyo. After the filming start date was determined, the new work schedule was also gradually arranged. Each day was fully booked, announcements poured in rapidly. This was the first time Nghi Tu Duan took on the role of female lead. The feeling was truly very different compared to when playing a supporting role. In the crew, she often heard calls of Miss Nghi, 1 year of absence, but when she returned her status not only did not decrease but also increased. This made her a little unaccustomed. The studio suggested keeping her comeback a secret for a while, because if it were made public now, it would surely cause another public opinion explosion. Currently, her health has not fully recovered yet. If she had to work while also dealing with the media, then it was feared it would be too much. Moreover, waiting until the film was scheduled for broadcast and then appearing, by then her health would also be better, and conveniently could also create a wave of buzz for the new film. Nghi Tu Duan had never before interfered with media plans. She always adhered to the view of follow nature's course. If someone discovered it midway, then she also did not intend to hide it, temporarily agreeing with the studio's arrangement. And so, she once again wholeheartedly returned to work. Chu Zhanwu returned to Hozhong because the conglomerate needed him. Tris management ability was still limited. After all, that was not his company. He could only maintain basic balance, but could not achieve results like when Chu Zhanwu was still there. Over the past half-year, Minao conglomerate's revenue always surpassed Chu Corporation. That was enough to show that Tris ability still needed honing. The couple again returned to a long-distance relationship, but after so many things they had experienced, they no longer felt distant like before. Because every evening when Nghi Tu Duan finished work, she always received a call from him. Sometimes he was still working overtime at the company, sometimes he had already returned home, having washed his face, was preparing a late-night snack for Dao Du. Clearly, the two of them were not good at talking, but as soon as they picked up the phone, it was as if there were 1,000 things to say. Filming in the Hong Kong area was not far from home, so Nghi Tu Duan did not need to stay in a hotel every day. Sometimes when she finished work late, Ta Huin even personally came to pick her up, and people in the crew who met him all greeted him warmly. In a flash, Valentine's Day 1 year later arrived. On the afternoon of February 13th, Nghi Tu Duan had just finished work from the film crew and immediately took the initiative to call Chu Zhanwu, who at that time had just finished a meeting. "Today you finished work so early?" His left hand held the phone, his right hand was still meticulously reviewing a contract awaiting signature. Nghi Tu Duan sat in the back seat of the car, her eyes curiously looking out the window, her fingertips gently resting on the glass, watching the roadside scenery slip past her hand. Because tomorrow I have to go shoot early." Chu Zhanwu, "Then tonight you rest well." Hearing his voice seemed indifferent, he was definitely busy with other work at this moment. Nghi Tu Duan also had moments of very girlish sulking in love, but still tried to suggest he'll probably also finish work quite early tomorrow. She didn't say it directly, but he should have understood it himself. Recalling Valentine's Day last year, she should have attended a friend's wedding with him, but they broke up right before that day. Actually, Nghi Tu Duan still had a bit of a shadow with this day, especially when she discovered Chu Zhanwu didn't too much value Valentine's Day, which made her feel strangely sad. "Yes, tomorrow I have to meet a few clients, and in the evening there's another meeting." Completely no mention of meeting up. Nghi Tu Duan immediately lost interest. "Then you just work, I'm hanging up." Chu Zhanwu, "Yes, you rest well." The call ended, the smile on Nghi Tu Duan's face immediately vanished, and her fingers touching the window glass also clenched into a fist. She closed her eyes and leaned her head against the seat. At that moment, Ta Huin's deep voice echoed beside her, "What's wrong? Is Zhanwu busy with work?" Nghi Tu Duan irritably huffed once. "It's best if he's really busy." Ta Huin, hearing that, "Uckled little Duan, the older you get, the more you resemble a child. Before, you never acted childish with daddy like this." In that sentence, something else seemed to be hidden. Only children who don't feel love dare not express their emotions in front of loved ones. Perhaps because Nghi Tu Duan's change was too obvious, Ta Huin also became sensitive, thinking that it was because he wasn't as good to her as Chu Zhenvu, which was why she dared not sulk in front of him like that. "Daddy, why do you say that?" Nghi Tu Duan immediately noticed something unusual, hastily turned her head to comfort him. "Don't you know when I get angry?" One sentence pulled them back to the memories of many years ago. Back then, Ta Ap Tri often spoke harsh words to Nghi Tu Duan. Every chance he got, he threatened to kick her out of the house. Ta Huin only stood by and watched without saying anything. She endured for so long and finally exploded, threw and broke the family photo placed on the tea table, then sulked and ran outside. Ta Huin immediately chased after her, coaxed her for a very long time before she agreed to return. At that time, she both cried and complained, "I don't want to go back there, that place is not my home, and you are also not my daddy." That little girl had shattered the old father's heart, and only after endless coaxing and tricking did he manage to bring her home. Recalling the previous times Ta Ap Tri made her cry, it was always Ta Huin who comforted her. In the family, there was only one daughter, so naturally, he doted on her every mood. Because he loved her too much, he didn't see her sulking, but only saw her being petulant. His thoughts swirling around, finally, he gently stroked her head, smiling softly. "You are all good children." His eyes, gradually cloudy with age, made Nghi Tu Duan's heart feel as if pricked by a needle. She recalled the time she had misunderstood him, and a feeling of deep remorse arose in her heart. "Daddy, I'm sorry." Their many years of close bond made Ta Huin understand what she was feeling remorseful about. "Silly girl, why apologize? Whether it's family or friends, in this lifetime, who hasn't misunderstood each other at some point? As long as it can be resolved, it's fine. What's more, you didn't do anything to hurt Daddy. The one who should apologize is Daddy." In the past, when the misunderstanding had not yet been clarified, Ta Huin had also once apologized to her. At that time, Nghi Tu Duan was deeply immersed in erroneous thinking, automatically assigning him responsibility for the accident. But now thinking back, she still didn't understand why he had apologized. Ta Huin sighed, then continued. "Because in the past, due to Ap Tri losing her mother too early, she always harbored a lot of ill will towards you. As a father, I couldn't control her and let you get hurt. That's Daddy's fault. Daddy also understands how deeply that accident has left its mark. So, I'm sorry, Tu Duan." So that was it. He wasn't feeling remorseful because he had killed her parents, but rather he blamed himself for not fulfilling his responsibility as a father. Nghi Tu Duan choked up, and the feeling of remorse grew even heavier. Back home, Ta Huin still didn't forget to advise her to be understanding towards Chu Zhenvu. His work was very arduous. After all, Chu Corporation was a large enterprise, which couldn't compare to the Ta family. Even though they only maintained a moderate scale, Ta Ap Tri was still busy from morning till night. Nghi Tu Duan merely pursed her lips, said "I know," then went back to her room to rest. After showering and changing, she draped her nightgown and went out to the balcony, leaning against the railing and looking up at the moon hanging in the sky, unconsciously recalling the time when she was filming Quan Noyet Kai, when Chu Zhenvu had once rushed to the set to visit her. He had once said one sends their longing with the bright moon. The tired moonlight will softly spread upon the treetops. The time apart was not long, but the longing was deeply carved into her heart. Under the faint moonlight, the corners of her lips curved slightly, her mind filled with the image of the one she loved. ________________________ The next day, Nghi Tu Duan finished her work early, but throughout the entire day, she still didn't receive any message from Chu Zhenvu. She was a little annoyed because she hadn't expected he would truly pay no mind to this day at all. She got into the car to go home, and sighed to the driver in a somewhat sad voice. "Take me home." The car drove for a distance. She lifted her head to look out the window, suddenly realizing this was not the road home. Her heart tightened, terrifying memories rushed back like a torrent, making her shiver. She frantically grabbed the door handle. "Uncle Zhang, this is not the road home." As soon as her words finished, the car stopped smoothly by the road. Uncle Zhang got out and opened the door for her. "Don't be afraid, Tu Duan. It's Mr. Chu who told me to bring you here." Chu Zhenvu. The feeling of unease within her temporarily subsided, but her movement stepping out of the car was still full of wariness. The memories from years ago were too brutal. If it were to repeat once more, she feared she would truly collapse. Her phone signaled a message. It was Chu Zhenvu telling her to go up to the restaurant. This was the first time since they fell in love that Nghi Tu Duan felt so wronged. She ran quickly upstairs. Just as she arrived in front of the private room door, the room door opened, and Chu Zhenvu also just stepped out. She rushed into his arms, taking him by surprise. The room door softly shut. She buried her face into his chest, sobbing continuously. "What's wrong? Why so rushed?" His voice was gentle. Only when he felt the moisture spread across the shirt on his chest did he regret endlessly. "Tu Duan, are you crying?" She lifted her head, her red-rimmed, teary eyes looked at him, making his heart tremble. He hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you that I was busy today. I only wanted to create a surprise for you, didn't expect it to backfire in the future. I won't arbitrarily do such clever tricks anymore. Forgive me, my darling." He bowed his head and lightly kissed the tear on her cheek, his voice a doting whisper. Nghi Tu Duan gently shook her head, patiently explaining the reason she burst into tears. She smiled through her tears, saying she didn't blame him. Her pitiful look was like a small rabbit being bullied, making Chu Zhenvu heartbroken beyond measure. He felt even more remorseful, ceaselessly comforting her throughout the entire night. Even though she had said it was okay, he still blamed himself for being too thoughtless. That night, both lay together in the sweet room stargazing. Nghi Tu Duan whispered to him the dreams she had experienced throughout the past year, those dreams like a sad song about a future that could have been theirs. Each time she told a few sentences, she would turn her head to confirm he was still awake, not bored to the point of dozing off, then assuredly continued telling. In the end, she was too sleepy, her voice gradually lowered, then her head leaned on his chest and she fell asleep. Valentine's Day was not a particularly special day. It was just that amidst the hustle and bustle of work during days they couldn't meet, they had an additional reason to go all out, crossing thousands of miles to meet the person they love. They didn't do anything too intimate, only a simple hug was enough to soothe their longing. Love was not related to lust, because a love engraved in bone and heart did not need lust to sustain. Chu Zhenvu also longed to have her, but respected her even more. For him, everything must place Nghi Tu Duan's desires first. In the early days of the year was the busiest time for the company. He had stayed up many consecutive nights to handle work before the deadline, only to be able to feel relieved boarding the flight back to Hong Kong. At this moment, holding the person he loved most in his arms, he felt no regret for the short time they had together. Thinking of the long life ahead to be with her, the corners of his lips unconsciously curved up when he closed his eyes. He softly asked Nghi Tu Duan, "Do you want to get married?" She rubbed her head against his chest, her voice dreamy. It was unclear if she was sober or not. "As long as it's you, anything is fine." Today was the day Ho Swang specially cleared her schedule for her free time, only so that this long-distance couple could quietly be together for a Valentine's Day. She kept thinking of the not-so-distant future when she would become her niece-nephew's aunt. Unexpectedly, those two youngsters only hugged each other and told stories all night. Chapter 79 Petty. The new film Me Diet Hung is a modern idol film. Simply put, it's a realistic, simple CEO type. The contrast in the personalities of the male and female leads is the biggest challenge for the actors. Additionally, the director had cut out most of the kissing scenes of the two main characters. The remaining intimate scenes were all shot indirectly, so expressing the intertwined emotions between the two became even more difficult. The filming period lasted about 3 months. After Valentine's Day, every day Nghi Tu Duan immersed herself at the film set. She poured all her heart and soul into her career, for her love and her passion. During that time, she still regularly video called Zhou Can Wu every day. Those days were so simple and happy, to the extent that she didn't realize at all what an important decision her man had made. The truth was only revealed on the day the film Mi Diet Hong wrapped up shooting. Nghi Tu Duan rushed to meet Zhou Can Wu, once again declined the invitation to the film crew's wrap party. She drove herself to Deepwater Bay. Zhou Can Wu had been waiting there since morning. Ascending by elevator skillfully, the metal door opened before her eyes. She suddenly froze at the sight in the room. The spacious living room was filled with balloons of all colors. All around were placed her favorite kinds of flowers. Warm lights shone on the pink backdrop. Dao, with pristine white fur, squatted in a corner not far away. The red bow on her neck was almost entirely hidden by the thick fur. There was no one else in the room, only Zhou Can Wu stood next to Dao. He wore a well-tailored suit, his tall stature, his hand. Some features today seemed even more exceptional. His hair was also meticulously groomed. He held in his hand a vibrant bouquet of manta roses, taking steps towards her. From just one look, she knew what he wanted. Nghi Tu Duan's eyes immediately reddened. She proactively stepped into his domain. Even though it was just the two of them, that man who was always calm and quiet today also seemed particularly nervous. He took a deep breath in front of her, held out the bouquet. His voice slightly trembling, bearing a somewhat unusual charm. 10 years ago, the first time I met you, I never imagined that we could reach this point. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but that I didn't dare to imagine it. Counting those dark, lightless days, I didn't know since when your name had been etched deepest into my life. Remembering the 10 years that passed like a streak of light, she had never left his mind. Her face was always so clear, radiant, stubborn. He liked her, from the first glance. He knew it clearly. Just by seeing her, all the fierce emotions stirred by ill will within him quietly settled down. Throughout the past 10 years, there had never been an exception. Human greed is boundless. When you appeared by my side, I wanted to have you, wanted to be by your side. When I had a little, I craved even more. Being by your side for one day, I immediately dreamed of a lifetime. His heartbeat was even more chaotic than his breathing, resounding like thunder, striking every nerve fiber in him. Even in any previous meeting, he had never been as nervous as he was today. Tu Duan, I love you. I want to hug you, kiss you, together with you go up to the rooftop to welcome the wind, together watch the sunset by the seaside. I want to marry you, be your husband. Zhou Can Wu put his hand into his pocket, took out an exquisite velvet box, opened the thick lid, slowly knelt down on one knee, his gaze always firmly looked towards her. Do you agree to marry me? The glittering silver ring adorned with a brilliant transparent diamond, like a bright gem in the sky, dazzling and captivating the heart. Nghi Tu Duan had cried until she choked up. No girl would not be moved by a marriage proposal meticulously prepared by the man she loved. Before meeting Zhou Can Wu, she had never dreamed of a romantic and faithful love, nor had she ever been envious of others' grand marriage proposals. But ever since meeting him, everything had changed. As he said, greed is endless. The things she wanted were also as many as his. Nghi Tu Duan felt that she must be very ugly at this moment. Not knowing if she was crying or laughing, she had just returned after filming and hadn't had time to remove her makeup. Luckily the modern makeup meant it was still okay. As if everything was destiny, she choked up and nodded. Marry Zhou Can Wu, be your wife, I agree. Having said that, the man relievedly smiled, as if offering a treasure, gently placed the ring on her hand, then tenderly kissed the back of her hand. He stood up and hugged her, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle, tightly embracing his victorious kingdom. Tu Duan. His heart had not completely settled down. It seemed there was still something unfinished. I still have a gift I want to give you. Nghi Tu Duan with her tear-soaked eyes looked up from within his embrace, suspiciously asked what else. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Can Wu took out a piece of paper from the inner pocket of his vest, and gave it to her. The A4 sheet was slowly unfolded. Nghi Tu Duan clearly saw the words on it. She surprisingly looked up at him. That was a certificate of sterilization. She couldn't believe it, standing dumbfounded in place, speechless, her eyes welled up with mixed emotions. Zhou Can Wu. Why? The tears she had just suppressed immediately surged. She had absolutely no idea he had this thought, and had even secretly carried it out. Zhou Can Wu couldn't bear to see her cry. His heart felt as if it was melting. He used his fingertip to wipe away the tear from the corner of her eye, and gently said, "Because you have vowed to give your entire life to me, then I must even more protect the latter half of your life. The doctor said your body cannot endure further severe damage. Childbirth is an extremely dangerous thing. Previously, when my sister was pregnant, I witnessed all the pain she suffered. That Valentine's night, he asked her if she wanted to marry. She replied, 'As long as it's you, anything I's fine.' Therefore, the very next day after leaving Hong Kong, he arranged for surgery for himself. Now 2 months had passed, he had fully recovered. He always feared childbirth. When Chu Yuan-truk was pregnant, the morning sickness phase made her suffer almost to death, not to mention the pain of childbirth was like having every bone torn apart. After giving birth to Min Jia-nan, she took a very long time to recover, but still had to face hair loss and changes in her physique. Outsiders cannot see, only every night when facing the naked body in the mirror and bursting into tears until collapsing is reality. Nghi Tu Duan could not bear that pain, at least Zhou Can Wu thought so. A girl like her should have lived beautifully and radiantly her whole life, lived her own life, without needing to bear children for others. After all, I don't really like children much, this whole life, I only want to live with you, 2 people are enough. Zhou Can Wu's childhood was not perfect at all, it could even be said to be a nightmare. Although his future children would not have to suffer those dark things, he still did not want to devote too much effort to anyone else. This whole life, he only wanted to take care of Nghi Tu Duan alone. Want to try? He leaned down and whispered into her ear, deliberately teasing. Nghi Tu Duan pouted. "I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it." Zhou Can Wu. He burst out laughing from annoyance, hugged her and fell onto the soft sofa. Let's see who can't stand whom in the end. This man was indeed very direct. Thick, gentle kisses fell onto her cheek, her neck, her heart. When she gradually immersed herself in his gentle waves, he then slowly took another step. That was their first official time. From the living room to the bedroom, the whole world spun, harmonizing to the very end. 2 years after completing the film Quan Noi Et Kai, the film officially aired. Nghi Tu Duan in the role of supporting actress was once again recognized by the public for her acting. The film's broadcast also helped her once again become the center of attention. Everyone was curious how Nghi Tu Duan was doing now. Just then, Mi Diet Hung was also announced by another platform to be broadcast. Fans exclaimed in surprise. When did she quietly return to acting? Not a single piece of news. This comeback was 2 films airing simultaneously. The effect was exactly as the studio predicted. On the first day of airing, ratings exploded. Nghi Tu Duan's name occupied the top hot search for several days straight without dropping. 2 films airing simultaneously was an opportunity to clearly compare acting abilities. Nghi Tu Duan portrayed 2 completely different characters in the 2 works. Many viewers after watching said they couldn't recognize it was the same actress. The contrast was too stark, they couldn't imagine who she was more like in real life. Among artists of the same generation, Nghi Tu Duan's popularity far surpassed her rivals, truly achieving a level up. Before the films finished airing, scripts were rapidly sent to her hands. Invitations to participate in TV shows and festivals were also countless. The most anticipated TVB awards also arrived on schedule. Nghi Tu Duan came from TVB. Every year she attended in splendid attire. This year, she was particularly outstanding. The first film she starred in was nominated for Best Actress. Although the public largely already had the answer in their hearts, they still couldn't help but eagerly await tonight's results. This year, the competition is still very intense. Among the nominated actresses, Nghi Tu Duan is the youngest, and it's also her first leading role, so if it were someone else, it would surely cause much controversy. But she is Nghi Tu Duan. Her acting has never caused controversy. This year, there's also something rare. A big figure who had never appeared publicly unexpectedly attended the award ceremony. Although not seated in the audience area, the organizers had arranged for that person a private lounge, the best viewing position. When it came to the most thrilling moment announcing the award, the MC on stage stirred up the atmosphere. It can be seen that this year's competition is extremely fierce, with both seniors and juniors. But Nghi Tu Duan surely cannot be considered a newcomer anymore. She has been at TVB for many years, having created many impressive roles. The director cut the camera to the front row where Nghi Tu Duan was sitting. She was still radiantly beautiful as always, but seemed gentler than before. It must be added, last year, Nghi Tu Duan had disappeared from public view for some reasons, then suddenly reappeared at the peak like this. We are sure she has made a lot of effort to bring us such wonderful works. So let's wait and see who will be this year's best actress. The big screen began playing performance clips of the nominated actresses. At the same time, in the VIP lounge, Zhou Can Wu not only attended the event but also rarely accepted media interviews. The reporters crowded at the front, but no one dared to be disorderly in front of this important figure. Even the questions were more cautious than usual. A reporter cautiously asked Mr. Chu, "Could you reveal the reason that made you unexpectedly attend this year's award ceremony?" Zhou Can Wu sat on the sofa, with his legs casually crossed, his gaze fixed on the image of the girl on the big screen, a slight smile blooming at the corner of his lips. "I came to pick up my wife from work." After speaking, he stood up, and amidst everyone's stunned gazes, left the room. On stage, the image on the screen stopped at Nghi Tu Duan's face. The MC announced excitedly, "Best Actress Nghi Tu Duan. Congratulations." The entire auditorium applauded like thunder. Nghi Tu Duan walked onto the stage amidst cheers and applause, using the carefully prepared words of thanks to make her speech. "Thank you TVB for bestowing this honor upon me, thank you director Ho Swang and the entire crew, thank you to the fans who are always with me. And most importantly, I would like to thank my family and friends for always supporting me." She was always taciturn when appearing in public. Each time she received an award, she used familiar flowery words. After speaking, she intended to leave the stage. The MC intended to keep her for a few more interview questions. She turned her head and smiled. "I have to go now." The MC and the audience were all surprised. "Why is that?" Nghi Tu Duan hugged the trophy, not avoiding the camera, a sweet smile blooming. "Because my husband is waiting for me to get off work." That remark made the entire auditorium erupt. Before the eyes of thousands of people, she stepped down from the stage, steadfastly walked towards the man who was already waiting backstage, put her arm through his, and together left the hall amidst earth-shaking cheers as if wanting to blow the roof off. Zhou Can Wu's interview segment and the live broadcast video of the award ceremony immediately thereafter made social media explode. Netizens were so astonished they didn't know how to react. Who spread rumors they were in Discord? Heavens! They got married already. This couple is even harder to believe than the story that I am Qin Shi Huang, yet it's actually true. CEO Chu is too handsome, Nya Siyun is too beautiful, the two of them are truly a match made in heaven. Dying of laughter, we kept guessing back and forth to see if they had any problem. Turns out they loved each other so much. Now whatever netizens say, I won't believe it anymore. Exactly like a romance novel story. Disappeared for 1 year then reappeared as the female lead, her first film already won the Best Actress award, at the peak of her career yet announced marriage, and her husband is even the big shot Zhou Can Wu. Nya Siyun, you truly are my sister. Pictures of the two leaving side by side quickly spread across the internet. The massive amount of discussion caused many online platforms to be congested. Outside the auditorium, the Cullinan with a Shanghai license plate had its plate changed to a new one, able to freely circulate in Guangdong, Hong Kong. The long road obscure with night mist in Hong Kong, the car stopped in front of the hall's gate. Zhou Can Wu personally opened the car door for her, and the two successively stepped in. Under the starry sky on the car's roof, he gently took the trophy from her hand. In his mind he could not help but recall that their first official meeting was also at a ceremony like this. At that time, Qin Rui, on his behalf, came to convey a message wanting to get acquainted with Miss Nye. She always had an arrogant and nonchalant attitude, but precisely that attracted him. "So what am I to you, my love?" He raised his eyes, asking slowly. "Zhou Can Wu." Nye Siyun pursed her lips and smiled gently, her soft hands wrapped around his neck, whispering in his ear with a standard Mandarin accent but full of charm. Petty thing. End of main text. Chapter 80. Aunt. After winning the title of Best Actress in Hong Kong, her new film also received countless praises in mainland China. Netizens commented that Mihong diet truly is a hot television phenomenon, from the male and female leads to the supporting cast. Every day their fan following increased at a dizzying speed, at least to be counted in tens of thousands of people. After that big explosion, every day Nye Siyun also received new scripts, but she didn't even bother to look at any of them. The film was brilliantly successful to the extent that its rights had been sold overseas, and the broadcast effect in the international market was also very positive. Now, she had become a Chinese female star with a certain reputation on the international stage. Nye Siyun set for herself a 3-month deadline. If during that time she did not receive an invitation from the person she aimed for, then she would only consider taking on a new role. The very next day after the TVB award ceremony, she and Zhou Can Wu together returned to Hujiang. They had an appointment to meet friends, but Ming Yi continuously urged them to quickly return. Early morning, just after landing, the two of them already hurriedly ran straight to the Ming family's villa. Just stepping through the door, Ming Jiayin already excitedly rushed into Nye Siyun's embrace, loudly shouting, "Auntie, I miss you very much." The boy was now more than 2 years older, his face still had a bit of innocence, but in his brow and eyes, handsome features already faintly appeared. Nye Siyun lifted the boy up, secretly thinking this little brat will surely also be a heartbreaker of people's hearts, no different from that other person. "Long time no see, darling." Min Jia Nan especially loved Aunt Nay. Every time they met, he wasn't close to anyone but her. No sooner had the words ended, Jia Nan's tiny pink mouth pouted out, intending to kiss her. The whole group of people standing behind all burst out laughing, only Zhou Can Wu's eyes suddenly darkened. He strode forward, pulled the kid out, used one hand to lift the boy up, and with the other hand lightly squeezed his soft chubby chin, sternly warning. "Kiddo, you're not allowed to take liberties with your aunt. So young and already not learning good manners, meeting someone else's wife and immediately rushing to kiss and cuddle." Min Jia Nan stared at him with wide eyes, pursed his lips, and began to protest. "I don't understand anything. I don't want you. I only want my aunt to carry me." Zhou Can Wu showed no mercy, lightly pinching the kid's mouth, not letting him speak further. "I already said, previously your aunt was injured so she can't carry anyone heavy." The kid made a long face, aggrieved. "I'm not that heavy." The adults behind all laughed loudly. Min Jia Nan shyly demanded his uncle to put him down. Chu Yuyan Truck walked over, pulled the boy's hand, and gently coaxed him. "Precious, if you like Aun tea, then you must be good, don't cause any more trouble, okay?" "Yes." The kid was increasingly mischievous, not listening to anyone in the house, only Chu Yuyan Truck could manage him. Mom told him to go find Dad to do homework. He said goodbye to Nghi Tu Duan, then obediently went upstairs. Since Chu Trongqiu's case ended, the situation of the Min family also gradually stabilized again. Originally, Zhou Can Wu only instructed Min Deep to play along, pretending the negotiations failed to distract Chu Trongqiu. With the strength of Chu Corporation, even if the negotiations broke down, acquiring the market was still not difficult at all, but no one expected something unexpected would happen to Chu Trongqiu, leading to the complete collapse of Chu Corporation. Minao Group under Min Deep's leadership had a spectacular comeback, and he also officially became the CEO of the group. Nevertheless, Min Deep completely trusted Chu Zanvu, not worrying at all about being backstabbed by this close brother. He clearly understood Chu Zanvu's character, and even more clearly understood his methods. Even if one was cautious, it would be difficult to withstand that storm. Min Hong had transferred all shares under his name to Chu Yuyan Truck, with the condition that they not divorce, because he couldn't lose this woman in the family. Chu Yuyan Truck happily accepted it, but that didn't mean she forgave Min Hong. As a husband, what he owed her, she would slowly reclaim bit by bit. Min D. EP urgently called everyone back because the upcoming Children's Day was also Nghi Tu Duan's birthday. Having known each other for so long, they still hadn't once properly celebrated her birthday. Children's Day 2 years ago, something happened to Nghi Tu Duan and she had to be hospitalized. They completely didn't know the situation. Last year, she returned to Guangdong, Hong Kong to reunite with her family, therefore they also didn't want to bother her. This year her new movie aired. One time she won the Best Actress award, another time was a great victory. Double happiness at the door. Of course they had to celebrate big. It had been too long since they gathered all together. Min Deep felt inspired to rent a whole small island, planning to throw a party for several days straight, waiting for Nghi Tu Duan to finish celebrating her birthday before returning. Min Deep proposed playing a real combat CS shooting game. Tam Jai Li immediately agreed because she was currently filming a spy war movie, so recently she had learned all sorts of knowledge about firearms, and really wanted to practice on the battlefield. Chu Zanvu, for his part, displayed a calm demeanor, only looking at Nghi Tu Duan. If she had no opinion, then he also had no opinion. As for Chu Yuyan Truck, she carefully asked beforehand, saying that as long as Min Hong did not participate, she would be present. Thus, the whole group happily decided, but the manpower was still not enough, and they did not want to form a team with strangers, so Min Deep's gaze immediately shifted towards the group of assistants behind Chu Zanvu. Everything was quickly decided, and the whole group enthusiastically boarded the boat to the island. All leisure activities took place in the private resort, completely without worrying about their privacy being violated. On the island, all entertainment facilities were complete. During the day they could dive, at night immerse themselves in hot springs at the villa, and all had been meticulously arranged by their people. After disembarking, everyone went to store their luggage in the villa, then immediately pulled each other to the game area. The initiator of the game was Min Deep, so obviously he became the moderator. After introducing the rules and dividing the teams, the game officially began. The simulated shooting game CS had many different modes. Today they chose to play the attack-defense style. Everyone was divided into two factions, the attacking faction and the defending faction. Due to a lack of people, the two brothers Chao Chan and Chao Nia were also pulled in to complete the lineup. Since everyone knew each other, they played more comfortably. When dividing teams, everyone wanted to be on the same side as Chu Zanvu. After all, he was their superior. Meeting each other on the battlefield, they didn't know whether shooting or not shooting was the correct thing to do. At this moment, they had to weigh between the fleeting feeling of victory and a li fee time of livelihood. Which one was more important? But actually, there was no need to hesitate much, because everyone knew what kind of person Chu Zanvu was. After a friendly discussion, the teams were finally divided as follows: Chu Zanvu, Nghi Tu Duan, Tam Jai Li, Tan Du were one team, while Min Deep, Chu Yuyan Truck, Chao Chan, and Chao Nia were another team. Before starting, it was clearly agreed no one was allowed to go easy on Chu Zanvu. Out of respect, playing had to follow the rules. After the commitment was finalized, everyone stepped onto the battlefield. Chu Zanvu's faction was the defending faction, tasked with protecting their stronghold. Min Deep's faction was the attacking faction. They had to find every way to raid and seize the opponent's base. The game began. The four defenders immediately entered their roles, carrying their equipment and setting up defensive lines in many places. Nghi Tu Duan had currently fully recovered, but Chu Zhanwu still took care of her in every way, not forgetting to advise if she couldn't run, then don't force it. She obediently nodded, promising to prioritize safety. Chu Zhanwu pulled a gun from behind his waist, gave it to her, instructing very seriously. If you encounter Min Deep, just pretend to surrender. He is very arrogant. Once he lets down his guard, you can ambush him with this gun. Who knows, you might hold the position. He spoke without stopping, while Nghi Tu Duan, however, bowed her head looking at the gun in her hand, as if immersed in memories. This scene was too familiar, as if time had turned back. She stood there blankly. In her ears suddenly echoed a cold yet familiar voice, seemingly words he had once said years ago. You obediently hide here, keep this gun for self-defense. Wait for the rescue team to arrive before coming out. Back then, the situation was urgent. He quickly left. Nghi Tu Duan at that moment felt as if a ray of light shone, everything suddenly became clear as if it had just happened yesterday. After finishing the tactical instructions, Chu Zhanwu turned back to his position, ready to fight. Nghi Tu Duan subtly pursed her lips and smiled, put the gun into the pocket at her hip, raised her head, and in those bright eyes shone a look of confidence. Be assured, no matter who the opponent is, she would also hold firm her defensive line. Now these guns and bullets were no different from children's toys to her. Because after the incident in Los Angeles that year, Tahuin had taken her and Ta Ap through a self-defense training course. She had been trained in a base overseas, with common types of guns. Nothing could make it difficult for her. On the attacking side, Min Deep led the team, slowly advancing into the defensive area. As soon as their feet stepped to the boundary, they were hit by a burst of bullets. Everyone hurriedly hid behind cover. Min Deep signaled with several hand movements, but Chao Chan and Chao Nia did not understand anything, only knew to stare at him with wide eyes, full of doubt. Chu Yuyan truck next to them let out a soft laugh, raised her gun and whispered. A little later, you two just charge forward, draw fire for us. I and he will loop around the flank to attack, be careful not to get hit by bullets. The game rules are quite strict. Being shot at the specified spot is considered eliminated, no second chance. After unifying the strategy, Min Deep gave the order, then the whole group immediately coordinated and rushed out onto the battlefield. Chao Chan and Chao Nia, although their education was not high, but were members of the Rainbow Group, their physical skills were very good. Under the rain of bullets, both were still not scratched at all. Min Deep and Chu Yuyan truck also successfully infiltrated the flank. At this moment, the two sides confronted each other at the right spot. Chu Zhanwu and Nghi Tu Duan defended, both were extremely cautious. As each side engaged in combat, neither was willing to give way. At the center line, Tam Jai Li and Tan Du were the first people to be eliminated, while Chao Chan and Chao Nia successfully broke through, immediately turned back to reinforce. Chu Zhanwu confronted Chu Yuyan truck. She played quite boldly, almost charging straight in. While aiming to shoot, two figures unexpectedly appeared in his vision. Bullets flew thick and fast. He hurriedly hid behind a rock. 3 enemies in front of him, he could only hold his ground. His back leaning against the rock wall, his ears listened to the movements around to pinpoint their location. Reacting quickly, he leaned his body to chamber around, but unexpectedly both enemies simultaneously raised their guns into aiming range, making him secretly think this time it's likely a loss. The sound of gunshots rang out piercingly. Bang! A bullet grazed past his side, hitting directly Chao Nia's chest. Chu Zhanwu immediately shifted his gun towards Chu Yuyan truck, without any hesitation pulled the trigger. Continuously several shots, those two people had not had time to react before they were taken down. He turned his head back, saw Nghi Tu Duan spinning a gun in one hand, winking at him mischievously. At that very moment, Chao Chan had already circled behind, raising his gun aiming at her. Chu Zhanwu in a flash aimed and shot accurately, taking down the enemy instantly. Round 1, the defending side won. Nghi Tu Duan surprisingly turned his head back, not expecting he had carelessly allowed the enemy to approach close behind him. Min Deep just walked over, his whole body full of bullet marks, grumbled. "This is annoying to death, Tu Duan, why do you shoot so well? I hadn't even had time to make a move before you shot me down." The captain of the attacking side, arrogant because he underestimated Nghi Tu Duan, thus lost his advantage. Knowing Chu Zanvu's capability well, he chose to let his teammates go support Chu Yuyan truck, while he himself confronted Nghi Tu Duan, a small and deli Kate girl, thinking she would be easy to handle. Who knew she acted decisively, aimed accurately, and showed no deference. Tam Jai Li also walked over, grumbling as she went. "I also found it boring. Didn't hit a single shot, before I could feel anything, I was already eliminated." This match ended, with only Chu Zanvu and Nghi Tu Duan remaining unhit by bullets. For the second round, a new formation was changed. Min Deep immediately spoke up to Chu's people. "This round I must definitely be on the same team as Tu Duan. No one should even dream of competing with me for her." He completely disregarded Chu Zanvu's gaze, and fiercely linked arms with Nghi Tu Duan, leaving immediately. Chapter 81 Watching Together. After one match, everyone had seen Nghi Tu Duan's true strength, and each person vied to team up with her. And so, gradually, the team formation was divided into Chu Zanvu, Tan Du, Chao Chan and Chao Nia as one group. Min Deep along with 3 girls formed one group. This time, Chu Zanvu's group was still the defensive side, while Min Deep's group was the offensive side. The difference was that this time strategy was proposed by Nghi Tu Duan herself. Because the other side was entirely males, the strength of both sides was quite imbalanced. They could not use strength to overwhelm, and could only use strategy to win. Perhaps because they had personally witnessed her abilities, everyone completely trusted and followed. The opposing side's strength is also uneven. Except for Tan Du, the remaining 3 people had all been previously trained, therefore, our chance of winning is actually not high. She spoke directly to the point, very frankly. So later we will divide into groups of 2 people, and take turns breaking through each point. They might split up, with each person holding one post. Later Min Deep, you lead Chu Yuyan truck to the left side, and Jai Li follows me. We will attack from 2 sides together. 1 against 2 still has a chance to win. If by ill luck hit by a bullet, at least it ensures one person survives to continue coordinating with other teammates. Our main strategy is to use more to fight less. Within the limited time, there will definitely be hope of winning. She analyzed the battlefield situation very seriously. The few people beside her looked at her with gazes full of admiration and awe. On the other team, the 4 people gathered but no one said anything. The 3 remaining people simultaneously looked towards Chu Zanvu, waiting for him to give orders. The result was that he only lazily lit a cigarette. After he finished smoking, Tan Du then cautiously asked, "Sir, what is the strategy for this round?" "Strategy, huh?" Chu Zanvu stubbed out the cigarette but turned his head back to look, as if just now remembering that he was about to go to the battlefield. The strategy is to perform exceptionally well, so that they win." The 3 remaining people, huh? The battle had just begun. Min Deep's team carefully crossed each obstacle one by one, very quickly approaching the edge of the opponent's territory. Min Deep and Chu Yuyan truck had approached the left side. Indeed, just as Nghi Tu Duan predicted, each person on the other side held 1 point. The person at the outermost point on the left was precisely Chao Chan, the person whose strength was second only to Chu Zanvu. Detecting someone approaching, he was very cautious, immediately firing several shots towards them. Luckily no one was hit. Min Deep felt clearly thrilled, hiding behind the rock and even secretly laughing. Now this truly has a feeling. Chu Yuyan truck slapped him. "Don't celebrate too soon. Later, you run out to distract his firepower. I will attack from behind, firing 1 shot to finish him off." "Why me again?" You run fast, agile. If I were to go out, I'd easily get hit by bullets. Her words were reasonable, making him unable to refute. Being bait was indeed something only he was suitable to do. Min Deep was somewhat uneasy, pouting, then getting into a ready stance. You must aim really accurately, otherwise later it will get even more chaotic. I know, go quickly. Having said that, Min Deep immediately sped up, rushing into their general line of sight. As expected, Chao Chan was drawn in, immediately raised his gun and fired shots continuously, but didn't hit a single shot. Chu Yuyan leaned out from behind, decisively ending it, one shot hitting Chao Chan's chest. Chao Chan regretfully slapped his hand on his head, looking realistic. One enemy had been eliminated. The two high-fived in celebration, then quickly moved towards the next target. The next person was Tan Du. His marksmanship wasn't very good, so Min Deep wasn't particularly vigilant, waving to Chu Yuyan and said, Tan Du is easy to handle, I think there's no need to dodge. Chu Yuyan glared at him. Don't be too careless against the enemy. The lesson from the previous round was still present, precisely because he looked down on Nghi Tu Duan because she was a girl, and as a result was taught a lesson he'd never forget. The two hid behind a large tree trunk, preparing to reapply the tactic they had just used. This time it was Chu Yuyan turn to be the bait. Everything had been meticulously planned, it was just that they had overestimated Tan Du's shooting skills. Tan Du kept his position, seeing Chu Yuyan run out, immediately raised his gun and fired a burst, completely not aiming accurately towards her direction but instead shooting Min Deep, who was hiding behind. Damn it, how could he guess so accurately? It's no wonder he was chosen by Chu Zhenvu, indeed all high IQ masters. Little did anyone know Tan Du only because he was afraid he would hit Chu Yuyan, so he intentionally fired off target away from her direction. Unexpectedly someone emerged from that direction. Seeing that he had killed someone, Tan Du froze on the spot, motionless. Chu Yuyan, who was running, immediately turned back, shooting him down successfully. She looked at Min Deep's body, smiled bitterly, sighed, then prepared to go regroup with Nghi Tu Duan and Tam Jiali, but before she had taken many steps, she heard a gunshot ring out from behind. Her left shoulder stung sharply, she froze, turning her head, only seeing Chu Zhenvu alone, sitting leaning against a rock, calmly looking at her and raising an eyebrow. Sorry, you're dead. He just calmly put his gun into his waistband, neither fast nor slow, walked over. She could only helplessly shake her head encountering Chu Zhenvu. She simply had to accept her fate. At the other end of the battlefield, Nghi Tu Duan and Tam Jiali had already approached the position guarded by Chao Nia. They did not reuse tactics like their teammates but split up, each going around on their own to ambush. When Chao Nia discovered enemies in both directions, remembering Chu Zhenvu's instruction to act very realistically, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and open fire. With enemies in both directions, he could not fire his gun towards Nghi Tu Duan, so he had no choice but to turn his aim towards Tam Jiali. He aimed very accurately, but deliberately did not hit anyone. The thing was, Tam Jiali dodged bullets too clumsily and instead kept sticking her head into the line of fire. Bang bang, 2 shots, people fell on both sides. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people remained on the battlefield. Min Deep's team felt this match was a truly hard-won victory, while Chu Zhenvu's team felt losing this match was also truly frustrating. The 2 people did not hide at all, but she still cautiously raised her gun. A rustling of leaves sounded behind her, she immediately turned around, her gun already aimed straight at the person in front of her. But she only saw Chu Zhenvu standing there with empty hands, a gentle smile on his face. Nghi Tu Duan did not lower her gun, asking doubtfully, "You're not holding a gun?" No sooner had she finished speaking, as if he had just suddenly remembered, he then slowly reached his hand behind his back, pulled out his last gun, and casually threw it to the ground. "What are you doing?" "Surrender." Chu Zhenvu spread his arms wide, taking slow steps towards her. "I admit defeat." "What?" Before she could even react, she was already hugged tightly into his embrace. "You've worked hard, darling." Seeing he had truly displayed a surrendering posture, Nghi Tu Duan also cooperated by letting go of the machine gun in her hand. But the very next second, when she was just about to raise her hand to embrace him, bang! The two people froze simultaneously. Zhou Can Wu took a step back, lowered his head to look at the wound on his stomach, the corner of his lips curling up in a wicked charm. Nghi Tu Duan raised her two hands, her palms open, the gun hidden behind her back fell to the ground. She raised her eyebrows innocently and said, "It was you who taught me not to trust men's words." Zhou Can Wu chuckled, his eyes full of doting affection. "You too, darling. Well done." He took the dagger from his hip, threw it down next to the gun. Although he lost, he was still happy. The battle ended. The attacking side claimed victory. Nghi Tu Duan was surrounded by teammates congratulating her, while Zhou Can Wu was quietly stared at from behind by three people in the team, until he turned his head back. All three quickly turned away, pretending as if nothing happened. Zhou Can Wu chuckled softly. "Tonight everyone intends to soak in the hot spring at the villa, you guys also come along." The three people turned back stunned. Unexpectedly they were also included. All three immediately broke into radiant smiles. "Thank you." A group of people leisurely returned to the villa for dinner. When everyone had taken their seats, the other three people also did not stand on ceremony and immediately sat down at the table, as if this matter had become a routine. From the day Zhou Can Wu met Nghi Tu Duan, he became much more humane. Previously he never actively invited subordinates to eat together, but since she came along, the other three people also got to share quite a few meals. Especially on the days she returned to work, they joined her in eating so many delicious dishes, to the extent that old colleagues who met them again even teased that everyone looked much more plump. While everyone was chatting happily, Nghi Tu Duan, because she ate little, was the first person to put down her chopsticks, stood up, went up to change and shower, preparing to soak in the spring. She intended to seize the opportunity to rest a little before gathering at 8 o'clock. Not long after she left the dining table, Zhou Can Wu also stood up and followed. Looking at his back, everyone immediately got the hint, and everyone chuckled teasingly. Their room was located on the highest floor, because there was only one bedroom there, so no one wanted to be their next-door neighbor. Thus, the two people naturally occupied the largest room. In the room, Nghi Tu Duan had just stepped into the bathroom, and before she even had time to undress, she heard a sound outside. Before she could speak, Zhou Can Wu had naturally stepped in. "Want to bathe?" He closed the door, and leisurely walked over. She turned her head around and he was already close, one hand looped over to embrace her slender waist. "Want to bathe together?" Zhou Can Wu gently kissed her lips. "I don't mind. Two people bathing together truly saves time." Nghi Tu Duan narrowed her eyes. Hard to say what would happen. She hadn't even had time to respond, when he quickly helped her take off her thin jacket. She gently pushed him, shyly asking, "Are you really planning to bathe together?" "Not allowed." He stopped, his sparkling eyes carrying a hint of grievance as if waiting for her permission. Nghi Tu Duan parted her lips intending to speak, but before she could utter a sound, she was deeply kissed by Hai. The situation immediately reversed. His way of embracing and kissing was all skillful and full of affection. She unconsciously leaned into him, their bodies merging naturally as if already too familiar, so in sync that they understood each other without needing to say anything. Eyes met, and the flame of passion ignited amidst the sparkling water. In that moment, no more words were needed, only emotions and synchronized heartbeats. Chapter 82. He was indeed very powerful. The two of them entwined for over an hour before finishing. Nghi Tu Duan was completely exhausted, and for the latter half of the activity, only Zhou Can Wu was exerting effort. Having been together for a long time, she still couldn't rival the other's natural physique. The memory of the first time, painful enough to make her burst into tears, was still vivid in her mind. Because of a severe injury before, her recovery process was prolonged, and Chu Zanvu was the one who cared about her injury more than anyone. Before the doctor confirmed her complete recovery, he never crossed the final boundary, and reality proved he was right because Nghi Tu Duan was completely unable to endure it. Before, it was because he took care of her health, then it was because she had to film, so he also restrained himself for a long time, until filming wrapped up, which was also the day he planned to propose. Finally, everything went smoothly, perfectly. Nghi Tu Duan was even foolishly worried about his health. That day she cried for a very long time, but the vampire, tasting sweet blood for the first time, completely had no intention of sparing her. Even the louder her sobs became, the more frantically the seeds of wicked thoughts in his heart multiplied. She even couldn't remember if that day she was too tired that she fell asleep, or if she was in so much pain that she fainted. Only the 3 days after that, lying on the bed recuperating, was what made her feel most clearly. Her mind returned to reality. Nghi Tu Duan was limp like a wad of cotton, her whole body no longer having any strength. The diligent cultivator had finished taking care of her, then hugged her back to the soft large bed in the bedroom. Chu Zanvu stood by the bed putting on clothes. Nghi Tu Duan sat cross-legged on the bed, enjoying the regularly defined abdominal muscles slowly disappearing from her sight. In her head, that wild and alluring voice echoed again. "Darling, is it really heaven-born?" Nghi Tu Duan squinted her eyes to look, still finding it hard to believe. Chu Zanvu wore a hoodie, looked up at her, came closer to the bed and pulled her hand to place it. "Used it how many times like that already? Can't you still feel whether it's real or fake?" This question, she didn't know how many times she had asked it. She once said the male leads in several adult films weren't even half of his, and when he put in effort, he truly wanted to take people's lives. Although they had been together for quite a long time now, Nghi Tu Duan still often both hugged him and cried. Chu Zanvu put on his outer jacket, lightly pinched her cheek, and asked her if she had eaten enough just now. Nghi Tu Duan glared at him with wide eyes, scolding, "You scoundrel." He burst out laughing, claiming innocence. "I asked you if you ate enough dinner, what were you thinking of?" Hearing that, only then did she know she had misunderstood. Nghi Tu Duan's face turned completely red, she pouted and turned her head away. "Who told you to talk about those things all day long?" The man bent down close, his voice hoarse. "What did I say, The words he said, she of course was not comfortable repeating. She reached out her hand to push him. "You go get some fruit for me." Looking at her embarrassed appearance, Chu Zanvu felt especially amused. He burst out laughing, lightly kissed the corner of her lips. "All right, my adorable kitten." Nghi Tu Duan was immediately both embarrassed and angry. Those were terms of endearment between two people in love. Normally he wouldn't so blatantly tease like that. She intended to raise her hand to hit him, but he had already stood up and left. Going out and downstairs, those people had just returned to their rooms from the living room, and just happened to encounter Chu Zanvu, Chu Yuyan and Tam Jai Li face to face. The three people met face to face, their gazes crossed. He intended to squeeze past and leave, but Chu Yuyan stepped sideways to block him. "Sister says why? Oh, you should also restrain yourself a little." Tu Duan was already weak to begin with. The two of them had just left for a whole hour. She truly worried Tu Duan would be made utterly exhausted by him. Tam Jai Li stood by. Hearing this topic, she was a bit awkward, turning her face to another direction, pretending as if not hearing clearly. The little girl had never experienced worldly matters, of course she would feel embarrassed. Chu Zanvu, on the other hand, was very much at ease, smiling softly her body. "I am the one who understands better than anyone else." "Let's be serious now," Chu Yuyan continued. "You've proposed to Tu Duan already, but still haven't held the wedding ceremony. Since it's already public, that matter should also be considered. Having children early is still better." Chu Zanvu: "I don't plan on having children." Chu Yuyan: "What? She even thought she had misheard. As the Chu family's only male descendant, if he didn't have children, wouldn't the family line end? Moreover, the Chu group is so large, who will inherit it later? Are you serious? Chu Yuyan-truk couldn't believe it. Tam Jai-li, eavesdropping beside them, was also shocked. Chu Zhenvu said, I don't like joking. You also said it, Tu Duan's health isn't good, so having a child is too dangerous, I don't want her to suffer. Then what about this huge corporation? Isn't there still Tu Bao? Chu Yuyan-truk. Chu Zhenvu even reassured her, don't worry, once the boy grows up I will personally teach Hai. Chu Yuyan-truk's child was also a descendant of the Chu family, having the right to inherit everything belonging to the Chu family. Chu Yuyan-truk didn't know what to say, and finally only gave a faint smile, all right, have it your way then. A person's life is only a few decades, how to live happily is what is important. The so-called continuing the family lineage are all illusory. The happiness of the two of them is the core. Having a child is a big gamble. In the business world, Chu Zhenvu is always confident, but in this gamble, he isn't sure he will win. What are you coming down for? Where's Tu Duan? Chu Zhenvu, she didn't eat much tonight, I came down to get some fruit, afraid she'd be hungry. After speaking, Chu Yuyan-truk immediately made way, go ahead. Jai-li, let's go back to our room to wash up. The two girls linked arms and went upstairs, their voices gradually fading away. Everyone finished washing up one by one, then together went to the hot spring area. Here it was a private hot spring, with separate male and female sections. Chu Zhenvu and Nghi Tu Duan arrived last, the two of them each entered one door, the two pools were separated by a wall. Nghi Tu Duan took off her robe, stepped into the water, revealing her curvaceous figure and the bikini that Chu Zhenvu had meticulously chosen for her. Three girls gathered to chat, just seeing the densely covered kiss marks that they couldn't bear to look at on Nghi Tu Duan's body, new and old intertwined, layer upon layer overlapping. Chu Yuyan-truk couldn't help but tease. The relationship isn't bad, huh? Nghi Tu Duan also wasn't embarrassed. We're still young, right, we must know how to cherish time. That's right, youth is for enjoying. She turned her head to look at Tam Jai-li's flushed face. You should also find someone, men's flowering time is very short, once the time passes, there are no more good dishes to choose. Sister Yuyan-truk, what are you saying? Tam Jai-li was still an innocent girl inexperienced in lives matters, hearing these kinds of things was unbearable. Her gaze unconsciously swept across the slender curves of Nghi Tu Duan's neck and shoulders prominent above the water's surface. The areas of skin exposed when wearing clothes were still fair and flawless, but deep inside, the snow-white skin layer had been dyed by colorful marks. I'm not kidding. Chu Yuyan-truk seriously looked at her. If you don't find now, then later there will only be eating things left behind by others. Bones have already been gnawed through by people, don't you find it disgusting? What she said was indeed so, but having reached this age, wanting to find a young man who was still clean, both handsome and truly capable, was a very difficult matter. Tam Jai-li pursed her lips, cautiously asked. Sister Yuyan-truk, Sister Tu Duan, that thing, is it really very comfortable? Chu Yuyan-truk and Nghi Tu Duan both burst out laughing, making Tam Jai-li's face flush red layer by layer. What are you ugging at? The young girl shyly sulked, looking even more adorable like a pure flower petal. We're not laughing at you, just because we find you too cute. Seeing her embarrassed, Chu Yuyan-truk immediately soothed her, then seriously answered. But that matter also depends on the person, not every man can make a woman feel happy. It's said that up to 2/3 of girls their entire lives have never truly experienced that feeling. So what about you, sister? Tam Jai-li's two eyes lit up, her gaze filled with expectation. This question caught Chu Yuyan-truk in her throat, she lightly coughed once to conceal her guilt. Actually she once had two men, there was one man who made her quite satisfied. Previously, entangled in the relationship with Min Deep, she also once seriously thought about an official relationship. The two were very compatible in many aspects. If it were a serious relationship, perhaps they would have been an ideal couple. It's just a pity they met each other at a bar. Feelings arising from one night of continuous passion were like diluted wine, never strong enough to call it love. Chu Yuyan tossed her hair, shifted her gaze to the side. Or how about you, ask Sister Tu Duan. Glancing at the dazzling red marks on her shoulder, it was probably not a bad experience. Nghi Tu Duan was startled, blinked her eyes. The two remaining people simultaneously stared at her, making her also embarrassed, not knowing how to speak. She squinted her eyes, softly, pursed her lips and smiled. To tell the truth, Chu Can Wu is truly very formidable. W.A. The two girls simultaneously chuckled teasingly. Tell in detail. Clearly, tonight's hot spring soak session had turned into a tea party of intimate talk of men and women, each side of the wall equally lively. Nghi Tu Duan still kept a bit of discretion, not speaking deeply about matters of the bed, but only sharing her own feelings. Chu Yuyan occasionally chimed in. The three girls chattered gaily, extremely joyful. On the other side, 5 men together soaked themselves in one bathtub. Everyone occupied a corner, their faces serious, and no one dared to open their mouth before Chu Can Wu. Tan Du and the 2 brothers of the Chow family glanced at each other, not daring to utter a word. Only Min Deep spoke. President Chu, your little girlfriend is truly formidable. His gaze stopped at the faintly red marks on Chu Can Wu's collarbone, raising his eyebrows full of hidden meaning. Chu Can Wu's expression remained unchanged. If jealous, then go find a girlfriend yourself. Min Deep awkwardly scratched his head, raised his head to look at the sparkling starry sky. Oh my, how beautiful tonight is. Chu Can Wu's eagle-sharp eyes immediately detected the unusual behavior, staring intently at him. You still haven't forgotten her? These brief words struck Min Deep's sensitive nerve. He feigned nonchalantly splashing water, forcing a smile. What are you saying? She's already married. The 3 people beside, having heard the shocking piece of news, suddenly held their breath as if afraid of being gagged and silenced. Really forgotten already? Chu Can Wu asked again. Min Deep pretended not to hear, turned his face away. Not answering also meant that his heart still held on. Chu Can Wu slightly shook his head helplessly, saying nothing more. Towards the 2 of them, he had never clearly expressed his attitude. His principle was not to interfere in others' affairs, but if they truly needed, he was also willing to help. Having soaked enough, everyone again put on their robes, preparing to go watch a movie. In the group were 2 actresses. Min Deep was the most mischievous, therefore he proposed only watching the movies of the 2 of them. He even prepared a drawing box. Whichever movie was drawn, that movie would be watched, and he even did his homework beforehand. 8 people sat in a circle on the living room carpet. The scene was extremely lively. Min Deep pretended to be mysterious, putting his hand into the drawing box. Let's see whose esteemed work we will get to enjoy tonight. He deliberately slowly opened the slip. As soon as he saw the result, he immediately shouted loudly. Ha! So it's a horror movie starring Teacher Tam. I heard the scenes are both racy and intense. Are you all mentally prepared yet? As soon as she heard it was a movie she starred in, Tam Jai Li hurriedly jumped up, snatching back the slip. Hateful. Not watching this movie, draw. Again. It's the game rules already. Whichever movie is drawn, that movie must be watched, no cheating allowed. Tam Jai Li angrily. Who allowed you to set up this ridiculous rule? I object. She intended to pull a trick. Min Deep raised an eyebrow, glancing around. Everyone seems to want to watch it. You're talking nonsense. Shenjieli turned her head to look. Everyone was smiling and nodding, making her so angry she nearly burst into tears. I hate everyone. Afraid she was truly angry, Ming Yik immediately coaxed. Everyone's here to have fun, tonight well watch your movie, tomorrow well watch teacher NIS movie, the case of Zhou Yu, I hear it's also quite intense. You're cheating. Shunjieli glared. They had clearly planned it in advance yet still pretended to draw lots, deliberately provoking her to anger. Exposed, Ming Yip could only scratch his head and give a forced smile. Just to add a bit of atmosphere to the show. Come on, quickly start the movie. He went to start the movie, then quickly returned to his spot. Everyone sat closer together, watching intently. Ni-Siyun sat on the right, leaning her head against Chu Zanwa's chest. His right arm was wrapped around her waist, his left hand gently stroking her soft hair. Listening to everyone's lively discussion of the plot, he also smiled along. Days like these truly made one feel happy. As night grew late, Ni-Siyun became so sleepy she nodded off, finally falling asleep in Chu Zanwa's embrace. Seeing she was asleep, he didn't dare move much, gently held her close, pulling the blanket from beside them to cover her. He lowered his head and lightly kissed her forehead, whispering, "Sleep well." Chapter 83 Proposing to him. When Ni-Siyun woke up, it was already the next morning. Sunlight danced on the cool sea surface, piercing through the glass pane to shine upon the girl's clean face. Her thick black eyelashes fluttered slightly. The sunlight was too dazzling, making her uncomfortable, and she instinctively snuggled into Chu Zanwa's embrace. The man was still sleeping soundly, but she was already drowsily awake. Raising her head to look, the person beside her on the pillow slept very peacefully. His normally sharp, cold eyes were now tightly closed, with long and thick eyelashes, a high and straight nose bridge, and thin lips slightly pressed into a line. His outstanding facial features, as if a masterpiece accidentally sculpted by nature, always captivated others. Perhaps even God was jealous of his beauty and innate talent, and so had slammed shut the door leading to a happy family. Thinking of the things he had been through, Ni-Siyun couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. It's okay, he held in hand the heaven-opening axe, by himself opened a path to the light and then will have a home belonging to him. When woke up after the coma, Nghi Tu Duan once curiously asked him many things. At that time, the people who came to the island to rescue her were a globally famous bodyguard corps. Oration. Initially she thought that was thanks to connections, unexpectedly it was because of the power behind. Chu Corporation was already spectacularly famous, yet it turned out that was only his most humble achievement. Rainbow Corporation was established many years ago, linked to an underground boxing club in Los Angeles, each year organized 4 big matches to recruit employees. When studying abroad alone in America, Chu Zanwu once participated in the boxing matches there. At that time not yet 20 years old but his resolve far surpassed ordinary people, each match he very rarely was injured. In the last final match, the opponent was a tall white man, after only a few rounds already was beaten until his face and eyes were bruised and battered. Chu Zanwu completely did not hold back, almost dealt a fatal blow. When the opponent fell down he still calmly placed his foot on his body. Originally a silent and calm person yet he insulted the opponent like that, only because before the match that guy saw he was an Asian person so had uttered words of racial discrimination. The photo transmitted back to the country later was precisely that moment, secretly taken by audience members in the stands. Entering Rainbow Corporation not yet a full year, Chu Zanwu had by himself risen up to the management position by his own real capability. He never was a genius, all was thanks to later efforts. No one knew what he had to go through in those few years, especially the period of time after his maternal grandmother passed away, like falling into the darkest abyss. What was obtained today, all were things he deserved to receive. Nghi Tu Duan loved him, always felt heaven still owed him too much. Reaching today, he truly had lost too many things. If only she could give him more, if only she could recognize him sooner. Thinking of that, she rested her head on his arm, gently sighed a breath. Just as morning broke already sighed, have innermost thoughts, you? The deep, hoarse voice of the man resounded from above her head. She looked up, saw he still closed his eyes. Nghi Tu Duan propped herself up. You woke up from when, then? Chu Zhenwu opened his eyes, his gaze fell onto her hand that was placing on his collarbone, her fingers still rubbed ceaselessly. From when she woke up it already was like that. When you woke up then I woke up then. Sorry. She withdrew her hand a bit embarrassed. Being together long already so became habit, just woke up her hand already unconsciously placed on there. It was also just because he trained his body too well, the feeling of touching was truly very wonderful. Chu Zhenwu chuckled softly, turned himself over to hug her into his chest, his big hand covered her waist. I never said it's not allowed. Their bodies stuck closely together. Nghi Tu Duan felt clearly the morning strength that was pressing on her thigh, blood in her body like boiling over. Men are just like that. She used her leg to kick him under the blanket. Chu Zhenwu immediately hooked her leg back, his hand embracing her waist even more suggestively. It's just a normal physiological reaction, where's the lust in it? He always liked to rationalize. Nghi Tu Duan couldn't argue back. Just as she turned to dodge, her waist was already gripped tightly, unable to budge. Angry already? He probed, poking his head closer. Why wasn't there a good morning kiss this morning? Just as he finished speaking, Nghi Tu Duan immediately leaned over and gave a kiss. Not angry. It's just that, it's still a bit painful, so I don't want to. The way she spoke so frankly, didn't cause a distance to arise between the two of them. Hearing her say it hurt, Chu Zhenwu was full of guilt. When we left, I was too rushed, so I didn't bring the medicine. Does it hurt a lot? I'll ask someone to bring it. She shook her head. It's too troublesome. It's okay, we'll be back the day after tomorrow anyway. Chu Zhenwu's size always made it difficult for Nghi Tu Duan to adapt. Each time after it was done, it would swell for several days. Therefore Chu Zhenwu specially bought medicine for her. Each time after the deed, he would take care very thoughtfully, immediately applying the medicine after bathing. This time before going to the island, they didn't return home, so they didn't bring anything along. After a passionate night, both of them only then remembered they didn't bring medicine along. Even though she said that, Chu Zhenwu still called someone to bring the medicine all the way to the place. That evening as soon as she finished bathing, he immediately applied it for her. Anyway, this kind of medicine was truly very effective. The girl placed both legs on his shoulders, her cheeks slightly flushed red, not because of embarrassment but because thinking of him taking the trouble to send someone back and forth just to bring one box of medicine, she felt a little awkward. So heavily swollen like this, from now on you must always carry medicine on you. Nghi Tu Duan turned her face away. I already said there's no need. Chu Zhenwu lessened the strength of his hand, the cool medicine permeated the skin, spreading all the way to her heart. If you don't apply it early, it will get even worse later, don't try to endure it. Nghi Tu Duan softly said. It's not like him trying to endure. After applying the medicine, Chu Zhenwu wiped clean the medicine stuck on his hands. It was I who was wrong. This time it was truly that I couldn't control myself, just once, and it already made her swell to this extent. Don't blame me, darling. Nghi Tu Duan raised his chin, gently kissed him once. Chu Zhenwu stood up, put away the medicine box, turned around and saw Nghi Tu Duan had already burrowed into the blanket. He held his phone looking at the time. May only had the last half an hour remaining. Nghi Tu Duan's birthday was about to arrive. He asked, do you want to sleep now? She turned on the bedside lamp, seemed not to intend to sleep immediately. Mo. Ving over to one side to make room, she invited him onto the bed. I'm not sleepy yet, come over here and talk with me for a while. The man took off his jacket, accepted the invitation. This morning little aunt sent me a red envelope, wishing happy birthday. Chu Zhenwu lay beside her, very naturally hugged her into his arms. How much? Nghi Tu Duan rested her head on his arm, her hand again placed on his chest reflexively. 88,000. Chu Zhenwu, this little aunt is truly stingy. Nghi Tu Duan, what's stingy about it? Is everyone supposed to be like you, I guess? Both were not short of money, so Zhou Can Wu had never given her a red envelope, but gifts were frequent, prices all from 5 digits upwards. Last night I dreamed I was getting married on a lush green lawn. All of our close friends were present. Little Aunt sat in the first row, she was his only relative. Waking up, I kept thinking if we had met earlier, loved each other earlier, perhaps you would have escaped from loneliness before. Although I thought so, but fate had already ordained it that way. The past cannot be changed, then in the future let's color happiness together. Before, I thought living alone my whole life was also fine. Happiness doesn't necessarily have to have 2 people. But now I feel, if the latter half of my life doesn't have you, I wouldn't be able to live. Zhou Can Wu, let's get married soon. Zhou Can Wu softly curved his lips. Are you proposing to me? She pursed her lips, considera. A little then asked. Do you agree? The matter of proposing he had already done before, but that didn't affect Nghi Tu Duan wanting to express her love. Before, due to work reasons, both still hadn't officially registered their marriage. Now they had publicly announced to the whole world, for a long time already considered each other as husband and wife. Perhaps because he had experienced too many ups and downs, every little bit of sweetness now made Zhou Can Wu feel extremely happy. He softly curved his lips, smiled and nodded his head. I agree. Happy birthday, beloved wife. Just finished speaking, Nghi Tu Duan's phone then rang continuously. It was friends' birthday wishes sent at just the right time. Messages were too overwhelming, she could not reply each person, so had to put the phone on silent mode then place it to the side. Zhou Can Wu managed time very strictly, even to every second not deviating a beat. Face pressed onto his chest, she closed her eyes, smiled. I love you, husband. The next morning, everyone enthusiastically woke up early to prepare to celebrate the birthday of the main girl of the day. Min Deep had already prepared many special programs for today. After breakfast, the whole group went diving. Had been 3 days here yet still had not gone into the sea once. Today indeed was beautiful weather, just right to admire the scenery at the bottom of the ocean, no less than on land. At noon, Min Deep assigned tasks apart from Nghi Tu Duan. Everyone had to personally cook a dish for her to both solve lunch and express their feelings. The most important thing was to enjoy the joy of gathering with friends. In the afternoon, everyone would play indoor games. Exactly 8 people were enough to divide into 2 mahjong tables, but because Chao Chan and Chao Nia did not know how to play, and Nghi Tu Duan was a novice, so Min Deek decided to cancel that program, replacing it with board game. The whole afternoon, everyone played all kinds of board games together. Everyone tried to yield the win to the main character of today, not only to make her happy but also to wish her a smooth start in the new year of her new age. By late afternoon, the specially ordered birthday cake from beforehand had been delivered. This was truly the climax of the entire party. This year the birthday passed by extremely bustling, the programs rich, laughter unending, friends all sincere. Nghi Tu Duan felt her heart extremely satisfied. Min Deep was always the pioneer. I have stolen several precious bottles of wine from the family's collection and brought them here. Tonight we shall drink those bottles. Just hearing the word stolen, Chu Yuyan Truck immediately asked. Does your grandfather know about this? Min Deek replied very casually. How dare I let him know? The wine in the Min family's cellar was all collected by the elder grandfather. In the house besides him, only Min Deek dared to secretly take it out to drink. Don't worry about those things, today is for fun. Chu Yuyan Truck then shrugged, turned to ask Nghi Tu Duan. Can you drink? Amidst the dazzling balloons, a pair of talented man and beautiful woman stood out in the crowd. Zhou Can Wu was placing on Nghi Tu Duan's head the crown specially for today's birthday bride. Hearing someone ask, Nghi Tu Duan gently turned her head, a smile as fresh as a flower. It's okay. All were prepared for her birthday, how could she bear to dampen everyone's spirits? To drink a little, to have fun with friends is also a precious thing. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone placed beside her suddenly rang. It was Hoa Lu calling. Nghi Tu Duan stepped outside to answer the phone. "What's wrong, Sister Lu?" The other end of the line was full of excitement. "Duan, guess what I just received?" Today was a special day. She thought it would surely be greetings from brands or directors or something. But Hoa Lu's next sentence made her freeze. "It's an invitation to join director Pham Chaw's new film. The script has also been sent, it's the female lead role. You've succeeded, Tu Duan." Director Pham Chaw is a seasoned master in the film industry. Every film he makes is a masterpiece, rarely does any work not win an award. For several years now he had no new films. Everyone thought he had retired. Unexpectedly it was just because he hadn't found a suitable actress yet. Thanks to the resounding success of Hung Tao, many people who previously didn't know Nghi Tu Duan start to pay attention to her acting, including director Pham. After watching the new film, he was drawn by her vibrant beauty, then went back to watch her previous works, discovering that she always portrayed characters very well-rounded. And this was the first time she played a lead role after 7 years of entirely supporting roles. He understood immediately, not because she lacked ability, but because she was quietly accumulating. And so he remembered an old script he had once abandoned, thinking that perhaps she was precisely the suitable choice. After hearing, Nghi Tu Duan also couldn't believe it. Director Pham Chaw's name is something that countless people in the profession strive their entire lives for and may not even be able to reach. Seeing her silent, Hoa Lu cautiously asked, "Duan, will you accept it?" "Of course I'll accept." Nghi Tu Duan was so excited that she screamed, startling others. "Does the director have an appointment to meet? When can we discuss the script?" Hoa Lu replied, "Not yet. He heard that today is your birthday, so he didn't say anything more. He only asked me to convey his congratulations, saying he would arrange a private meeting another day." Nghi Tu Duan felt herself as if flying up. This feeling was no different from sitting in the last row watching a concert, yet the idol amidst a sea of people only saw her. She returned to the room still in a state of lingering elation, her expression dazed as if her soul was still floating. Chu Zanvu asked. "Ed, who called?" She honestly recounted. Tam Jai Li, standing next to her, was even more excited than her after hearing it. "Is that true, Sister Tu Duan? Director Pham Chaw truly invited you to be the female lead?" Her voice was so loud that it made the two sisters Chu Yuyan Truck, who were arranging decorations, also turn around. "What is it? What is it? I heard that director Pham Chaw hasn't released new films these past few years. Everyone thought he had retired, turns out he was waiting for Sister Duan to appear." "Really, oh my, that's truly double happiness entering the door." Not only Tam Jai Li but also the whole group of friends were all extremely excited. It was clear that this was truly an unparalleled joyous news. Chapter 84. Want to listen? Every year on her birthday, either at home, or at the film set, Nghi Tu Duan had never before been gathered with so many friends like this. From childhood to adulthood, apart from Zhang Man Na, she almost had no close friends. Previously she once thought it was because her own personality was too cold and indifferent, and didn't like liveliness, so that's why she couldn't form any long-lasting friendships. But since gathering with these people, she then discovered that everyone's laughter was so pleasant. In matters of entertainment, Min Deep was always the one to volunteer first. Being someone accustomed to nightlife, he had all sorts of drinking games hidden up his sleeve. Tonight he definitely had to make those two people see a lapse before stopping. The intention to ply Chu Zanvu with alcohol using those games. Clearly he had forgotten that Chu Zanvu was precisely a master of all types of games, because whether it was based on luck or skill, he was always like the one controlling the entire game. Win or lose were all within his grasp. What's more, no matter how much he lost, his steel-like alcohol tolerance was still there. To get him drunk would probably require using the entire Pacific Ocean to be enough. There are some people who like to dig holes and set traps. Having done too many unethical things, sooner or later they will also have a day to stumble into their own hole. From the initial simple card games, to dice, and finally it was rock-paper-scissors, Min Deep couldn't possibly win against Zhou Can Wu. Tonight all games all took alcohol as the bet, whatever amount one lost, drank that much, no one was allowed to renege. When in front of Min Deep 2 empty wine bottles had already piled up, he started to feel regret. Seeing that he couldn't compete, his gaze immediately shifted to the amateur at the drinking table, who was Nghi Tu Duan. "Little Duan, you play with me one round, okay?" In the previous rounds Nghi Tu Duan had also drunk quite a bit, although not yet to the point of being completely drunk, but her face was already hot and flushed, her head also started to feel dizzy. "I am not very familiar with it. Just let your husband teach you, it's fine, these games are very simple." INH Deep was still confident. After all, in bars all along, no one had ever been able to get him drunk. He'll go find someone else to play a few rounds first. Having finished speaking, he turned his head and called the person leaning and lying on the sofa, "Chow Nia. Chow Nia, are you okay? Just drank a little and already passed out?" Beside him, Chow Chan's situation was also not better. The two brothers originally rarely touched alcohol. Combined, their entire lives drinking was not necessarily equal to one evening of Min Deep. Seeing that both could not hold up anymore, his gaze again shifted to the person lying sprawled out on the carpet, Qin Rui. In his impression, Qin Rui was a person who could drink, having followed Zhou Can Wu to countless social parties, at least he could take some blows a little. But even Qin Rui tonight lay still motionless, making Min Deep lightly tisk a sound full of disappointment, feeling that not much alcohol had been drunk yet. Why is everyone so weak? His opponent's search mode was again activated, his brain lagged lightly for a few seconds, not yet having time to lock onto a target, the target already stepped forward by herself. "Don't look anymore, now only I can drink with you." Chu Yuyan Truck crossed her arms, her hand carrying the wine bottle, smiling charmingly. "You also aren't much better, just 2 bottles and already passed out." Min Deep sat down next to her. "Don't look down on me, in the past you also once lost to me, you know." "You do? NT know my alcohol tolerance is hereditary?" Chu Yuyan Truck smirked, crossed her legs in a 5 posture, the implication in her words was not clear. Even if at this moment his mind was sober, Min Deep would not necessarily understand those words, let alone when he had already started feeling tipsy. When he drank alcohol, he again liked to put on airs and play games. "I don't believe it, come on, choose a game." Chu Yuyan Truck could only helplessly shake her head. Being beside this person was forever like babysitting, there was always a feeling of novelty, but when important decisions were needed, he could not be relied upon. Tonight she hadn't drunk much, right from the first group game round Shenjiuli had collapsed, so she had to go take care of her, taking her back to the room. On the other side of the sofa, Nic Yun was being patiently guided by Zhou Can Wu, having already learned a few games. Having finished learning, she felt strange, tilting her head and asking, "Why do you know everything? Did you often go to bars in the past?" When in Macau, seeing him play poker, she already saw he was extremely skilled, now playing all kinds of games also always won. Could it be that he was born a game king? The question carrying a feeling of unease made Zhou Can Wu burst out laughing. He couldn't help but extend his hand and pinch her flushed red cheek. "Never went. Then why do you know so much, and also play everyone well?" Zhou Can Wu pursed his lips, his voice gentle. "Just luck." He wasn't truly proficient in every game, it was just that his mind was quicker than others, easily grasping the rules. "Have you learned this yet?" The man tilted his head, pointing at the dice cup on the table, his deep, gentle gaze made Nic Yun stare on in a daze. She smiled and nodded. "Excellent." Zhou Can Wu lavished praise, pushing the dice cup towards her. "Will you play a round with me?" That invitation was like plucking a string in her memory. Looking at his smile, how could she refuse? At first, she played merely out of interest, but subsequently, competing with Zhou Can Wu relied entirely on courage. This man did not go easy just because she was Nic Yun. After a dozen rounds, Nic couldn't win even a single one. Each time it ended, she was immersed in his gentle gaze. He said, "Drink it." She then obediently drained the glass of spirits. It was not until Nic completely surrendered, her limp body falling into his embrace, that Chu Zanvu steadily held her, his lips always bearing a calm, gentle smile. Looking back, Min Deep, who had earlier been frolicking and prancing, now lay sprawled on Chu Wan Truck's lap, as if having lost all vitality, while she leisurely puffed on a cigarette. The final winner of tonight's drinking party belonged to the Chu clan. Looking at a room of people lying sprawled about, Chu Zanvu couldn't help but laugh wryly. "Sister, watch him for me, I'll take little Yun back to her room first." With that said, he put his arms on Nic's knees and back, then gently carried her upstairs, the alcohol having no effect whatsoever on his steps. Nic was not drunk to the point of unconsciousness. She still clung tightly to his shoulders, rubbing back and forth, her mouth mumbling non-stop. Chu Zanvu helped her change into pajamas, wiped her face, then tucked her into bed. The little girl realized he was about to leave, and as if waking from a dream, clasped his hand tightly, not letting go. Her clear eyes looked up, making his heart tremble, her voice also softened due to the alcohol. "Where are you going?" The man's heart seemed to melt. He coaxed softly. "I'll take them back to their rooms then come back." "Be good, are you afraid being alone?" Nic pursed her lips, looking utterly aggrieved. "Yes." Chu Zanvu stroked her cheek, bent down and kissed her lightly. "I'll be back quickly, good girl, wait for me, okay?" Being coaxed by him like that, Nghi Tu Duan seemed to transform into a child, clearly not wanting to leave, but still trying to appear obedient and understanding. "Yes." Chu Zanvu gently stroked her hair, then left the room, going downstairs. The whole group of people lay scattered in the living room, no one was still sober. Chu Zanvu could not let them sleep here all night, in case they caught a cold, it would be troublesome. He did not see Min Deep and Chu Yuyan Truck, searched around and only then discovered they were squatting outside in the yard. Since Chu Zanvu took Nghi Tu Duan up to the room, Min Deep had gotten up because of discomfort, intending to vomit. Chu Yuyan Truck hurriedly helped him out. She gently patted his back, waiting for him to finish vomiting. "Better yet?" Min Deep's eyes were red and watery, just finished vomiting, his mouth was still uncomfortable, tiredly leaning on Chu Yuyan Truck's shoulder, calling her sister-in-law. "Your alcohol tolerance is too poor already." Chu Yuyan Truck strongly supported him, her hand still gently stroking his back, still able to walk. "I will take you back to your room." Alcohol seeped into his head, Min Deep could only hear sounds in his own head. Dazed, he leaned to her ear and whispered, "Sister-in-law, I miss you. You are drunk already." Chu Yuyan Truck sighed, trying to help him up. Min Deep, eyes red and watery, looked at her. "Really cannot?" "Why?" Chu Yuyan Truck nodded. "I have not yet divorced Min Heng, I am still your sister-in-law. This matter does not conform to moral principles." "I don't care about any moral principles at all, sister-in-law, I only need you." He, while speaking, hugged her, his mouth unceasingly calling, "Sister-in-law." Chu Yuyan Truck stood still, motionless, not responding at all. Whether in her heart she had feelings for him or not, they also had no possibility. When she chose to love Min Heng, then the outcome was already predetermined. She and Min Deep, in this entire life, can only have such a relationship. One must learn to accept, because a sad ending is precisely why a common state of life. For Chu Yuyan Truck currently, love is no longer a top priority, she still has more important things to do. In the room, seeing those two harmonious and happy, Chu Zanvu also did not intervene, only silently piggybacked Tan Du upstairs. He went back and forth 3 times alone to bring all the completely drunk people back to their own rooms. Having finished everything, he then returned to the room. The girl on the bed had tilted her head, sleeping soundly, breathing lightly. Zhou Can Wu went out to the balcony to light a cigarette. He was not addicted to smoking, it was just that sometimes he felt the need. Ever since he fell in love with Nghi Tu Duan, he very rarely smoked in front of her, because he knew cigarette smoke was even more toxic than directly smoking. The thick white smoke exhaled from his nose and mouth, gradually dissipated into the air like lingering mist. The cigarette smoke blurred his eyes, exactly like that night at the Hong Kong building. The image of Nghi Tu Duan choking on the smoke, blurry, surfaced in his mind. He had never intended to corrupt her, it was just that remembering her cute clumsy look that day, he again wanted to tease her one more time. The cigarette glowed brightly red, steadily burning out its life. Putting out the cigarette, immediately from behind came a call. Zhou Can Wu. He hurriedly brushed off the cigarette smell from himself, turned into the room. What is it? I want to bathe. Nghi Tu Duan, Holden. Her head, sat up, her body completely smelled of alcohol, she herself also felt uncomfortable. She was not used to drinking alcohol, let alone could she stand that pungent smell clinging to her. But Zhou Can Wu immediately refused. You cannot bathe after drinking alcohol, my dear, can you try to bear it for a bit? She hadn't fully woken up yet, only felt restless inside her body, truly couldn't stand it, but I feel uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable? Her voice trailed off out of vexation. The balcony door was still open, the salty sea breeze blew in, causing an indescribable prickle in one's heart. Her slightly moist eyes, her hazy gaze suddenly revealed a naive allure, awakening every nerve of the man. His Adam's apple subtly moved. I'll go burn essential oil, can you bathe 2 hours later? She obediently nodded her head, making one want to melt. Alcohol, indeed a strange thing. It easily uncovers what people try to hide, also easily awakens all sorts of deep-seated emotions. Zhou Can Wu found the essential oil bottle in the built-in cabinet. Next to it there was also a box of matches. He lit an essential oil stick, placed it by the bedside. The gentle fragrance quickly spread throughout the space, making one feel relieved and relaxed. Nghi Tu Duan felt much more comfortable. She turned her head to look at the man still busy beside her, curled up a little, making some space. Hubby, I can't sleep, come here and lie with me. Zhou Can Wu had just finished changing into his pajamas. Hearing her call, his gentle gaze swept over. What did you call me? He turned his body and lay down, taking the part of the blanket she had just warmed. Nghi Tu Duan shrunk herself into the blanket, whispered, we're engaged, what's wrong with calling you that once? Zhou Can Wu chuckled, gently tucking away the stray lock of hair on her forehead. Call it one more time, it's very pleasant to hear. She timidly exposed her chin, coquettishly softly called husband. The last word had not yet finished, the man had bent down to take her soft lips, his large hand held her hot chin, his tongue invaded without hesitation, enveloping every sound. He pressed his body down, the warmth under the blanket gradually rose. There are flowers that don't need light yet can still bloom, even more brilliant, more plump. When lips and tongue separated, Nghi Tu Duan tilted her head back, panting softly, sighing. Zhou Can Wu asked, where are you uncomfortable? Seeing her blush, not daring to speak, he then gently used his hand to guide like a skilled doctor examining a patient. This spot? She bit her lip and nodded. What then? Her burning hot face rubbed against his neck, her voice as small as a mosquito. Want what? In mid-spring, every charming appearance easily stirs one's heart, like enjoying the most brilliant flower blossom in the garden. Zhou Can Wu chuckled softly, still guiding her hand. This? She softly hummed, a soft nasal sound. He pressed close, whispered beside her, "Yea. Or I want to hear you say it." Nghi Tu Duan's eyes brimming with water. Husband dear, I want. His 2 legs braced on either side of her body, his scorching body heat seemed to burn everything, even the pajamas she had just put on were taken off. The long-worn jade amulet necklace slipped down, fell into her sight, transparent and cool. She stared blankly at that necklace. Didn't understand why, that object when worn on his chest made him even more indescribably sensual. The white jade rim embraced his firm waist, like sparkling starlight in the depths of her eyes. Outside, the tide rose in the middle of the night. Ocean waves surged in layers. The previous layer had just crashed against the rocks. Before it could retreat, the next layer violently rushed in, howling incessantly, until the sky gradually brightened. The water only then slowly retreated. The entire villa, everyone was dead drunk from alcohol. Initially, they intended to go back in the morning, but in the end, everyone slept until noon. Seeing that time was already late, everyone decided to return after eating lunch. When Zhou Can Wu went downstairs, he coincidentally met Zhou Yuyantruk stepping out from the bedroom. His gaze immediately stopped. Immediately after, Min Deep, while yawning, stepped out from her room. In an instant, the three people looked at each other. No one could utter a word. Zhou Yuyantruk spoke up first. "I can explain." Zhou Can Wu raised his hand, smiled lightly, shook his head, his gaze full of hidden meaning, as if telling her that there was no need to explain. Chapter 85 Children's Day. Last night, Min Deep hugged Zhou Yuyantruk and cried for a very long time, questioning her why even Min Hong's affair could be forgiven, but she could not give him a chance to start. For some people, to have betrayed is to have already touched the moral boundary, so then what is called ethics, morality between them still has what meaning? Zhou Yuyantruk could not explain clearly to him, could only wait for him to wail and cry until he was done. Their two rooms were opposite each other. In the middle was Tam Jai Li's room. At first, Zhou Yuyantruk alone supporting him was already very strenuous. She didn't know if he was pretending to be drunk or not. He kept insisting on showing gentlemanly demeanor, saying that it should be him escorting her back to her room. That was the right thing to do. Zhou Yuyantruk could not contend with the drunkard, had no choice but to let him do whatever he wanted. The result was that upon reaching her room door, he squeezed in and then refused to come out anymore. But last night truly nothing happened. Min Deep, as soon as he entered the room, on his own fell onto the sofa and fell asleep. Zhou Yuyantruk worried he would catch a cold and bother her again, and also specially covered him with a blanket. She thought that everything could smoothly pass in tranquility. Unexpectedly, as soon as she woke up in the morning and opened the door, she was immediately caught by Zhou Can Wu in that scene. Min Deep, while adjusting his clothes, stepped out, also not expecting such a coincidence. He immediately spoke up to explain, "We didn't do anything at all." Zhou Yuyantruk walked ahead, gritting her teeth. The two of them rushed to explain. On the contrary, it again seemed like those with a guilty conscience who are easily startled. Zhou Can Wu understood clearly the situation between them. It was originally not enough to be a misunderstanding, but he also could not stand the two people kept intentionally pushing towards that interpretation. He did not say a word, even just tiredly shook his head and smiled lightly, then turned his body and walked down the stairs. Min Deep intended to chase after to explain, but was pulled back by Zhou Yuyantruk. "You don't say anything more." He resentfully fell silent, awkwardly followed behind her, stepping down. In his mind suddenly flashed through the images of last night. He suddenly stopped his feet. Sister-in-law. The person walking ahead stopped, but did not turn her head. "Last night. I didn't do anything improper, right?" A moment of silence, then heard her reply, "No." After that, he continued to step down the stairs. He hadn't lost his memory, nor had she intentionally lied. It was just that speaking such matters out too clearly wasn't good. Understanding it in their hearts was enough. When the drunkenness dissipated and reason returned, Min Deep also hated his own impulsiveness. Last night. But he didn't regret being by her side for every moment. Today had passed, and they would forever remain sisters-in-law. After their last meal on the island, the whole group boarded the boat to return to the mainland. Upon arriving at the dock, everyone went their separate ways home. Zhou Can Wu and Nghi Tu Duan naturally returned to Du Man Villa. Min Deep took his sister-in-law and younger sister back to the Min family villa, and the remaining three continued their holiday. In reality, yesterday, all employees of Chu Corporation had been given a day off, and it even made it onto the hot search online. International Children's Day on June 1st was also precisely the birthday of the corporation's chairman's wife. That was the gift Zhou Can Wu gave to all employees. In fact, last year the corporation also had this day off, and it also made it onto the hot search, but back then everyone only praised the chairman as a good person, completely not thinking about the deeper meaning behind it. Anyway, the matter of Nghi Tu Duan angering Zhou Can Wu had once caused a stir online. No one expected their real relationship to be like that. If their two names were placed side by side, it would certainly have to be accompanied by the tag Discord. But this year was different. Not long before that, the two had just officially announced their relationship at an award ceremony, and then for Nghi Tu Duan's birthday, they gave the entire company a day off. It was only then that netizens realized the truth. In just a few short days, the name Nghi Tu Duan had appeared hundreds of times. The online buzz had nothing to do with them. Everyone just wanted to go home and have a really good sleep. On the way back, Nghi Tu Duan received a call from Ta Huin. Amidst the scene of lights outside the window sliding past, she heard a familiar voice she hadn't heard for a long time. Xiao Yuan, happy birthday. Yes, it was very happy. Except for waking up with a slight headache at noon. Being happy is good then. Daddy here has finished his work tomorrow. He will come to Hojiang for a trip. Are you and Zan Vu free in the evening to have a meal? Nghi Tu Duan, of course. I'll tell him to book a place. Ta Huin rarely had the occasion to leave the country, so of course, she had to make time for him. Ending the call, Zhou Can Wu focused on driving, taking the opportunity to ask. Is uncle coming soon? He hasn't had a single day off all year. This time, it's very rare for him to take a trip. I want to take him around for a walk. Yes. On Zhou Can Wu's face a smile bloomed. Okay, I'll arrange it. Having left home more than a week, Daodu as soon as it saw the two people return then joyfully jumped non-stop. From after Nghi Tu Duan was injured returned, Daodu no longer pounced onto her like before. Just stepped into the house, she glanced at its small sleeping nest. Every time returning it was to see the food bowl empty, yet today there was still half a bowl of dog kibble. Hearing the maid say, from when the two people left, it almost did not eat or drink much. Like a child lacking a sense of security, as soon as it left its parents then became panicked, not bothering to eat or drink. It joyfully ran around the feet of the two people, was strictly stopped by Zhou Can Wu only after finishing your meal can you go play. For some reason, the little dog seemed to understand his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Daodu immediately turned its head and ran into the house. Just a few bites and it cleared its entire lunch portion. How old is Daodu? Nghi Tu Duan stood next to Zhou Can Wu, in her eyes filled with gentle light. Without children one can still live happily because in the house there is a dog even more understanding than children, able to reduce so many worries. Zhou Can Wu glanced at her. It's 5 years old. The first time he met it was one evening after work 5 years ago. He and Tan Du were leaving the company garage when they discovered this little dog curling itself under the wheel. Luckily they checked carefully before getting into the car, otherwise it would not have lived until today. Brother Chu, there's a dog under the car. Tan Du carried it out from under the car, its snow-white fur covered in dirt. He brought it to Zhou Can Wu's front. It woofed once, tiny and shrill. Zhou Can Wu slightly furrowed his brow, stepped back half a step. Keep it a bit far away. He originally did not like animals, even hated the such a strictly managed place, yet there was an uninvited guest like this getting in. Tan Du was silent, intending to place it on the ground, then saw it seemed to have a special intuition. As soon as it touched the ground it immediately waddled to Zhou Can Wu's feet, and woofed once again. Brother Chu, it seems to be hungry. Zhou Can Wu indifferently. What does that have to do with me? Tan Du sighed, still about to say let's get in the car and go, then heard him unexpectedly speak up. Get the cream cake from the car for it. Tan Du immediately his eyes lit up, turned and went into the car to get the small red bean cream cake that Min Deep had brought back from the client. The little dog was not picky, not at all cautious, and ate almost the entire cake. After eating it ran back and rubbed Chu Zanvu's feet. Tan Du laughed. It really likes you. I don't like dogs. Chu Zanvu frowned without speaking, silent for a moment, then sighed, turned his head, opened the car door, and sat in. But he did not close the door immediately, instead bowing his head to look at the puppy. If you can get into the car yourself, I will bring you home. The puppy seemed to understand the words, looking at the door, which was half a person's height taller than it, softly let out a woof full of lament, as if complaining, how can I climb up? Tan Du stood silently beside, bent down, gently lifted it by the nape, and immediately tucked it into the car next to his leather shoes. Seeing Chu Zanvu not reacting at all, Tan Du knew that he didn't truly hate it, so he arbitrarily decided. And so, Do was naturally brought back to the Du Min mansion, staying there for 5 years from that one time. Nya Siyun hugged him and burst out laughing. Do, having finished eating, trotted over as if showing off an accomplishment. Through the 4 seasons of the year, 2 people and 1 dog, days passed in sunlight and shadow, and perhaps the future would always be like that. The next morning, Chu Zanvu had to go to the company for work. Nya Siyun woke up early, whining and acting spoiled, complaining that being home alone was too sad. She sat cross-legged on the bed. The man, having already finished putting on his vest and neatly tying his tie, propped his hands beside her, bowed his head, and kissed her lightly. Not sleepy? Want to sleep a little more? Nya Siyun pouted. Can't sleep. Then how about you take Do out to play? She bowed her head, not answering. Chu Zanvu easily recognized her lingering reluctance, softly chuckling. Or how about washing your face, changing your clothes, and then going to the company with me? As soon as the words fell, Nya Siyun immediately raised her head, and a fleeting light flared up in her originally quiet eyes. Okay. Chu Zanvu couldn't help but laugh. The thoughts of this little girl were actually not hard to guess. Lately, they had hardly left each other for a moment. As soon as Chu Zanvu went to work, she already felt unaccustomed to being alone. Nya Siyun went into the bathroom to wash her face and change clothes. Chu Zanvu had already chosen her clothes beforehand. With everything in order, she went to the company with him. Xia Xian would only arrive by flight in the afternoon. The two of them planned to go pick him up and have dinner together after work, so they stayed at the company all day. In the morning, Chu Zanvu had continuous meetings. Nya Siyun, meanwhile, was alone in his office, contacting assistant Huali about work. Director Fan Zhou's script had already been sent, and she was reading it. Tan Du sometimes brought coffee, sometimes brought pastries, and a moment later brought a few more books. She wondered, aren't you in a meeting with Mr. Chu? Tan Du replied, the boss was afraid you'd be bored alone, so he told me to bring them up. Looking at the tea table piled high with snacks and books, the corner of Nya Siyun's lips subtly curved upwards. The coffee's gotten cold. Do you need me to change to another cup? Ko Engwak Nin troubled you already. On Gat Dao Kung Kin, Bung El White Sa Fi Dra Nguai. He nodded respectfully, carrying the cup. Coffee went out. Gone 12 Geo Trua, Chu Zan Vu Moi Voi Va Quay Lai Tu Fong Hop, Thay Nei Tu Duan Dang Dung Ben Qua So Sat Dat, Ngam Nin Kung Conven Song. Near 12 o'clock noon, Chu Zanvu just rushed back from the room meeting, saw Nei Tu Duan standing beside the window close to ground, admiring the scenery riverbank. On Tien Den Tu Pi. Hia Sao, Vong Te Om Lei Eo Ko Doi Lao Chua. Ko Doi Kong. He advanced from the rear, wrapped arms hugged her waist. Waited long yet? Have hungry not? Nei Tu Duan Nguai Dao, on Mat Dio Dong Nu Mat Ngot Kung Kong Doi Lam, Moi Nit Bon Roy. Nei Tu Duan turned her head, gazed gentle like honey sweet. Also not hungry very, just ate a little cake already. Bon Tra Bai De Duan Vat, tuk ra ko kong and nu, chi la de dai von kong tu. The table tea displayed full of snack food. Actually she did not eat much, just the stomach originally not big. Vei lat nua suang and com ne. So a bit later go down eat rice ne. Nghi Tu Duan Zoe Nuoi Om on Cuc Ko Cho on Roy, on you. Nghi Tu Duan turned her body hugged him hardship for you already, dear love. On dap ki, to ramuc, on muon duok thuang. He replied softly, showing resentment, I want to be rewarded. Cam nan duok on nin nong bong trong mat on, ko ki engying nuoi dat mohan ne, doi mat y hoi ve du chua. Feeling the gaze hot burning in his eyes, she gently leaned her body placed lips light kiss, her pair eyes implied asked so enough yet? Chu zen vu ki bat koi, dui mui veo ko ko no em. Chu zen vu softly burst out laughing, rubbed his nose into her neck miss you. Dan ko theo den tsong tai qua la quiet din dung dan. Vua hop zong de no ko kong chiu duok. Nu ko o na. Han Jio Nai on Dang but Rut Kong Yen. Leading her follow to the company truly was the decision correct. Just meeting finished Alria. Dy missed her not bearable. If she was at home, surely this hour he was restless not calm. Nghi Tu Duan Jio Te Zoa Zoa my talk em qua on em kong no on. Nghi Tu Duan raised her hand rubbed the hair soft of him I also miss you. That Kong? True not? Who? Ha. Ne ra ham y trong loi on, ko nai en gung na tran o de kong tien lam dao. Hearing out the implication in his words, she shyly avoided, here not convenient very dao. Chua tung gi ko gay se lam chuyen than mat the nai trong van fong qua on. Never once thought there would be a day would do intimate matter like this in his office. On dui dao veo vi ko bat koi ki, im lang mot lat roy noi no kung dung. He rubbed his head into her shoulder softly burst out laughing, silent a moment then said softly also correct. Teep theo la mot ka noi ki mat ko du bung den tan mang tai. Next was a sentence that made her face red flushed to extent earlobes. Vi moi lan ko du tran de dio dung. O day se koma su ly. Because each time she always, overflowing full of gentleness, here it would be difficult to handle. Chu zen vu. Chu zen vu. On bat koi ben tai ko, jong tru chok kong che jiao. He burst out laughing beside her ear, his voice teasing not concealed. Koi kung on kung kong lam ko ko. Chi om mot lat roy moi roy koi van fong. Finally he also did not make difficult for her, just hugged a moment then just left the office. Chuang 86 Chow Sep. Chapter 86 Hello Boss. Tap don ho chu ko mot. Cantin ba tang rong lan, ben trong tap hop du loi qua hung. Nan vien tsong tai rat him kai goi duan nguai. V trong toa na nai gon nu kong few Thursday gi. The Chu family group had a canteen 3 floors large, inside gathered enough types of shops. Company staff very rarely ordered outside food, because in this building almost not lack anything. Chu Zhenvu asked Nghi Tu Duan what she wanted to eat, she said eating just anything was fine. Thinking for a moment, he still decided to lead her to the canteen. After all, with a special status, going out lately made it easy to be followed by paparazzi. Thinking it over and over, the canteen was still the safest place. He originally very rarely ate there because it was the private space of the employees. If they saw him come, everyone would feel constrained. That was why sometimes he would rather not eat at all, lazy to the extent of not wanting to step foot down to the canteen. When they reached the place, it was already past the lunch rush hour. Most employees had returned to their resting spots. Standing in the elevator, Nghi Tu Duan suddenly became dazed. She remembered the last time she ate at the company canteen was together with Ta Ap Tri, at that time it was at Ta Group. That day, Chu Zhenvu also came to his office. That was the first time the three of them appeared together in one frame. Ding, the elevator door slowly opened. The moment the two of them stepped out into the hallway, the entire space suddenly fell silent. Even some people who were still excitedly chatting with colleagues had their backs turned towards them. I truly feel Nghi Tu Duan is not worthy of our boss at all. The status gap is too wide. She is just an adopted child of the Ta family in Hong Kong, and she even intruded into the entertainment industry. Which decent family in the wealthy elite circle would let their child go do such professions? My family has never allowed me to associate with women like her. As I see it, Nghi Tu Duan is really aiming too high. I don't understand what the boss is thinking anymore. Is he perhaps just infatuated with her face? The man, around his early 30s, had an arrogant tone as if his words were the truth. The two main characters stood right behind him, completely unbeknownst to him. Someone next to him tried hard to wink, subtly hinting, but he still didn't understand and continued to speak enthusiastically. The woman standing next to him pouted her lips with a contemptuous look. She isn't worthy of him, so are you worthy, then? Look back and see who you are. What qualifications do you have to judge others? Is something wrong with you? Did I speak to you? Such a fierce reaction. Are you from the provinces? He looked at her from head to toe, his gaze full of contempt. I don't understand why the company has someone like you. You're just dragging down the standard of the entire group. This guy truly didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. His words became more and more outrageous. Until that girl respectfully greeted, "Hello, boss." The people around immediately bowed their heads in unison. "Hello, boss." Only then did that man turn back in shock, his mouth stammering, his words faltering. "BB boss." Having worked at the company for so many years, rarely had anyone ever seen Zhou Can Wu's true face with their own eyes. The canteen was originally the private territory of the employees. Meeting the boss here was almost an impossible thing. Yet he was unlucky to the extreme. Not only did he meet the boss, but he was also lucky enough to say such rebellious and disrespectful words right in front of both the boss and madam. Zhou Can Wu's complexion darkened, his slender eyebrows slightly furrowed, showing that he extremely minded those words just now. To speak frankly, he was very angry. Everyone held their breath. Even if the matter was not related to them, everyone was afraid of being affected by that terrifying aura. Nghi Tu Duan still maintained a cold and indifferent expression, the depths of her eyes filled only with contempt as she looked at that man. He did not speak up. That person frantically explained, trying to salvage a bit of face. "B-boss, I didn't mean that at all. I wanted to say that the boss and Miss Nghi are a match made in heaven, wishing the two of you 100 years of happiness. Get out." Thin lips gently opened, only gently releasing one word. The matter that happened in front of the canteen door quickly became a hot topic in the compa. New York, the group chats competed to discuss. Oh my God, it truly was a hell scene. How can ordinary people like us bear it? You all don't know, at that time with the boss gaze, I thought I was about to turn into ash already. Does anyone know which department that guy is in? I came from elsewhere, have something I want to ask. Must admit one thing, Nghi Tu Duan's face is outstandingly beautiful, several times more beautiful than on TV. How is that guy now? Daring to speak like that right in front of the tiger's face, the boss surely won't spare him. Don't know if the outcome will be tragic like some supporting characters in movies, kicked out of the path of life completely. Heard that he already self-wrote a resignation letter, just don't know how the boss will handle it anymore. The storm passed, Nghi Tu Duan was not affected at all. Over the past years she heard all kinds of insults, gathered together they could probably write an entire Tan Hoa dictionary. For the praise and criticism from others she was already too used to it. On the contrary, Zhou Can Wu throughout lunch almost didn't say a single word. She knew he had already thought of a way to arrange the rest of that guy's life, so she also didn't speak up to advise. Firstly because once Zhou Can Wu had decided, it was very difficult to change. Secondly, although she didn't care about that person's words, it also didn't mean that she would endure and let others attack. Everyone must take responsibility for their own words and tie-ins. She herself was also a person who holds grudges, so naturally she respected his choice. In the afternoon Zhou Can Wu didn't have any meetings, still stayed in the office handling documents. Nghi Tu Duan also sat quietly in her own work corner. The two people did not disturb each other, each person was focused on their own work. It wasn't until past 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Nghi Tu Duan tiredly stretched herself, put the phone aside, then stood up and walked to Zhou Can Wu's side. "Done with work already?" The man didn't lift his head, holding the fountain pen in his hand, signed his name on the last page of the document stack full of English words, after that put the pen down, folded the document back. Both of them had just finished their own work. "Just finished talking with Director Pham, in a few days wait for him to return from America, then can meet already." Nghi Tu Duan familiarly sat on his lap, two fair arms hugged his neck, soft hair gently brushed against his neck. Zhou Can Wu glanced at the wall clock, his large hand wrapped around her waist to hug her. "Need me to arrange anything?" She shook her head. "My matter, I'll handle it myself." All those years in the industry, she never let anyone dip their hand into her career. Even at the time of being most heavily cursed, she also bore it herself. She never relied on the Xia family in Hong Kong to take a shortcut. Reaching today was step by step overcome by herself. It is a feeling of achievement belonging to her alone. "So when do we depart?" "Xia Xian's flight still has about an hour more until it arrives. Going now will also just be in time to pick up." Nghi Tu Duan clung to him, acting spoiled. "Wait a little longer." Although all day today the two people were together, but most of the time both were busy with their own work. Even though they had been together for a long time, but they still often felt happy. Time was truly short, always wanted to cling to each other without leaving. On the lover's body always emitted a special kind of pheromone, easily dispelling all fatigue and worries. Just like that, the two people hugged each other until the time when the clock hands pointed past 4:30, they then finally stood up to leave. "Originally, I had thought this time only Ta Huin was coming, but unexpectedly, Ta Ap Tri also appeared beside him, making Nghi Tu Duan knit her brows slightly in exasperation. "Why did you come too?" Truly, a long time had passed, making her no longer able to keep any distance from him. Ta Ap Tri rolled his eyes, and seeing the two holding hands, 10 fingers intertwined, he pouted. "What do you mean by that, huh? I can't come, is that it?" She didn't bother to reply, just smiled and walked over to hug Ta Huin. "Daddy, were you tired on the plane?" The father and daughter hugged each other affectionately and harmoniously. Next to them, Ta Ap Tri pushed a huge suitcase as if he were just an outsourced helper. He irritably let out a tisk sound, then conveniently shoved the luggage to Zhou Can Wu. By the time Nghi Tu Duan turned her head, she saw Zhou Can Wu quietly standing, holding the suitcase handle, pouting his lips, looking aggrieved, just like an innocent white lotus flower that made people soft-hearted. She immediately snatched back the suitcase, unceremoniously shoving it back into Ta Ap Tri's hand, just like a hero saving a beauty from a tyrant. "Your stuff, pull it yourself. Don't you have hands?" "What's that?" "This is Daddy's stuff, shouldn't he help?" Ta Ap Tri retorted, unconvinced. "Don't you dare turn your back against your own brother just because you're in love, okay? Who would show such favoritism to an outsider?" "When did I turn my back?" "Clearly, you're the older brother but don't know how to yield." "Where am I older, huh? He and I are the same age, okay? Why are you saying I'm older?" Her one remark deeply hurt him. The two siblings argued as they went out, and Ta Huin, watching that scene, only felt his heart full of warmth. The group went directly to the pre-booked restaurant. Because everyone in the family had special statuses, they all chose private rooms with the highest security when going out. As Ta Huin rarely came to the mainland, and they worried he wasn't accustomed to local dishes, they specifically chose a Hong Kong-style restaurant. "Can Wu often comes here to eat?" At the large round dining table, Ta Huin sat in the central position, and the seating for the members was arranged reasonably. Chu Zhan Vu sat one seat away from him, with Nghi Tu Duan in between, so talking was not difficult at all. Only occasionally. Because when I was young, I lived in Hong Kong, so my palate is like my mother's. This restaurant is considered very authentic in taste. When his mother was mentioned, Ta Huin nodded. Later he came to know that Chu Zhenvu's mother was precisely Ho Quan Hoa, a famous singer, and also his idol in his youth. He didn't expect that one day he would have such a relationship. From the moment he knew Chu Zhenvu was Ho Quan Hoa's son, Ta Huin already had much more goodwill, and the more he looked, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Your mother is a very skilled singer, it's just a pity that. Dishes were successively brought up. Ta Huin tasted each dish, confirming this was truly the authentic flavor. It must be said that Chu Zhenvu becoming the son-in-law of the Ta family truly made their family even more glorious. Background or circumstances were not the main factors, the most important thing was still character. Previously he had misunderstood him because of the rumors outside, but after more than a year of contact he realized that he, despite being young, could run the entire Chu group for a reason. Whether in work or in life, he always took care of all aspects. Especially in matters related to Nghi Tu Duan, he always put her first, and her family was also especially cherished by him. After finishing eating, Ta Huin put down his chopsticks, and Ned to look at Chu Zhenvu. Zhenvu, come with me outside for a cigarette. His father-in-law's request, he naturally did not refuse. The two went to the smoking area outside the dining room, but Ta Huin did not light a cigarette, and Chu Zhenvu realized he had something he wanted to say. As expected, he seriously began to speak. Zhenvu, this time I came not only to rest and travel, but also wanted to check out the situation in Hojong. The Ta group needs to open a branch domestically. Chu Zhenvu respectfully nodded. Please rest assured, I will definitely provide full support. Furthermore he looked at him, I want to discuss with you the matter of marriage between you and Tu Duan. Chapter 87 Let's go home. The marriage proposal had passed for over a year, but until now they still hadn't truly seriously discussed the matter of marriage. The feelings between the two were very good, marriage was just a form to make the relationship even more stable. But what made Mr. Ta worried was that if they kept delaying, it might affect Tu Duan, so thinking it over and over, he still decided to proactively talk to Chu Zhenvu, hoping the two could soon hold their wedding. Throughout the past year, I have also understood quite a lot about the matters between you and Tu Duan. I know you making it to today on your own was not easy. As for your father's matter. Mentioning Chu Trongqiu, both fell silent. Before, when Tu Duan encountered trouble, I once had a very big prejudice against your Fa. Millie. But after all, I also understood that, your father had to pay the price for the things he caused, I should not blame you. On the contrary, I must thank you. Thank you for what you have done for the Ta family, thank you for loving Tu Duan wholeheartedly. Matters of young people, should naturally be left for you yourselves to decide. But I am now also old, still hoping to soon see the child stable and happy. Have the two of you ever discussed the matter of marriage yet? Chu Zhenvu heard the lack of a sense of security in his words. Although Tu Duan was an adopted daughter, Mr. Ta had never considered her an outsider. All that he gave for her, was even more than for his biological child like Ta Ap Tri. Uncle, I understand your worries. But regarding marriage, I still want to respect Tu Duan's opinion. She is currently starting to take on new work, I know she loves her work very much, I don't want marriage to affect her career. I am willing to wait until she feels it is the right time to marry. Even if it is 50 years old, it's fine, because in this life, I will only be with her alone. This was considered a solemn promise. Both were businessmen. If a word was said, it must be kept. Mr. Ta believed that Chu Zhenvu would not let him down, and even more so would not let Tu Duan down. He nodded, suddenly thinking of something, and hurriedly asked further. That's right, if the two of you marry, when do you plan to have children? Zhenvu, the matter of children must be thought rough carefully, because even though Tu Duan's wounds have healed, her health is still weak. According to me, at least it must be 3 years, no, 5 more years can it be. Uncle, Chu Zanvu let out a helpless laugh, I will not let Tu Duan have to give birth. Ong Ta truly loved Tu Duan, the level of his care not any parent could achieve. He seriously asked again, what is it? He hadn't yet understood Chu Zanvu's meaning, and shook his head. This matter cannot be decided immediately, you two should still be careful. I'm telling the truth, uncle. After a moment of silence, Ong Ta stared intently at him, letting out a heavy breath. You. Finally, he also understood Chu Zanvu's meaning that he would not let her get pregnant, from which there was no longer any reason to doubt his feelings for his daughter. Everything was clear. Ong Ta smiled, saying, all right, then I am at peace to entrust Tu Duan to you. Thank you, uncle. The two returned to the dining room. Ta Ap Tri had just put down his bowl and chopsticks, teasing, what did you two smoke that took so long? Tu Duan was also full of doubt, but no one answered. Ong Ta only asked, is everyone full yet? Almost, sir. The two siblings stood up, preparing to leave. Tu Duan stepped over and hooked his arm. Daddy, come back to Du Man Villa with us. Ong Ta smiled, placing his hand on his daughter's hand, then pulled Chu Zanvu over, gently handing her hand to him. All right, we won't disturb you two anymore. Your brother has already arranged accommodation, you don't need to worry. Tu Duan's heart suddenly ached. Her father's hand had warmed her for over 20 years, at this very moment she clearly felt that warmth gradually growing cold. On the way back, she remained silent, her mood heavy. Chu Zanvu noticed that sadness, gently asking what's wrong. Her gaze withdrew from the window frame, her eyes stopping at her fingertips. I find Daddy very strange today. Ever since she admitted to having once doubted him, a feeling of guilt clung to her continuously, making her extremely remorseful. Although it wasn't intentional, she still felt she couldn't forgive herself. Don't think too much, you know uncle loves you very much. Chu Zanvu understood her sensitivity regarding matters related to Ong Ta, and thus was even more sympathetic to that mood. Tu Duan gently nodded, smiling self-mockingly. You two were out for so long, what did you talk about? Just now, when she drew closer to her father, she didn't smell any tobacco on them, so she immediately guessed they hadn't actually gone out to smoke. Precisely because of this, she then wondered, what was there that couldn't be heard by others? The car turned into the garage. Chu Zanvu pulled the handbrake, and turned off the engine. He leaned over, looking into her clear eyes. Tu Duan, uncle doesn't intend to leave you. He only asked when we would marry, and told me I must take very good care of you. The girl pursed her lips, her eyes wavering. She truly worried her fat. Her had something he couldn't tell her or Ta Ap Tri, which was why she had secretly asked Chu Zanvu to speak with him alone. Father and child, their hearts and minds mutually understood. Mr. Ta knew his daughter very much loved Chu Zanvu, feared if he spoke directly it would cause Tu Duan to misunderstand, so he chose that discreet way. The man unfastened her seatbelt, brought his hand to slip under her armpit, gently carried her over to sit on his lap. I already told your dad, all decisions will respect your wishes. Except for the matter of having children. Your dad, like me, both do not want you to suffer any further harm. Tu Duan, your father loves you very much, he never blamed you for what happened before. You will forever be the daughter he loves the most. Tu Duan obediently leaned in his arms, her smooth white hands clung to his shoulders, not saying a word. The words he said were all true. Her father truly loved her. Even if the whole world rejected her, he never did. Precisely because of that, she felt even more ashamed towards him. We love you, it is because you deserve that. Don't because of a misunderstanding lock yourself in darkness. Tu Duan softly asked, will you also always love me? Chu Zanvu replied, forever, only love you alone. Before, he used to feel his life was aimless because of a lack of affection. But then, on that dim path, suddenly appeared a moon, illuminating many beautiful sights that he had never seen. Tu Duan before also did not think too much, but her heart was like a calm lake surface. Once wind arose, ripples just kept spreading far, and could no longer quiet down again. She dazedly looked into those eyes, her two hands cupped the angular face of the man, then kissed deeply down. Soft lips touched each other, hearts pounded like drums in the dark night, echoing across the sky. The sky poured a rain that could read people's hearts, washing away all dust, leaving behind a small path covered with fragrant flowers. The man's hand embraced the girl's waist, letting her sit fully on his lap, letting her kiss as she pleased, letting her rub as she pleased. He just silently leaned back in the seat. When she was awkward, he proactively gently touched his tongue tip, leading her to go even deeper. He always exuded a cool demeanor but was extremely charming. Just standing there alone was enough to make others endlessly dream. Nghi Tu Duan proactively adjusted the seat again, her two hands scratched wildly at his collar. It took a while to open the row of buttons. Under her skirt were vague feelings making her skin ache intensely. Her burning hot palm placed on his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat, both soft and resilient. The large hand glided over the thin dress layer. The inner cotton fabric layer was so thin it could not resist. In just a moment it had completely fallen. She slightly lifted her body, the firm joints easily pushed deep in. Entwined together for a long time, the lingering silver thread stretched. She, exhausted, leaned into his arms, the soft moans in her throat like burning the air in the car. "Go home, okay?" Her ear was covered by warm breath, every gesture all seemed to be luring her to stay. She blushed and shook her head. The dim light in the garage made her face become vaguely charming, like a weapon that could conquer anyone. On the man's body almost no longer remained a piece of cloth to cover himself, all were carefully hidden under the layer of the girl's skirt. The hand lifted her waist, patiently waiting for the next scene to begin. Her two hands rested on his chest, finding a truly comfortable position. Like a gentle rock song full of affection, the quiet tonal vehicle blended with brilliant emotions, sweeping away the entire world in an endless, incessant wave. Clearly, it was 9 o'clock when they parked the car, yet not until after 12 o'clock did they finally consent to enter the house. Nghi Tu Duan tiredly snuggled into his embrace. There were some matters her physical strength in one lifetime could not keep up with to follow to the end, and as soon as she opened her eyes, it was already the next morning. The brilliant sunlight shone down, she lazily stretched, and as soon as she lifted her head, she saw the handsome profile of the man, truly a sculpture of the heavens. Her palm placed on his chest, mischievously rubbing, was immediately caught. Playing around again? Zhou Can Wu slowly opened his eyes, looking at her. The girl smiled, propped herself up, and kissed him lightly on his lips. "Good morning." Today was the weekend, a rare occasion of not having to go to work, so Nghi Tu Duan coquettishly pleaded, "It's been a long time since I've had your cooked meal." The intention was too clear, there was no need to guess what she wanted. Zhou Can Wu let out a soft laugh. "What do you want to eat?" She arched her beautiful brows, beautiful like a celestial fairy. "That time you cooked Sichuan dish, it was so delicious, I just dreamed of eating that dish." Zhou Can Wu, no wonder my entire hand was covered in saliva. Nghi Tu Duan sprang up, looking closely at his hand to see if she really put saliva on it, and hearing his teasing laughter, she angrily punched him once on the chest. Hateful. The two of them intertwined and left the bed, like college students full of passion, passionately in love, laughing and joking non-stop, so sweet that it made others envious. Zhou Can Wu wore an apron, cooking in the kitchen. Nghi Tu Duan was by his side helping. Whatever he needed, she immediately fetched it. The villa, which was originally quiet all year round, now seemed to step into another universe, filled with laughter. Today, the male master personally cooked, and also added a chicken drumstick to Hong Da's lunch, making the little one so happy that it ran and jumped all over the living room, making a joyful commotion. A simple weekend, like any other ordinary couple, sweet and happy. At the dining table, Nghi Tu Duan incessantly praised his skill. In my previous life, I must have accumulated a lot of virtue, only then in this life could I have a boyfriend both talented and handsome like this. Outstanding appearance, illustrious family background, considerate and well-mannered temperament, and also cooking skills on par with a 5-star hotel chef. So many people could not have this even in their dreams. Is there any plan today? Zhou Can Wu calmly picked up food and put it into her bowl. Nghi Tu Duan chewed in small bites. Daddy said he wants to walk around Chin-Nai area. I remember there's an office building there that's vacant. He probably wants to check if it's suitable to place the company's headquarters there. The establishment of a branch of the Ta family's group is certain. Ta Huin intends to move the main headquarters back to the mainland. Actually, Nghi Tu Duan felt it wasn't necessary. After all, over all these years they have taken root in Hong Kong, so the affection for that place isn't easy to cut off. But since it's what he wants, she will, of course, support it unconditionally. Chapter 88. He wants to see her once. The husband and wife just finished eating, then prepared to go out to meet everyone. Just as she held her bag intending to step out of the door, Nghi Tu Duan received a call from Ta Ap Tri. We are already going, don't rush anymore. Having been rushed continuously since they ate, Nghi Tu Duan annoyedly sighed, but her complaint was not yet finished. And it immediately stopped abruptly. Didn't know what the other end of the line said, but her complexion immediately changed. Where is it? It'll come right away. What's wrong? Zhou Can Wu stepped forward from behind. Nghi Tu Duan was frantic, her hands and feet fumbled. My dad suddenly fainted at home. Zhou Can Wu immediately took the car keys. Which hospital? City Central Hospital. The two of them, without any hesitation, quickly left the house. The car sped like flying to the hospital. Just at this moment Ta Huin was also just taken into the operating room. Nghi Tu Duan rushed over. How is Dad? In front of the operating room door, only Ta Ap Tri was standing there alone, seeing someone arrive, but his expression still didn't relax at all. The doctor said it's a cerebral hemorrhage. The father and son were cleaning the house. When about to leave the door, Ta Huin went into the restroom. Ta Ap Tri stood outside waiting for a long time but didn't see him come out, felt strange, then called out. Inside it was still silent without any movement. He frantically broke the door and rushed in, then saw Ta Huin's face pale, collapsed behind the door. Immediately took him to the hospital. The doctor diagnosed it as a cerebral hemorrhage, immediately took him into the operating room. The amount of bleeding exceeded 70 milliliters, the situation was extremely serious. Throughout all these years, Ta Huin had never suffered a severe illness. This time suddenly falling ill made both siblings confused. Not knowing what to do. How could it be like this? Tears immediately welled up in Nghi Tu Duan's eyes, her whole body trembled, her legs went weak. Luckily Zhou Can Wu was quick, wrapped his arm around her waist to support her. Only then did she not fall down. 3 people sat waiting together in front of the operating room door. The light was still shining red throughout, not knowing how long it had been. Nya Si-yun's heart was tangled like a skein of thread, constantly panicked. That man had been beside her for more than 20 years, not knowing since when he had begun to age. In truth, she should have realized that sooner. It was just that she did not want to believe, did not want to confront it. That was the father who once covered the sky and covered the earth for her. Why had he suddenly fallen ill? Clearly they had just made an appointment that afternoon to go see the office building, yet now they were gathered in this cold place heavy with the smell of disinfectant. In front of the operating room door was terrifyingly quiet. Throughout 4 hours, the red light finally went out. Everyone immediately stood up abruptly. Xie Yiqi grabbed the doctor and asked, "How is my father?" Before he could hear the answer, the hospital bed was pushed out from inside. The haggard face of the man under the white sheet looked as if it had lost its vitality. The doctor hastily reassured the family, "Everyone, don't worry too much, the patient has temporarily passed the critical stage. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage is usually very difficult to handle. Luckily he was brought in time. The surgery was generally quite successful. However, currently the patient is still in a coma, we must monitor to see if there is any progress. So approximately how long until he can wake up? This is hard to say in advance. Xie Xian was taken into the special recovery room ICU. The two siblings were allowed to visit but could not stay long. Very quickly they were asked to leave. Nia Siyun still could not calm down, she gasped continuously. Xie Yiqi sat beside her, gently comforting her. Siyun, don't worry too much. The doctor said father has passed the critical stage, he will be fine. He said that, but in his heart, it was also heavy as a rock. How could it be a cerebral hemorrhage? She asked, her voice weak. Throughout the past year, Xie Xian almost did not go to work. All matters in the company were handled by Xie Yiqi. There was nothing that made him overexert himself. What reason led to such a serious illness? Xie Yiqi did not answer. Perhaps in his heart he also guessed the reason, but did not want to tell her. For many years, Xie Xian had always been healthy. Although he was old, he had never fallen seriously ill, making his children think that father was still young and healthy. Only he truly understood how his body was. Some time ago, when Xie Yiqi and Nia Siyun were both busy with their own matters, at home only he remained alone. The headquarters company was also handled by him alone. During that period both the headquarters and the branch encountered difficulties. Every day he worked until late at night. The loneliness in his soul and the physical burden made his body increasingly weak. The number of hospitalizations also increased, but he never told his children a single word. After the branch closed, Xie Yiqi returned to the headquarters to work. Nia Siyun also returned to Hong Kong to film. Xie Xian's health condition only then began to be a little better. Recently his old symptoms resurfaced. Taking medicine also had no effect. Worried that he could not hold on for much longer, he then decided to come to Hujiang to spend more time with his children. Unexpectedly, it was only the second day when something happened. In his heart, he contained too many things, heavy with the burden for his two children, making his mood always gloomy, gradually leading to prolonged insomnia. His health also deteriorated accordingly. Chu Zhenvu still always was beside Nghi Tu Duan, afraid she too sorrowful that something would happen. Simultaneously, he also remembered to the words that yesterday Mr. Ta had instructed him. Turned out, all had signs from before. He was afraid that one day he would not be able to resist anymore, afraid Nghi Tu Duan would no longer have someone to rely on, so he was anxious to advise the two to marry early. Also afraid she would discover something abnormal, so he did not dare to urge this matter in front of her. The love of a father, truly not related to bloodline. Also a father, but Chu Trongqiu until death also never treated children as even half of what Ta Huin had done. Thinking to hear, Chu Zhenvu could not help but admire the warm affection of a three-person family like that. He gently patted the shoulder of Nghi Tu Duan. I have told Tan Du to contact a reliable medical team. In a few days they will arrive at Hojiang to consult for uncle. Don't worry, the surgery has been successful, it will be all right. Nghi Tu Duan tiredly nodded. Through the glass looking into the room, the man lying still motionless there made her heart ache like cutting. This scene it seemed she had once seen it somewhere. Trying to remember, finally she could not hold back tears and burst out crying. That year when she encountered trouble, had to be hospitalized into ICU, Ta Huin also stood outside the door, watching her like this. Clearly at that time she was still in a coma, had never personally seen that scene, but don't understand why. At this moment she seemed to truly feel it. Only different is now the role has changed, and that pain was like tens of thousands of needles pricking into flesh, painful to numbness. In front of the hospital room door, the girl collapsed crying convulsively. Two men stood beside her, hands and feet flustered, not knowing how to soothe her pain. 2 days later, the medical team invited by Chu Zhenvu arrived at Hojiang. Quickly organize a consultation about Ta Huin's illness. He wholeheartedly followed closely the treatment process, not only to make Nghi Tu Duan feel at ease, but also because he wanted to keep a great father in this world. Because medical conditions in Houjiang were limited, after much consideration, everyone decided to transfer Ta Huin back to Hong Kong. That place had a top hospital specializing in treating cerebral hemorrhage. Nghi Tu Duan every day came to the hospital to visit, hoping he would wake up soon. Exactly at that moment, Director Pham Chow returned to the country, made an appointment to meet her one afternoon. She tried to force herself up, used foundation to cover her haggard face, came to the meeting point to meet the director. The two sides met at a two-story restaurant. Director Pham brought along his working group, about 5 or 6 people. Nghi Tu Duan only went with Ho Lu and Din Din. Just stepping into the door, the whole room immediately stood up in unison, respectfully greeting her. "Hello Miss Nghi, I am Trong Dung, the assistant accompanying Director Pham. This is the director, this person is Associate Director Ha Huck, scriptwriter Teacher Lu, and producer Brother Lam." Assistant Trong Dung successively introduced each person. Nghi Tu Duan offered a light smile, nodded to greet each person, everyone then together sat down. Miss Nghi must have already read through the script, right? Because this is the first time collaborating, so we bring along a lot of sincerity. Director Pham was the one who spoke first, every word and every character all showed politeness. Although I haven't made films for a long time, what is deeply ingrained in the blood cannot be forgotten. Your acting, everyone can see it. I believe this collaboration, both sides will have a very good experience. Indeed, any work of Director Pham, in the industry was considered as model learning material, no one dared to criticize. Actors of all levels in the industry all had a similar dream, to be able to collaborate with him once in their lifetime. Nghi Tu Duan, although still young, but in the profession also belonged to the renowned type, not yet 30 years old, had achieved a dream that many people over 40 or 50 still had not realized. She offered a pale but full of politeness smile. "Thank you, Director, for your favor. I also very much look forward to seeing what kind of work we will create together." The new film is a time travel work carrying realistic meaning. The setting takes place during the Republican era. The female lead is a princess from the Qing dynasty court, in times of chaos, with no place to rely on, was brought to a village about to be massacred by enemy soldiers and was rescued by the male lead. She lived with the male lead in the encampment, telling each other about their lives. After knowing her true identity, the male lead became furious, accusing her family of the heinous crimes they committed. But the female lead from the PA.ST believed he was fabricating stories. The two had a big fight and then parted unhappily. After that, the female lead died under enemy gunfire, and time traveled back to the Qing dynasty. At that time, the imperial palace was in chaos. She then suddenly realized, everything the male lead had said was the truth. She tried to prevent everything from happening, but she alone could not change anything. When she realized everything was already arranged, she could only despairingly sit and wait for the outcome to arrive, as the male lead had once said. She left a letter in the imperial bedchamber, writing all her lifelong feelings and her wishes for the future. What is done, then follow the times. Only hoping that one day, the country reunites, the people are peaceful, the nation prospers, flourishing for all eternity. The script is truly very good. It's just that no one knows what achievements this film will ultimately achieve. As usual, Ho Lu spoke up to ask about the co-star. Director Pham, I wonder if the role of the male lead has been taken by someone yet? Pham Chow glanced over, smiling lightly. The male lead has been decided right from the moment the script was confirmed. Can you reveal who it is? Without hiding anything from you ladies, it's my son, Pham Ton Nok. The director smiled discreetly, because this was something no one in the entertainment industry knew yet. The three people were almost stunned, never before having known that Director Pham was married, and even less expecting Pham Ton Nok to be his son. He added one more sentence. I have never announced this matter, I hope everyone will keep it a secret for me. Miss Tu Duan, after today's meeting concludes, may I invite you privately to my home for dinner tonight? Nghi Tu Duan was surprised. Pardon? Pham Chow. Rest assured, there is no other meaning, it's just that my son wants to meet you once. Your son? Nghi Tu Duan was a little confused. She and Pham Ton Nok had never had any contact, she didn't even clearly remember his name, why would he want to meet her? Pham Chaw's answer made all those present stunned. Because my child has admired you for a very long time, always wanted to cooperate with you, only it's a pity that. It's just a pity that you have publicly announced your romantic relationship with Chu Zan Vu, even the chance to offer a flower branch is also gone. If you feel inconvenient, then you can refuse. Nghi Tu Duan replied. It's fine, I agree. Chapter 89 Go Home with Uncle. After lunch, Director Pham asked if they could sign the contract right now, but Nghi Tu Duan again hesitated. Actually, she really liked this script, but at this moment, Ta Huin's matter happened, she felt she should not take on new work. As a daughter, while her father was seriously ill, she should have been by his side. Thinking about the fact that if she really signed the contract, it would be no different from being unfilial. Discovering her hesitation, Pham Cha. You show doubt. What's wrong, Miss Nghi, are you still concerned about something? Is it dissatisfaction about the remuneration, or is it? Nghi Tu Duan shook her head in denial, put the fountain pen down. Director Pham, I am truly sorry for bothering you throughout the whole day today, but currently I cannot accept this film. It's not related to anyone else, it's just that I myself recently encountered some personal matters, I am truly sorry. Hoa Lu and Din Din by her side also did not understand what was happening. Tu Duan, what are you thinking? If this film is released, it means you will have officially entered the film industry. The awards in the film industry are much more prestigious compared to television, why are you still hesitating? Hoa Lu leaned close to her ear and advised. They did not know her current situation, which is why they felt she was too hesitant, but Nghi Tu Duan also did not intend to explain. She stood up and bowed her head. I am truly sorry. Pham Chow frowned, looked at those beside him, whispered a few words, then turned back still smiling. Since Miss Nghi has a private reason, we naturally will not force her. But I want to ask, later on, do you intend to take on films again? What? Nghi Tu Duan was surprised, could it be that he still wanted to invite her again? Actually, this time she came was also because she wanted to finalize the project, because she truly loved this work. But as soon as she picked up the pen, the pale, weak face of Ta H. Yuyan again appeared in her mind. Sadness washed over her, her rationality told her that now she should not accept any work. The people in the production team heard she intended to refuse, all became serious, as if she had lost all of her credibility. But Pham Chow still smiled gently. It's like this script was brought to me by Tu Lu, hoping I would direct it. You've read it too, it truly is a good script. But in my impression, people who can take on this role are truly very few. Coincidentally, I watched your new film, saw you won an award, then thought whether we could cooperate or not. Just then my son was beside me and saw it, then praised you endlessly, saying you definitely could take on this role. At that time, I proactively contacted Tu Lu again agreeing to cooperate, and at the same time told him that I already had a suitable female lead. But now Ko Nei cannot accept the role, I am truly very regretful. That's why I wanted to ask about your future plans, hoping for an opportunity to make up for this regret. This is just my personal invitation. Not under the name of any film crew or organization, entirely stemming from personal admiration. Indeed, he was very curious, not knowing what special charm this young actress truly possessed. Nghi Tu Duan was startled and lost in thought, hearing in his words the meaning from his son, who was Pham Ton Nok. She also found it difficult to understand who exactly was this person, why was he so persistent in want. To cooperate with her? She pressed her lips together saying nothing, the entire room fell into silence. Suddenly Nghi Tu Duan's phone vibrated a few times, the screen lit up, it was a message from Ta Ap Tri. Don't think about such trivial matters anymore. Daddy doesn't hope you'd give up your dreams because of him. Don't be self-moved and think you're great. Sign it quickly and come home. When Daddy wakes up and knows you decided like that, he won't be happy. Each sentence appeared before her eyes. Her closed heart seemed to open. That's right, if Ta Huin hadn't fallen ill, he definitely wouldn't have let her give up. Currently he is in a coma in the ICU. What she could do was not to seek treatment, only wait for him to wake up, so he knows she is still living well. Those around noticed something had changed in her eyes. Before Director Pham could say more, Nghi Tu Duan took a deep breath. Director Pham, there's no need to wait for next time. Everyone was surprised, not understanding what she meant. Director Pham, having been in the profession for many years, knew how many actors vied to cooperate with him, yet this young girl had refused him twice within a few hours. Everyone was about to say something to salvage the situation, then saw that young girl sit down again. Such a cooperation opportunity is very precious. If I miss it once, who knows how long you'll have to wait. Hearing that, Pham Chow let out a sigh of relief, smiling kindly. So now, can we sign the contract? Oh. Of course. She was only seen picking up the pen, signing her name again in the original spot. After signing the contract, both sides stood up together. Pham Chow shook hands with her happy cooperation. The meeting ended at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The three people including Nghi Tu Duan left the restaurant. Outside a familiar car was parked. The man was leaning against the car door smoking. Seeing them step out, he immediately put out the half-smoked cigarette. "You're back?" Chu Zanvu asked. As soon as she saw the familiar person, Nghi Tu Duan immediately ran quickly to him, the mask on her face covering the smell of cigarette smoke that hadn't had time to dissipate. Last night he received a phone call, hurriedly returning to Hojong. It was said that the corporation encountered an incident. He and Tan Du together flew the earliest flight to depart. Unexpectedly he returned so quickly. The man reached out to embrace her thin shoulders. Behind her a greeting rang out. "Hello, Mr. Chu." Din Din hadn't met this man for a long time. The last time was when filming Me Die at Home. Just like before, every time he visited the film crew, he quietly hid in Nghi Tu Duan's private car, thus avoiding the gazes of many people. In contrast, today was Hoa Le's first time seeing Chu Zanvu in real life. She said nothing, standing behind him, meticulously observing this man. She had heard his name through many different channels before, but had never seen his face. That day at the award ceremony, when Nghi Tu Duan publicly announced their relationship, the studio itself was even more astonished than the fans. Many reporters called to ask. They could only answer weakly that the studio had no knowledge at all. If not for the two of them publicly announcing it, it's feared no one would have known that Nghi Tu Duan was not only in love but her partner was also Chu Zanvu. Even before the news exploded, the studio was still hastily dealing with rumors of the two being at odds. Unexpectedly, in just an instant, the hot news had spread across the entire network. Like many who had heard about him, Hoa Le was also curious about the man in front of her. When his gaze looked over, she flusteredly bowed her head, her heart beating thump-thump. Just that casual glance alone made her feel a sense of awe. Staring intently down at the ground, she heard the man's gentle voice. "It's been handled. I've left Tan Du to continue monitoring the company's situation." Of course, he couldn't leave Nghi Tu Duan here alone. The matter at the company was serious, but he also resolved it very quickly. He didn't sleep a wink all last night. As soon as the work was done, he immediately booked the earliest flight back to Viet Cong to pick her up and bring her home. The dark circles under his eyes clearly made Nghi Tu Duan's heart ache. She reached out her hand to gently stroke his face. "You've worked hard. Sister Tu Duan, well, go first." Din Din pulled Hoa Le's hand to greet her, then hurriedly pulled the still dazed person away. As she walked, she mumbled excitedly. "Oh my God, Boss Chu is truly handsome. Only a man like this is worthy of our sister Tu Duan, truly the real-life female lead version." Hoa Le was still dumbfounded. hearing Din Din excitedly shipping the couple beside her ear, she finally came back to her senses. She curiously asked, "How did they get to know each other?" Seeing Din Din's unsurprised demeanor, she must have known early on. It was no surprise in the studio, only Din Din was closest to Nghi Tu Duan. Sister Tu Duan and Boss Chu? Din Din thought for a moment. To tell you, it's truly miraculous. It seems they met 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Yes. Even TV drama scripts wouldn't dare to write something like that. Then she began to tell Hoala the story from when they met, understood each other, to loving each other, telling vividly each detail. After listening, Hoala became even more astonished. She suddenly remembered the comments of netizens. Indeed, they were just ordinary NPCs in this world. The brilliant lives always belonged to others. As for them, just living peacefully was enough. Nghi Tu Duan got into the man's car. Initially she intended to let Chu Zanvu go home to rest a bit, afraid he was tired to the point of exhaustion. Midway, Chu Zanvu's phone rang. It was Ta Huin's primary treating physician calling, saying the patient had just woken up. The two immediately turned the car around, speeding to the hosp. Ital. After a round of checks, Ta Huin was transferred from ICU to a regular ward. When they arrived, Ta Ap Tri was sitting motionless beside the bed, his eyes numb. Nghi Tu Duan suppressed her emotion, stepped forward and asked, "How is Daddy?" He did not answer, like a soulless corpse, desperately staring at the man lying on the bed. Daddy seeing no reaction, Nghi Tu Duan immediately bent down beside the bed and called Ta Ap Tri. "Daddy, how do you feel? Who are you?" Ta Huin's eyes were clear, full of doubt looking at her. The ward immediately fell into silence. Nghi Tu Duan turned to look at Ta Ap Tri, just as their eyes met, she then understood why he had reacted that way earlier. Behind them, Chu Zanvu frowned slightly and turned his head. The treating physician stood beside them, nervously explaining. Some patients with cerebral hemorrhage will experience memory loss after waking up. This situation is not uncommon. Can he recover? He didn't care if it was rare or not, he only needed one answer. The doctor sighed heavily. He could not absolutely guarantee, but before Chu Zanvu's cold gaze, even if there was only a 1 chance, he was forced to put in 100 effort. Theoretically, he can recover, at least waking up has shown the patient's condition is gradually improving, it's just a matter of time. Daddy. The girl burst into tears, truly unable to accept this truth. An oxygen mask was still on Ta Huin's face, his unfamiliar gaze looking around. Seeing the little girl crying by the bed, he suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, reflexively comforting her gently. "Little girl, don't cry." The words just spoken, Nghi Tu Duan's tears burst forth uncontrollably. This voice was as if piercing through time, then echoing back to 20 years ago. When the Nghi family's parents had a traffic accident, 5-year-old Nghi Tu Duan cried desperately at the police station, her small face soaked in tears, screaming for her parents. At that time, Ta Huin's wife had just passed away. He received a call from the police and immediately rushed over. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw that scene, and his nose stung. At that time, he didn't have many wrinkles yet, nor was his hair white like now. He gently sat down in front of the little girl, softly comforting her. "Little girl, don't cry anymore." The little girl threw herself into his arms, wailing until her voice was hoarse. "I don't have a home anymore." After that, she was taken to an orphanage, and that kind man appeared once again in front of her, squatted down, reached out his hand, and asked, "Little girl, do you want to come home with Uncle?" Chapter 90 I Love You Even More. Ta Huin's regaining consciousness was an extremely good piece of news, although currently he still had some memory loss, but the doctors were also putting all their efforts into treatment. That afternoon, the 3 people were always present by the bedside. In the evening, Nghi Tu Duan had a dinner appointment with Fam Ch. Oh, so she couldn't stay long. and as for Chu Zanvu, he had gone home. Because he hadn't slept for too long, he was forced to shut down by Nghi Tu Duan. At dusk, the family's car arrived on time, parked right in front of the hospital gate. Nghi Tu Duan got into the car. At the same time Chu Zanvu also just left. "Miss Nghi, are you unwell? Why did you come to the hospital?" Pham Chow, sitting in the back seat, politely inquired. Nghi Tu Duan fastened her seatbelt, replied. "Nothing, I'm well. It's my father who has been ill recently." As soon as her father was mentioned, Pham Chow immediately clapped his hands as if suddenly realizing. "It's Chairman Ta of Ta Group, right?" "That's right. I seem like I once heard about it from long ago, didn't expect it to be true." The world outside had never yet had concrete evidence about Nghi Tu Duan's background, most of it was fabricated rumors. But the entertainment industry inherently is like that, any information, even if just a rumor, also has people who believe blindly. The car Bon ran on the boulevard. Pham Chow was still full of curiosity about this girl, asking continuously all along the road. He took a bottle of water from between the two seats and gave it to her. "The sky is hot, drink a little water." "Thanks." Nghi Tu Duan smiled, received it, but did not open the lid and drink. This was a reflex according to habit. She did not accept food or drinks from people not too close. "Ah, that's right, are you married already?" "Oh. Not yet," she smiled softly, eyes slightly curved up, but already engaged. The matter of whether married or not was with her just a piece of paper confirming. Even if there was law certifying or not, this whole life she also only recognized one person. Pham Chow nodded his head, considering it understood. Nghi Tu Duan turned her face and looked out the window. This road section became more and more familiar, making her can't help but furrow her brows doubtfully. Until when she saw clearly a familiar sign, she was stunned, immediately turned her head and asked. "Director Pham, is your house in this area?" "That's right, have you been here before?" This was the road going to the Vin Tam Tui area where residents all were upper class. She originally was not familiar at all with this place, but if Pham Chaw's house was here, he should have known Chu Zanvu, right? The Ta family's house was in Vin Tien Tui, quite far from here. She did not know how to answer. Right when she was still hesitating, the car already turned into the road leading up a small hill, and not long after already stopped in front of a villa. "Arrived already." The helper in the villa came out, opened the door, and welcomed guests. Nghi Tu Duan stepped down from the car, turned her head and looked back with a little feeling of unease. The large villa in the direction not far from there still had bright lights. Chu Zanvu must have already slept. Pham Chow invited her inside. "Tu Duan, we go in?" "Yes." She load behind. This villa was located on the road leading to the Xia family's home. Every time she passed by, she would see the gate of this place always wide open. She never expected the owner to be Pham Chow. "Ton knock, a guest has arrived." As soon as she stepped in, a young man, dressed simply, was already reading in the living room. Silver-rimmed glasses, a refined appearance, polite gestures, and an elegant demeanor. Hearing the sound of people, he looked up, immediately stood up, and smiled politely. "Miss Ni, pleased to meet you." He extended his hand. Ni Siyun just lightly touched it once and then immediately withdrew. She looked at the man in front of her, without any impression at all. "Have we met before?" she asked. Pham Ton Nok raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Let me think, perhaps we haven't officially met. But I've seen you at an award ceremony." Ni Siyun frowned. "I'm sure I've never seen you." She also had no impression of the name Pham Ton Nok. When she arrived, she heard Pham Chow say that his son had only recently entered the industry, had no reputation yet, so not knowing him was normal. "Perhaps we haven't met, truly." "Then why do you want to meet me?" This was what she had been wondering from then until now. Pham Ton Nok invited her to sit and then explained, while Pham Chow made an excuse to go check on the dishes, leaving the two of them to talk privately. It's like this, actually, I also consider myself your fan. I've watched films you acted in. And found your acting excellent. So I always hoped that one day I could collaborate with my idol. I never expected the opportunity to come so quickly. After hearing that, Ni Sion's eyebrows subtly twitched. These words sounded reasonable on the surface, but it was hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. However, the fact that Pham Ton Nok had intentions toward her was almost certain. She smiled. Pham Ton Nok, my name is Pham Ton Nok. Pham Ton Nok, Director Pham invited me today for us to discuss the script and the understanding of the role. Since you, and Director Pham are all collaborating for the first time, there will be many things we need to exchange. No need to exchange anything. Pham Ton Nok smiled brightly, cutting her off without the slightest hesitation. Nghi Tu Duan was slightly startled, not yet understanding his meaning. I have researched your roles very thoroughly, done many preparatory exercises. I believe that we will cooperate very harmoniously. It sounded as if he had truly paid attention to her for a long time. But for some reason Nghi Tu Duan felt uncomfortable. An ordinary fan would not make her feel such uneasiness. Pham Ton Nok always exuded something that made people uneasy, as if he was smiling but hiding a knife in his heart. When the atmosphere was falling into silence, Pham Chaw's voice rang out from the kitchen. Tu Duan, Ton Nok, come eat. Yes, coming right away. Pham Ton Nok replied, then turned to smile at her. Shall we go eat? Nghi Tu Duan slightly nodded, her footsteps a little hesitant. She didn't know if her feeling was wrong, but this meal passed very peacefully. At the table, the conversation all revolved around the script, and Pham Ton Nok behaved very properly, with absolutely no behavior or words crossing the line. Nghi Tu Duan silently gnawed on the end of her chopsticks, her heart still heavy with thoughts. Pham Chow smiled and called to her. Don't be too polite, Tu Duan, just consider this like your own home. Later, when filming, you can also frequently drop by here. My housekeeper's skill isn't bad, is it? Thank you, Director Pham, she politely replied, it's indeed very delicious. No need to be so polite. After finishing dinner, Pham Ton Nok still wanted to invite her upstairs to read the script together, but she immediately refused. No need, it's already late now, I should go home. Later, there's still a lot of time to discuss the script. She truly did not want to stay even one more minute. The feeling about this person always made her feel uneasy, as if behind that elegant exterior something not simple was hidden. Where is your house? I'll take you home, it's hard to catch a ride here. Pham Ton Nok enthusiastically stepped forward, while speaking, he was about to take out his car keys. Nghi Tu Duan then hastily grabbed her bag and stepped outside. No need, Pham Ton Nok, I can get home myself, it's truly no trouble. Her house was only a few steps from here, completely no need to take a car. How can I let you go alone? At this hour it's late, and you are a woman, moreover, you are a public figure, let me take you home safely. Not yet finished speaking the sentence, Nghi Tu Duan had by herself strode ahead. How could she dare let him take her home? If midway something happened, she did not dare be sure herself could survive. But life always teases people, the thing one fears more, again the more easily one encounters. Pham Ton Nok drove to follow. At this moment Nghi Tu Duan had reached the junction. She stood there, no matter turning left or right, it was also all not suitable. The car stopped right by her feet. Pham Ton Nok poked his head out of the window, said, Get in the car, Tu Duan, I will take you home, it's no trouble. Nghi Tu Duan's expression was full of awkwardness. She took a deep breath, was about to explain that her home was only up there, then from behind a volley of car horns echoed. Both simultaneously turned back, a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped right at the mouth of the alley, the window slowly lowered. The man's gaze swept over, making Nghi Tu Duan feel as if her breathing also was constricted. "Get in the car." Chu Zhanvu did not say another superfluous word, his eyes sharp as a knife shone straight at the car that was blocking the way. Pham Ton Nok was by that gaze made to feel chills, even his scalp also tingled numbly. Nghi Tu Duan turned around, politely thanked. "My husband has come to pick me up, you go home now." Having said that, immediately dove into the passenger seat, not giving him the chance to linger further. As soon as the door closed, the car then glided away quickly. Pham Ton Nok watched the direction the car departed. The car at the next turn then turned left upwards. It seemed it was their home already. He carried with him a belly full of questions, drove back. In his memory, it seemed the owner of the villa up there was an acquaintance, but until now he had never seen Chu Zhanvu appear there. Pham Chow saw his son return so quickly, smiled and asked. "Returned so early? Has Tu Duan arrived home yet?" He listlessly sat down on the sofa, frowned. "Dad, the villa in front of our house, whose is it?" Pham Chow brought out 2 glasses of water, pondered and thought a little, then replied. "Cannot remember clearly anymore. It seems their surname is Chu, I think. Why is that?" His furrowed brows tightened even more, he mumbled. "Surname Chu?" Nghi Tu Duan had just sat into the car when she already felt the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat oppressive. She pursed her lips, and softly asked. "Why did you only return now?" The man said nothing, waiting until the car entered the garage. Only then did he turn to look at her. "Were you made difficult?" She paused, her gaze staring fixedly at him. She kept thinking he was angry already, so he didn't bother to reply. Unexpectedly he actually asked if she was bullied. Or not. The scene just now was indeed like she was being harassed by a man, alone with no place to rely on. No wonder he was worried. Nghi Tu Duan regained her composure, shook her head and smiled. "No. Is it the director?" His voice was sharp. "No." Nghi Tu Duan was a bit startled, hurriedly grabbed his hand. "It's Director Pham's son, named Pham Ton Nok. I wasn't bullied, he just intended to take me home. I was refusing when you arrived." The lights in the car reflected in her eyes, sparkling like stars, her beauty exceedingly captivating. "But why did you only come back now? I told you to go home and rest early." The man's face revealed a look of tiredness. "There were several doctors from Kin Chao who came. I had to meet them for a bit." Nghi Tu Duan looked at him, biting her lip full of self-reproach. "It's been hard on you. These past days, everything was handled by Chu Zhanvu running around managing, while she, as Ta Huin's daughter, couldn't do anything, only making others more worried." She raised his face, soft lips touched, gently bit once, then leaned her forehead against him and gently said. "Chu Zhanvu, wait for my father to get well again, we go register marriage, okay?" He agreed very decisively. With the decision to marry her, he had never hesitated. "Chu Zhanvu, I love you." She looked into those deep eyes, words of love overflowing with sincerity. "I love you even more." The man curved his lips and smiled faintly. Nghi Tu Duan furrowed her brow. "You. Illing to be outdone. I am the one who loves you more." Chu Zhanvu I. Nghi Tu Duan I. Childish. Where is it childish? I truly love you, I will also love you my whole life. She narrowed her eyes coquettishly, these words were truly sincere. The two of them just like that intimately returned home. Nghi Tu Duan urged Chu Zhanvu to quickly go to sleep. After pushing him onto the bed, she intended to leave to the study room to read the script a little, but the man immediately pulled her back. His voice was weary. "Stay with me." She leaned over, was fully embraced into his arms, immediately changed her mind. Turning her body and hugging his waist, she happily closed her eyes. Go to sleep, I will stay with you. Chapter 91 The Witness of Marriage. Every day there was someone keeping vigil in the hospital. Ta Ap Tri also temporarily suspended all work of the corporation to be by Ta Huin's side. The immaturity and impulsiveness on his face seemed to have vanished only after one night. Now he had truly become the man of the family. Nghi Tu Duan was no exception. Because the film crew was in the preparation stage for filming, she dedicated all her time at the hospital reading scripts. The two siblings both tried their best to be by their father's side. With medical specialists from all over consulting, Ta Huin's condition improved very quickly. That morning, just as Nghi Tu Duan arrived at the hospital from home, Ta Ap Tri also just woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes and sitting up. Why did you come so early? Ta Huin on the bed was still soundly asleep. She lightly placed her bag down, took out the newly bought breakfast and placed it on the table. I came straight here after waking up. What delicious food did you buy? Soup dumplings from the shop opposite the hospital. Nghi Tu Duan then lightly patted his hand that was reaching for the food. Brush your teeth before you eat. Ta Ap Tri sniffed. The smell was indeed very fragrant. He slipped on his sandals and went out. Then I'll go wash my face first. The room was filled with the smell of antiseptic. Nghi Tu Duan was still not used to this smell, so she went home to rest every night, with Zhou Can Wu responsible for picking her up and dropping her off daily. Waiting for Ta Ap Tri to leave, Nghi Tu Duan took the opportunity to tidy up his bed, complaining in a low voice as she did so. What kind of adult sleeps and kicks the entire bed around like a dog's nest? Tu Duan. Behind her, the voice of a middle-aged man suddenly echoed. She reflexively turned her head. Daddy, are you awake? But the moment her words fell, she stood stunned in place, staring intently at the man on the bed, her nose stinging. Daddy, what did you just call me? Her voice was very small, as if in a dream, not daring to break this fragile moment. Ever since Ta Huin woke up, his memory was damaged and he didn't recognize anyone. Even though they taught him repeatedly several times every day, he often called people by the wrong names, and everyone had almost gotten used to it. Yet today, the first thing he said upon waking up was her correct name. Nghi Tu Duan couldn't believe it, and immediately confirmed several times. Daddy, have you remembered again? Ta Huin smiled helplessly, waving his hand at her. You are my daughter, how could I forget? Help me a little, I'm getting a backache from lying down so long. Nghi Tu Duan hurriedly went to the bedside, propping up the pillow for him to lean on. Just then, Ta Ap Tri returned after brushing his teeth. Seeing Ta Huin was awake, he was surprised. Daddy, why did you wake up so early today? You rascal, sleeping on your own bed and still letting your younger sister tidy up for you? Ta Huin looked at him, reprimanding him in a stern voice. Ta Ap Tri, with an innocent face, raised his hand to explain. I didn't ask her at all. Then, suddenly as if realizing something, his expression stiffened, and he stammered. Daddy, father remembered already? Ta Huin smiled. You silly boy, what are you standing there for? Father is hungry already. Oh. He immediately took the portion of steamed buns Nghi Tu Duan bought, happily saying. Here, these are the steamed buns your younger sister bought, eat them while they're still hot. It had been a very long time since the whole family had such a warm scene again. The two siblings poured tea while asking all sorts of things. Father, do you still remember the things after waking up? Ta Huin, will. Eating and speaking, mumbled indistinctly. Remember everything. Then why didn't you recognize us children before? Ta Huin. Father couldn't speak clearly, my head was just empty. Seeing you children, my heart felt warm, but I couldn't call out your names. That's truly miraculous, then. Can you let me eat in peace for a bit? Ta Huin glared, and Ta Ap Tri immediately fell utterly silent. Hearing the news that Ta Huin had recovered his memory, Zhou Can Wu, who was originally preparing to leave, also immediately returned, requesting a comprehensive checkup once more. After completing all examinations, the doctor finally also relieved announced. "Congratulations, Chairman Ta's condition has recovered almost completely, only needing to follow up for a few more days is able to be discharged from hospital." "So after this is there a risk of recurrence?" Chu Zanvu asked. The doctor was somewhat hesitant. "This matter actually, only needing to care for health carefully then basically will not recur. But also cannot avoid the possibility of memory decline due to old age, so we cannot guarantee completely, hope you understand." "Thank you everyone, you've worked hard." The doctor gently nodded at him, then turned around and left. Returning to the sickroom, Nghi Tu Duan was sitting beside the bed talking and laughing with Ta Huin. "You said every night you were woken up by Dad's snoring, is that true?" Ta Huin: "Nonsense, clearly his teeth-grinding sound is even louder instead." Ta Ap Tri Nghi Tu Duan: "This matter that you also dare to speak out, is it that lately I have treated you too well already, isn't it? And Dad too, how can teeth-grinding sound be louder than snoring sound? Really I don't grind my teeth at all." Ta Huin was tickled to laughter until his stomach ached, raised his head, saw Chu Zanvu just stepped in, then immediately called out, "Zanvu, come here." "Hello uncle." Chu Zanvu stepped to beside Nghi Tu Duan, the old father pulled his hand intimately. "Zanvu, lately thank you very much, child." Throughout the treatment time, the medical team all were Chu Zanvu arranged. Although he did not often show his face, but Ta Huin knew clearly everything he did behind his back. If not for him by his side, perhaps Nghi Tu Duan would have collapsed long ago already. Nearby, Ta Ap Tri heard the father thanking Chu Zanvu, then immediately displayed a disgusted expression. "The person every day standing guard beside Dad clearly is me. You still have the face to say? If not thanks to Zanvu handling everything smoothly, could you leisurely lie here sleeping every day, surely?" Again received another glare, Ta Ap Tri obediently fell silent. Ta Huin turned his head, again smiled brightly. "Before I was too deeply prejudiced, although these words I have already said before, but inwardly still felt uneasy. This entire life having you care for Tu Duan, I am very reassured." "I understand your intention, uncle." Chu Zanvu replied with a reassured gaze. All the words not yet spoken, he kept within his heart. Nghi Tu Duan tilted her head to look at the man beside her, her gaze shining with profound happiness. Heaven had destined them to meet, and also destined them to overcome many hardships. No one has an entirely smooth life. Some people drift their whole lives and still cannot find a place to anchor, but she was luckier than anyone, because in that year of 25, she had found the person she wanted to rely on for her whole life. "The matter of you and Tu Duan." "Daddy," Nghi Tu Duan smiled brightly, hooking her arm through the man beside her, interrupting, "Dad, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I have made it clear with him already. We will go register our marriage once you are discharged from the hospital." As soon as the words ended, Ta Ap Tri, sitting opposite, looked at them with empty eyes. His younger sister was happily saying that she would live her whole life with the person she loved most. He said nothing, only silently wished them everlasting happiness. That day finally came. He once thought he would be very happy, that the burden that had clung to his family for over 20 years finally had someone to take her away, but for some reason, there was a little regret in his heart. The sun gradually rose higher. 2 weeks later, Ta Huin was discharged from the hospital. He reserved a banquet table in a private room of Tru's roast duck restaurant. The whole family finally gathered completely to have a mea. As soon as they stepped through the door, owner Truan warmly welcomed them. "You all have finally arrived, it was truly not easy. It's been so long since I've seen the two young ones together." "Indeed, ha ha ha." Ta Huin chatted happily with him as they walked. "Is this young man your son-in-law? So handsome. I even saw news about the two of them on TV, truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, you will enjoy blessings from now on. My daughter has good judgment. As a father, I also get praised by association. That's a good one. Come on, come in and sit down. The owner invited everyone to their seats, and after they had finished sitting, he brought the menu. See what you want to eat. Please add one more set of bowl and chopsticks, one more person will arrive. Tap Tri, sitting near the door, skillfully flipped through the menu. All right. After finishing ordering, Truan took the menu down to the kitchen to prepare. Ta Huin, sitting at the head of the table, asked curiously. Ap Tri, is anyone else coming? As soon as the question was uttered, the room door was knocked. All eyes simultaneously looked towards the door, and then Zhang Man Na unexpectedly appeared. She momentarily paused when she saw the entire room filled with people. Uncle, Tu Duan, everyone is here too. Before leaving, Nghi Tu Duan herself had told Ap Tri to invite Zhang Man Na. There were a few words she still hadn't had the chance to say. Today was a day for reunion. She also wanted to reso. The misunderstanding between the two of them. Since Anna's incident, the two of them had never contacted each other again. Nghi Tu Duan was angry with her, but also understood that all that Zhang Man Na did was for her. Thinking it over, she still couldn't bear to discard this friendship. After all, they had also been together for over 10 years. Sit here. Ap Tri stood up, pulled the chair next to him for her. His attitude was still very considerate. Zhang Man Na stepped in, a little awkward. Perhaps because they had broken off contact for too long, she didn't know what mood she should use to face Nghi Tu Duan. Ta Huin, however, appeared very enthusiastic. Na, long time no see you, how have you been lately? Yes, quite well. Are your parents still well? Yes, all well. As for uncle, he just left the hospital, needs to pay more attention to maintaining his health. Ap Tri was very satisfied with this girl. Because she was Nghi Tu Duan's best friend, and had also been watched grow up by him, he understood her character clearly. Previously, he had wanted her to be his daughter-in-law, but his son had objected. Good child. Opposite, Nghi Tu Duan and Chu Zanvu were sitting next to each other. Zhang Man Na still kept her head down, not daring to look straight at them. While talking, the dishes were brought up one after another. Throughout the meal, Chu Zanvu did not speak much, only quietly picked up food for Nghi Tu Duan. That's right, Na, do you have a boy friend yet? Ta Huin asked caringly. At the entire dinner table, only he was the most talkative person. No, not yet. It's alright, being single is also good. You and Ap Tri both must live well. He happily picked up a piece of meat for both of them. Oh, that's right, the day after tomorrow, Tu Duan and Zanvu will register their marriage, do you know yet? She froze, looking towards the opposite side. I guess I know. Ta Huin did not know at all that the two of them had once had a conflict. She also didn't feel it appropriate to show anything in front of the elders. Who would have thought that immediately after that, Nghi Tu Duan also smiled brightly, picked up a chopstick full of food for her. I haven't even had time to tell you, how do you know? The day after tomorrow, come with me, okay? You be my marriage witness. In Hong Kong, when registering a marriage, there must be 2 witnesses. The 2 signature spots on the paper had been reserved for Ta Huin and Ap Tri, but friends also wanted to come watch the registration ceremony. That day, there would surely be many people attending. Having grown up together, having once said they would be godmothers to each other's children, therefore on such an important day as this, Nghi Tu Duan could not let her be absent. Zhang Man Na's eyes reddened, lowering her head to eat rice to hide her emotions. I will definitely come. Chapter 92 I brewed it myself, drink it all. Dinner ended, Chu Zanvu and Ap Tri simultaneously invited Ta Huin outside to smoke. He glanced at the two with a flicker of surprise, then smiled and stood up. Let's go. The 3 people successively left the private room. the quiet space quickly only had the two girls remaining. Zhang Man-na felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, trying to find a topic to start a conversation. Her eyes were wet with tears, her voice cautious congratulations, Tu Duan. So much time had passed since the incident, the two had still never officially met again, until today. She didn't even know why she had come here, but in her mind it was as if there was a pulling string, urging her every step. She didn't know what attitude Nghi Tu Duan had now, didn't dare to hope for forgiveness, only hoped their relationship wouldn't become too awkward. Today I didn't know it was your family gathering. If you feel uncomfortable, then the day after tomorrow I can find a reason not to come. The teacup in Nghi Tu Duan's hand was completely empty. Hearing this, she slightly furrowed her brows. Today it was me who called you here. Zhang Man-na was stunned. What? Not on AP Tri? She suddenly realized, it turned out Ta AP Tri was merely the person acting as a bridge. Nah, regarding what happened before, I truly thank you for all that you did for me. Although I was very angry, but I've thought about it for a very long time. We shouldn't just drift apart like this. Tu Duan. Those words moved her deeply. Zhang Man-na's chest swelled with emotion, choked up. I'm sorry. Nghi Tu Duan stood up, walked around the table and sat down beside her. You don't need to apologize anymore. I know that when I was in a coma, you came to visit me many times. It was me who couldn't get past that hurdle for so long. I'm sorry for making you sad for so long. For half a year she was in a coma. Zhang Man-na frequently came to the hospital. But after she woke up, Man-na didn't appear again. When she and Ta AP Tri were in Hojiang, Ta Huin was often home alone. Zhang Man-na had taken their place to care for him many times. Even this time when Ta Huin encountered trouble, Man-na also secretly came to visit several times. Nghi Tu Duan learned all of this later. She struggled for a very long time, only to have gratitude and remorse gradually replace her anger. Up until this moment, she still regretted why she hadn't made peace with Man-na sooner. That my brother contacted you was because I was afraid you wouldn't want to meet me. But isn't it already promised? When I marry, you will be my bridesmaid. You won't swallow your words, will you? Nghi Tu Duan grasped her hand, seriously looking into those eyes blurred with tears. Zhang Man-na pursed her lips and burst into tears. Girls sometimes just need one word to again transform into an easily emotional child. She hugged Nghi Tu Duan's neck tightly, choking. How can that be? You don't hope to escape from me this whole life. Nghi Tu Duan burst out laughing, gently coaxing, already grown big and still crying like a baby. Later, if my brother sees, he'll tease you for sure. Zhang Man-na obediently wiped her tears and snot. It's okay, as long as he's happy. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. Nghi Tu Duan intimately helped her wipe away the teardrops still lingering on her chin. Waiting for the three men to return, the two girls were already hand in hand, happily chirping as if there had never been any distance. The party ended. Nghi Tu Duan let Ta AP Tri take Zhang Man-na home. As for her, she went home first with the other two. He of course did not refuse. Hearing news that someone was about to get married, the group of friends in Hojiang immediately booked plane tickets that evening, and early next morning had already flown over. Following the address Chu Zanvu sent, the whole group noisily pulled to the villa in Vin Tam Tui. Ta Huin warmly welcomed his daughter's group of friends. The house being so boisterous for the first time made him clearly happy. Nghi Tu Duan just woke up, still not knowing the house had guests, still wearing original pajamas downstairs, eyes closed, eyes open. Chu Zanvu, I'm hungry already. She stopped at the last step of the stairs. The living room was full of people, but all were silent as if there was a good play to watch, their gazes uniformly poured towards her. Want to eat what? He burst out laughing and walked over, letting her hug his neck, then gently used strength, carried her up. Looking at the two sticking together like glue. One could imagine how intimate they were when alone. Chu Yuyan truck hurriedly covered Min Jia Nan's eyes. Children are not allowed to look at these scenes. Ta Huin also just smiled and shook his head, not watching anymore but turned into the kitchen. Nghi Tu Duan rubbed her face into him, mumbling, "Want a cup of black coffee? Seems like I got facial swelling already. Probably last night ate too salty." She again drank a lot of water, woke up in the morning seeing her face swelling heavily. "Want a cup of black coffee? You see, seems like I got facial swelling already." A mocking voice shrilly rang out behind Zhou Can Wu. Nghi Tu Duan immediately opened her eyes wide, horrified, looked around the room full of people. Min Deep, Chu Yuyan Truck, Tam Jia Li, Chao Chan, Chao Nia all were present. Her face immediately turned bright red. The scene of Can just acting spoiled with Zhou Can Wu was seen completely by everyone, and also teased by Min Deep. Her outwardly cold, aloof, and pure image could be considered completely collapsed. "Why did you guys come so fast?" Min Deep grinned. "We came early to drink the black coffee made by Zhou Can Wu." The whole room immediately echoed with teasing laughter. Nghi Tu Duan's face turned bright red, silently sneaking upstairs. The laughter spread throughout the villa. Nghi Tu Duan only wanted to find a crack in the wall somewhere to crawl into, never to show her face again forever. "Oh my, I really didn't expect it." Teacher Nghi also has mom. NTS of being so shy. Min Deep still didn't let up, continuing to tease right in front of Zhou Can Wu. The man said nothing, only glanced at him once, then went straight into the kitchen to make coffee. A few minutes later, he brought out a cup of very strong black coffee. Everyone in the room looked astonished at the scene before them. Zhou Can Wu personally handed the coffee cup to Min Deep. A faint smile without a trace of emotion blossomed on his lips. "I made it myself, drink it all." Min Deep trembling received it. His intuition told him this was a cup of poisoned coffee. But he couldn't refuse. The tone just now was not polite, but an order. It was just a little teasing. Why did he need to be this serious just to protect Nghi Tu Duan? He wanted to beg for mercy, but when facing those sharp, cold eyes, he couldn't utter a sound, so he gritted his teeth and accepted, swallowing it sip by sip. As soon as he drank the first sip, he choked until he coughed violently. This guy was clearly punishing him. The coffee had no sugar at all, it was intensely bitter. But he didn't dare to stop, grimacing. He drank it all, sip by sip. Finally, he raised the empty cup to prove he had finished drinking. Only then did Zhou Can Wu nod in satisfaction. "Want some more?" Min Deep shook his head frantically. "I was wrong, Brother Chu. Please don't torment me anymore, okay?" Beside him, Tam Jia Li and Chu Yuyan Truck looked at him with eyes full of sympathy, but no one dared to open their mouth. Afraid of being implicated. Zhou Can Wu went back to the kitchen, made another cup of coffee and brought it upstairs. Watching his receding back disappear, Min Deep let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm convinced." "Who told you to offend him?" Chu Yuyan Truck didn't hold back, pointing directly at his back as she spoke. "I didn't offend him, just teased a little, didn't I?" Chu Yuyan Truck. He considers Tu Duan even more important than his own life. Have you ever teased Zhou Can Wu before without being put in your place? Min Deep. Tam Jia Li. You truly brought disaster upon yourself. Min Deep. Upstairs, when Zhou Can Wu stepped into the room, Nghi Tu Duan was still huddled in the blanket, face buried deep in the pillow, looking like a soulless corpse. "How long do you plan to hide?" He placed the cup of coffee on the bedside table, then pulled the blanket away, revealing her blank face staring up at the ceiling. Nghi Tu Duan turned over, again burying her face in the pillow, her voice choked. "I don't want to see anyone anymore." Not only had her shameful appearance been seen, but also her swollen face from water retention. This life truly passed too quickly. I wish it would just end. The man chuckled indulgently, his large hand gently stroking her head. "The coffee's brewed, if you don't drink it, it'll get cold." He always knew how to coax her. Nghi Tu Duan turned her face away, he then put his arm around her neck, helping her sit up. "Can the witness be eliminated?" She burrowed into his arms, hugging his neck tightly. Zhou Can Wu laughed breathlessly. "The victim is me." It seemed she planned to eliminate him first. Realizing that, Nghi Tu Duan quickly loosened her grip. Sorry. Her tiny hand rubbed his chest to help him breathe. Zhou Can Wu leaned over to get the coffee and handed it to her. I just didn't expect them to come so early, even Tu Bao saw it. She took the cup of coffee and took a sip. It was exactly the taste she liked most. Zhou Can Wu asked, so you plan to eliminate Tu Bao too? She shook her head. I can't bring myself to. I only want to deal with Min Deep. Don't worry, I've already dealt with him for you. That extremely bitter cup of coffee was probably enough to scare Min Deep for life. He wouldn't dare to provoke Nghi Tu Duan again. Actually, he didn't intentionally make it strong. Min Deep's cup and Nghi Tu Duan's were the same, neither had sugar. It's just that Min Deep isn't used to drinking black coffee. Black coffee helps reduce swelling. Nghi Tu Duan still often uses this method. The effect was quite fast. When she finished washing her face and changing clothes, her face had already improved noticeably. When she came back downstairs, everyone was as if they had lost their memory. No one mentioned the recent matter. It was as if they had just arrived, warmly greeting her. Sister Tu Duan, I have brought a wedding gift for you, wishing you 100 years of happiness. Tam Jai Li was the first person to take out her secret weapon. A square-shaped bright red gift box. As soon as it was opened, was an exquisite handcrafted round fan. People in the country who organize weddings often combine both tradition and modernity. A round fan is an indispensable item in the ceremony. Although the wedding has not yet been prepared, friends from both sides were already incredibly eager. This fan was made by Tam Jai Li's own hands, because the wedding news came too unexpectedly, so she had to stay up all night 2 consecutive nights to only then complete it. Nghi Tu Duan, seeing it for the first time, upon seeing the exquisite fan, her eyes immediately shone brightly. Did you make it yourself? So beautiful. You've worked hard, Jai Li. She hugged her friend. The two girls hugged each other, fragrant. Chu Yuyan Truck also didn't want to lose, immediately took out her gift. It was a Bok Hai-Do picture hand-embroidered by her, including 100 high characters with different calligraphic styles. Every stroke, every line were all carefully embroidered by her. The gold-gilded characters stood out on a deep red background, overflowing with a happy atmosphere. My younger brother finally got married. As the older sister I am, of course I must congratulate properly. This gift is just an opening act. For the official wedding, I still have an even bigger gift. Chu Yuyan Truck was always a generous and proper person. The two girls both prepared gifts very meticulously, while Min Deep next to them was still motionless. As a mountain. It seems he came empty-handed. Hearing them excitedly talking about wedding gifts, Min Deep pretended as if he was still uncomfortable because of the coffee, stealthily intending to slip away towards the restroom. Just as he turned around and stepped out of the living room, his gaze immediately met a familiar face. Zhou Can Wu raised an eyebrow, smiled and asked, "Where are you going?" Chapter 93. Nervous or not? Caught red-handed, that person just as he turned his head back already saw the three girls simultaneously glaring at him. Min Deep scratched his head and forced a smile. Actually, I did prepare a gift. The whole group was silent. He lowered his eyes, regretfully. All right, fine, I forgot. Gifts are just external possessions. For people like them the weight of matters is not important. What is precious is that everyone is present. I don't care for your gift. Nghi Tu Duan shot him a sideways glance. Min Deep, with a thick face, curved his lips into a smile. If you don't care for it, then fine. Today do we have any plans? Or let's throw a lively party. It had been a long time since they returned to Hong Kong. The most recent time was Min Deep's birthday, which was a party held on a yacht. Even upon returning to this place, nothing much had changed. Zhou Can Wu flatly rejected. Today there are no activities at all. Because tomorrow was the day to go register their marriage, Nghi Tu Duan wanted to maintain her best state. Today she could not do anything. Impulsive, lest it affect the most important moment of her life. Hearing that, Min Deep immediately lowered his eyes, feeling his interest cut short. Tomorrow, we will set sail with Tran Chao, the destination is Hojiang Port. As soon as the words fell, Min Deep's eyes again lit up brightly. Really? Oh my God, every time you treat me like a king, Chu darling, you secretly love me, don't you? Everyone. He spoke as if every time he came, he was the only one treated like that. Only Nghi Tu Duan was surprised and raised her head. What is Tran Chao? Is it the name of a ship? Chu Zhenvu curved the corners of his eyes in a smile. You'll know when you meet it tomorrow. Who else hasn't arrived yet? Min Deep asked. Such an important marriage matter, how could it just be a few of them? Luong Tui and his wife will arrive shortly. Tonight everyone just go back to the manor first. So many people crowding into the Xie family's house would certainly not be able to sleep. Initially it was possible to arrange for everyone to rest at a hotel, but Min Deep insisted on following them, so they had to gather everyone back to the manor. There were plenty of rooms, conditions were much better than a hotel, so just follow their wishes. Ta Ap Tri had to stay home with Ta Huin. Tomorrow morning together they would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the procedures. Waiting for Luong Tui to get off the plane, the whole group again leisurely made their way back to Deepwater Bay. Luong Tui and Hua Fan arrived at the same time as them. President Luong, long time no see. Min Deep was the first one to go strike up a conversation. It seemed the two were quite close. Is this your wife? Very beautiful indeed. Second, young Master Min, now it should be correct to call you President Min, long time no see. Luong Tui was elegant, his temperament completely different, his left hand holding his wife's hand. He smiled and introduced, this is my wife, Hua Fan. I feel like I recognize that face. Min Deep rested his chin in thought, it seemed he had met her somewhere before. A moment later, he clapped his hands sharply. I remember now. Hua Fan, you are precisely the Chinese artist who won an award at the Paris Art Exhibition last year, right? No wonder you look so familiar. Min Tong also came to the Paris Art Exhibition? Hua Fan softly asked. Her voice was soft and gentle, hearing it made people feel as if their very bones softened. Min Deep smiled. Not really, I only saw it on the news. But your painting is truly very beautiful, admire, whenever you're free, sign one for me, okay? The girl was made to laugh by him. Stepping past Min Deep, Hua Fan's gaze fell on Nghi Tu Duan. She was also quietly looking back at her. Releasing her husband's hand, she stepped forward. Miss Nghi, long time no see. Nghi Tu Duan nodded in greeting, long time no see. Congratulations to you, finally also achieved a happy ending. In the girl's eyes was full of admiration. That face indeed made people like it at first sight. Oh, right, before, what did the two of you break up over? And then how did you manage to get back together? Because last time she invited Nghi Tu Duan to attend her wedding, but Chu Zhenvu did not bring her, even he himself only appeared fleetingly at the dinner party the night before. She always took this matter to heart. After asking Luong Tui, she then knew the two of them broke up right on Valentine's Day. She felt it was a pity, but also found it inconvenient to comment. Not long after, social media spread news that Nghi Tu Duan had disappeared abroad. She worried to the point that every day she hid from her husband to scold Chu Zhenvu. When Nghi Tu Duan was in a coma, she even secretly told Luong Tui to inquire about the situation, but couldn't dig out any bit of news. Then gradually, the names of those two disappeared from their world. The most recent time they reappeared was when Nghi Tu Duan publicly announced her relationship at the awards ceremony. She watched the news at home and was shocked for several days. The whole long period of time there was no news, so she was very curious, ultimately how did they manage to get back together? Nghi Tu Duan was silent for a moment. She didn't know how to fully tell that long complicated journey, the reasons for breaking up and then coming back together. After thinking for a while, she looked up, smiled, and replied, we never broke up. That was truly the CASE. In her heart, they had never truly broken up. That matter was only said by Chu Zhenwu from one side. If she didn't agree, then it didn't count. At most it was only considered a Cold War phase in love. Moreover, at that time, Chu Zhenwu made that decision also only because he wanted to protect her from Chu Trongqiu's harm. Only when there was no longer love and passion anymore was it called breaking up. As for them, they had never lost that. Hua Fan was stunned, not understanding the implied meaning in that sentence. Everyone each had their own story. As for Chu Yuyantruk and Tam Jai Li, they dazedly asked. Who is Luong Tui? Chu Zhenwu stood there not far, spontaneously explained. He is a friend I knew when I was still overseas. At that time, they were all starting a business, concealing their identities, helping each other, and only by overcoming difficulties together did they achieve the success they have today. Min Deep also knows him. At first, he wanted to establish a personal brand, led him to meet several experienced people. Luong Tui was one of them. Chu Yuyantruk stared at her younger brother, not expecting him to have so many connections in secret. Until now, she still thought that the reason he brought in many contracts for Chu Corporation was because Chu Corporation itself was already a large corporation. It cannot be denied that Chu Zhenwu was very capable, but she always thought he relied on family influence. Only recently did she understand that Chu Zhenwu was truly the glory of Chu Corporation, rather than what she had once thought. Normally Chu Zhenwu did not like crowded, bustling places, but today, seeing everyone gathered together, he did not feel repelled at all. After lunch, Lam Nuang slowly arrived, and only then did the group of friends truly assemble completely. Tomorrow, Ho Swang and Chao Kim Ni will also arrive, but because the two girls both had their own accommodation in Hong Kong, they did not come to disturb the gathering of the young friends. What was called a gathering, in reality, was just sitting together chatting, eating and drinking together all afternoon. Because tomorrow was an important moment, everyone also did not disturb the main couple for too long, all returned to their rooms to rest early. The two main characters, having finished showering and washing up, then obediently went to bed to sleep. But as soon as she thought of the fact that tomorrow she would become someone else's wife, Nghi Tu Duan could not suppress her excitement. She kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Chu Zhenwu wrapped one arm around her, closed his eyes and asked. Can't sleep? Her nose tip lightly touched his Adam's apple, she could not help but reach out her hand to gently touch it. That spot vibrated twice, and she then giggled. He opened his eyes, lowered his head to look at her. In the darkness he could only rely on the moonlight to distinguish the contours of her face, then leaned down to kiss her lips. Are you nervous? Both of them had never thought there would be a day like today. An unexpected attack had forced them together, and then to be together for a lifetime. To say not nervous was a lie. An important phase in life about to come. Nghi Tu Duan felt heart beating fiercely to the point as if wanting to burst apart. She nodded in his arms, nervous. Really strange. Before meeting him, I never thought of getting married, because I didn't believe there was anyone who would make me willing to let go of everything to marry. I once thought I would be with Daddy my entire life, because only he would forever love me only. After meeting him, then what? After meeting him? Moonlight shone on his face, revealing clearly the coldness long unseen. After meeting him, I only wanted to marry him alone. In this life, the only person who made Nghi Tu Duan have thoughts of marriage only was Chu Zhenwu. She pressed her cheek on his chest, listening to the strong heartbeat reverberating in his chest. Strangely his heartbeat seemed to synchronize with her. She looked up and asked, is your heart also beating fast like that? Chu Zhenwu subtly coughed, just a bit hot. His self-esteem did not allow him to admit he was also nervous. When she turned, his nerves also became unusually alert. Nghi Tu Duan glanced at the air conditioner. I feel cool though. Don't move. He embraced her fully, his palm covered her eyes, his hoarse, deep voice sounded by her ear. Sleep. Only. The girl whose eyes were covered felt amused, blinked her long eyelashes, her eyelashes subtly brushed against his hand, ticklishly numb. She leaned forward, kissed his lips, subtly said, "Husband dear, sleep well." Only a few more hours remaining, they would be legal husband and wife. She could legitimately and properly call him husband. This entire life, only call him husband. Being soothed by him, Nghi Tu Duan very quickly sank into sleep. Even if it was in a dream, her lips still did not leave a smile. Zhou Can Wu also so. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, transforming the long night of debauchery into a brilliant, gilded morning. Nghi Tu Duan woke up very early to do her makeup and get ready. Because today there would be a small wedding ceremony, everyone had already prepared their formal attire. Only her wedding dress was a long, pure white dress. The others did not wear overly elaborate makeup to avoid overshadowing the main character. Zhou Can Wu finished putting on his premium matte gray suit, adjusted his tie, and stood in front of the mirror practicing his smile 100 times. When Nghi Tu Duan stepped out in her wedding dress, his gaze immediately stopped on her, unable to move away. The jade-white fabric embraced her slender waist, the long skirt hem touching her ankles, accentuating her perfect figure. Her long hair was styled in an updo, her light makeup further highlighted her graceful and elegant demeanor. Today she was even more beautiful than any previous appearance. She stood before him, smiling as she asked, "Am I beautiful?" Those eyes shone so brightly they overshadowed even the morning sun. "Beautiful." He took a step forward, his two hands easily wrapping around her small waist. "Wife, you are very beautiful." Both were immersed in each other's eyes, their smiles more radiant than the most splendid blooming flower of time. Everything was prepared. Everyone gathered in the grand hall, each carrying a radiant smile. Everyone was astonished by Nghi Tu Duan's pure beauty. Min Deep spared no words of praise. "Oh my God, Tu Duan, what genes did your parents carry to give birth to you so beautiful? In heaven there is change, on earth there is Tu Duan, in this life it's like meeting an immortal." The girls merely looked at each other and smiled, unable to utter a single word to describe all that beauty. Looking towards the friends beside them, at the right moment, all raised their hands, simultaneously shouting aloud, "Let's go! Let's get married!" Chapter 94 Happy Nuptials. The small ceremony room in the marriage registration office was not luxurious at all, but the joyful laughter and chatter adorned this place with a warm and romantic atmosphere. Ta Huin and his son were the ones who arrived earliest. Standing at the door, they saw the grand motorcade rushing towards them, the entire sky seeming to be immersed in a dreamlike pink hue. Leading the way was a wine-red vintage car. Today Zhou Can Wu personally drove it, drawing a brilliant red streak to welcome the girl he loved most in his life. Zhang Man Na, Ho Swang, Chao Kim Ni arrived in succession. No one arrived late. At this harbor overflowing with happiness, someone loudly cheered, "Long live love." After 15 days of announcing the news, today the two officially submitted all necessary documents, and in the sacred and solemn hall, they became husband and wife. The bride and groom, along with the witnesses, successively signed their names on the marriage certificate, then amidst joyous cheers, walked into the wedding hall. The ceremony was meticulously prepared. Relatives and friends sat below, witnessing the young couple make vows of love and exchange rings with each other. The moment he held the certificate in his hand, Zhou Can Wu was like an invincible general on the battlefield, having just completed the most important battle of his life. The smile at the corner of his lips was the most radiant it had ever been. Having completed the ceremony, Zhou Can Wu held his wife's hand and walked in front of his relatives and friends. Rarely had he been seen so excited. "Hello everyone, I am Nghi Tu Duan's husband, Zhou Can Wu." Nghi Tu Duan's husband. What a brilliant appellation. That was the self-introduction that made him feel the proudest in his life. That certificate was not shackles, but a miracle that made the desert bloom, transforming dry sand into a fertile island. Its name is love. Oh my, this life can be considered Ed an eye-opener. There would also be a day to see Chu Zanvu's swaggering face. Indeed, before love, everyone is foolish. Lam Nuang, his longtime close friend, was the first to utter a teasing remark. Min Deek continued immediately after. Having known each other for so many years, this is truly the first time I've seen him put on that air. Wanted to slap him awake, but couldn't bear to. Luong Tui commented. Looking at that smug face of his, one knows who holds the power in the house. Hua Fan playfully complained. Why weren't you this happy when we went to register? Didn't you secretly love me for so many years? Luong Tui. She did not know that at that time, in a place no one knew about, there was a man who hugged his blanket and laughed for 3 days and 3 nights. On a business trip, clients saw him constantly smiling and thought the negotiation was successful. Little did they know he didn't even care about that project. Min Jia Non gleefully ran over to the two people, smiling with squinted eyes. Uncle, aunt, wishing the two of you a happy new marriage, 100 years of harmony. Chu Zanvu pinched the boy's cheek, no longer chubby like 2 years ago. Say some more good words, and it'll take you to see an entire room full of transformers. Hearing that, Min Jia Non was as if he had fully opened a Xinhua dictionary in his head, reeling off a string of well wishes. Wishing uncle and aunt 100 years of happiness, long-lasting and fulfilling, healthy and prose. Paris, peaceful and smooth. Stop. Min Deep patted the boy's head. Are you playing idiom relay? Min Jia Non rubbed the back of his head, resentfully hiding behind Chu Zanvu. Nasty third uncle. Hey! The uncle and nephew started a game of tag around Chu Zanvu, and after running for a while, still didn't see him get angry. It seems his mood today was truly very happy. Ho Swang squeezed through the crowd, seeking out Ta Huin. Chairman Ta, I am truly sorry, as an elder of Chu Zanvu, yet I did not come to greet you beforehand. It truly is disrespectful. Today, let me treat you to a meal to congratulate the two of them for becoming a couple. Because her work was too busy, traveling all over the world all year round, she had never heard that the two of them had plans to get married, so she had yet to meet the parents of both sides. Ta smiled and waved his hand. Those matters of etiquette were not important. After experiencing countless things, he knew Chu Zanvu was someone worthy to entrust to. Knowing his daughter would have a happy latter half of life, that was enough. It's nothing, as long as the children are happy and joyful, other things are not worth anything. His benevolent gaze looked towards the group of young people over there. The girls surrounded Nghi Tu Duan, absorbed in admiring the heavy diamond ring on her hand. Which designer is this ring by? It's incredibly beautiful. Tam Jili held the bride's hand and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't recognize the style of any renowned master, so she asked directly. Unexpectedly, the answer was, a wedding ring? Chu Zanvu personally designed it. Everyone simultaneously gasped in surprise. What? No one had ever known Chu Zanvu possessed such a hidden talent. In fact, both of their wedding rings were personally designed by Chu Zanvu. Immediately after proposing, he had begun planning for the wedding, and the first step was precisely the ring. Because the engagement ring at that time was chosen by him from a luxury brand, but he again did not like items bought with money. That was always a knot in his heart. After many sleepless nights, he decided to personally design a pair of rings exclusively for the two of them. During that period, every day he would gaze at Nghi Tu Duan's hand, thinking what kind of ring would truly suit her. After 1 year of secret preparation, he finally unveiled the most satisfactory design. Once the work was complete, he immediately gave it to the most powerful judge for appraisal, and Nghi Tu Duan's reaction was surprise to the point she couldn't close her mouth. The wedding ring for the female was a symbol of luxury and preciousness, completely without anything called modest. Rose gold and platinum intertwined with each other, supporting a sparkling dazzling diamond. Nghi Tu Duan's hand was originally slender if choosing a diamond too big or too small, neither would suit her temperament. After many comparisons, finale. Why they chose a 0.7-carat diamond, perfectly enhancing her radiance and vitality. This ring was not too ostentatious, but again had enough power to attract gazes. Just like people, rings also have their own personality. In Zhou Can Wu's eyes, Nghi Tu Duan was precisely the most brilliant existence, but she had never proactively shown that brilliance. Just by standing there, she was already a dazzling focal point among the crowd. So beautiful, Chairman Chu is truly amazing. Hua Fan also was fascinated by the beauty of the ring. Chu Yuan carefully examined the crafting part, then asked, "It's designed already, could it be that there's even a private processing workshop too?" Nghi Tu Duan shook her head. The crafting stage was thanks to Min Deep's effort. Cough cough. Min Deep stood next to them, deliberately cleared his throat to signal, hoping to receive attention. But no one paid attention. He could only helplessly pout, quietly retreating towards the group of men chatting. Regarding the ring's crafting process, Zhou Can Wu provided the design drawing, after which the top crafting team of the Grace brand processed it in an original way, without any deviation. Furthermore, Min Deep also crafted this pair of rings for them for free, even temporarily stopping production of other products to prioritize completing this masterpiece as soon as possible. This could also be considered the greatest wedding gift already. Speaking of which, I just remembered, the engagement ring my husband gave me years ago also had a connection to Chairman Chu. Hua Fan gazed at the ring on her hand, memories again drifted back to the past. It wasn't designed by him, but rather he helped win it in an auction in Hojiang. At that time there was a rare blue diamond, the Esla diamond worth 80 million. It is said that Zhou Can Wu spent up to 300 million to successfully bid. But Luong Tui at that time was too happy, immediately generously paid for 5 pieces. The remaining extra money was considered as a wedding red envelope for her. Because of this matter, Su Pan had muttered complaints against Zhou Zhenyu in her heart for a long time. This ring was truly crafted very meticulously, every detail is perfect. Chao Jin, who came from a family in the jewelry business, also did not spare words of praise. Such exquisite details as these, only professionals can appreciate. Ming Yi, although on the surface seemed unserious, but in her bones was very strict and meticulous. Jiang Man Na commented sharply, "How could it not be exquisite? It's our big star's wedding item." She linked arms with Nic Yun, always as if wanting to shout loudly to the whole world that she was her best friend. Perhaps because she had been pampered since childhood, Jiang Man Na always exuded the aura of a young lady. Sometimes her words were a bit carefree and thoughtless, but Nic Yun was already used to it. After all, in the past she had also offended quite a few people because of her words. After the wedding ceremony, the entire group went to have lunch together at the restaurant. The entire venue was fully reserved, with no outsiders to disturb. The yacht Pearl had already docked early at Victoria Harbour, only waiting for today's protagonists to step onto the boat. In the high-rise restaurant overlooking Victoria Harbour, Nic Yun chanced to turn her head to look out the window, then immediately saw the only yacht docked by the harbour, and was instantly startled. She pulled Zhou Zhen's hand and asked, "That one? Is that one Pearl?" It was exactly the yacht where Ming Ye's birthday party was held, the first time she met Zhou Zhenyu. "You Zhou Zhenyu, is that yacht yours?" The man said nothing, only lightly nodded his head. She felt both resigned and amused, an indescribable feeling suddenly surging in her heart. That day she once said a playful remark, "Perhaps I would rather like the owner of this ship more." Unexpectedly, it turned into a fulfilled prophecy. It turned out that between them there had been too many prior ties. If there hadn't been that fated reunion, perhaps her entire life she also wouldn't know that casual remark from that day would become reality. Until now, she was still unaware that on that day, someone had personally witnessed the entire scene of her being proposed to. After lunch, everyone one by one boarded the yacht Pearl. The party that Ming Yi had long awaited was about to officially begin. Due to busy work, Ho Swang could not attend the party, and had to leave after lunch. Ta Huan also said that he himself was already old, it was not suitable to blend in with the youngsters, so he also asked permission to leave. Ta Ap worried he would go alone unsafely, intended to follow back with him, but Ta Huan refused. For all those years you were busy managing the corporation, you didn't have time to make friends. Today is Tu Duan's happy day, you should stay and play with everyone. Father is fine, there are still many people here. Go on, don't worry about father. He pushed his son towards the bustling crowd, but only he knew, the laughter around was not the joy belonging to him. But he still chose to obey, forcing a smile, received the festive atmosphere here. Ta Huan turned his back, got in the car and returned. At this moment, the oldest person remaining was only Chow Kim Ni. Although she also wanted to blend in with the youngsters, but the age gap made her feel out of place among the faces full of vitality, and finally she also chose to leave. When everyone had boarded the ship, Tran Chao officially set sail. The journey, 3 days and 2 nights, from Victoria Harbour to Shanghai. The large-scale cruise ship, with a capacity for 1,000 people, but this time only carried 14 guests. Min Deep was clearly excited, because from after that year's birthday until now he had never returned to this ship, among which there were many entertainment areas he loved. Ta Ap and Zhang Man Na for the first time on a cruise ship, also carried with them a bit of curiosity. Especially Ta Ap, hearing from everyone's vague stories, guessed that this place had once happened something special. Only after asking did he know, that year was Min Deep's birthday party, he went on a business trip and could not attend, so he let Nghi Tu Duan go instead. She said, "Back then I was precisely on this ship that I rescued Tu Bao, only then later did so many things like that happen. To tell you the truth, it was also thanks to you." As she spoke, she also gently touched his shoulder. Ta Ap did not answer, only let out a soft laugh. It turned out that everything was entirely pushed forward by him unintentionally. If he had known this, he would not have let her go at first. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home peacefully? He shook his head helplessly, raised his head and smiled bitterly. Happy newlywed life. Chapter 95. Is he your boyfriend? The ship drifted amidst the vast ocean. On all 4 sides was a deep blue that could not see the end point. That afternoon was regarded as the first sightseeing ritual for new guests boarding the ship. Everyone scattered everywhere, strolling around, visiting all the entertainment areas on the cruise ship. Since following Nghi Tu Duan, the brothers Chao Chan, Chao Nia had broadened their horizons not a little. First time sitting in first class, first time eating a meal with the boss, first time going on a cruise. Indeed, having an opportunity is even more important than anything. Everyone was sightseeing and playing, a short afternoon, how could they explore everything? Close to sunset, the deep red sun slowly sank down the horizon, the whole group of people neatly walked into the restaurant. Is the chef here someone your family invited? Min Deep regarded this place as his own home, briskly rushing straight into the kitchen. Oh, hello Mr. Shilong, long time no see. Give me a medium rare steak. Because this cruise ship was not used for business, it did not invite any brand partners. The main chef was an acquaintance from Deepwater Bay Manor. Chu Zhanvu's palate was also fixed, originally not liking to eat food from outside. Min Jia Nan, the tiny little boy, toddled along, clinging to Min Deep's leg. Uncle 3, I also want to eat medium rare steak. Little kids, what steak do they eat? Who stipulated that kids are not allowed to eat steak? Min Deep uncle. Tu Bao. Chu Yuan Truck sat down last, called out towards the back, come here and choose your dish, dear. The waitstaff brought the menu, any dish could also be made according to request. Min Jia Nan gleefully ran back. Mom, I want to eat steak. Just by hearing, knew it was imitating Min Deep. Chu Yuan Truck gently stroked the boy's forehead. Good boy, Tu Bao, choose another dish yourself. As for steak, you can eat some of Uncle 3's later, also okay. Min Jia Nan had a stomach ache so he could not eat rare food. but also didn't like well-done beef, so she resolutely didn't let him eat. "What are you eating, Auntie?" The boy had no strong opinion, always liked to ask adults. Nghi Tu Duan just closed the menu, raised her head and smiled lately. "Auntie has a stomach ache, so I'll just order cream of mushroom soup. Tu Bao, do you also want to eat this dish?" "Yes." The boy nodded rapidly, looked up at his mother. "I also want to eat cream of mushroom soup, Mom." "Okay." Zhou Can Wu sat beside Nghi Tu Duan, gently quirked his lips, smiling, his large hand tightly grasped a slender hand. "This little one. Tu Bao is so adorable, don't you want to have a child of your own?" Nghi Tu Duan asked. Regarding the matter of having children, he was always stubborn, unable to be swayed. "You only see when it's this cute, but when it was little, it was a big nuisance." No matter what reason he used, he also did not agree to let Nghi Tu Duan give birth. "If you truly like children, 2 years from now we can adopt one. Whatever works, as long as it's not giving birth." Nghi Tu Duan furrowed her brows. "Akin." He only raised his eyebrows, did not answer. "Actually looking at that little one from when it was like a small fluffy cotton ball, now it already has the appearance of a handsome wolf cub. Truly the feeling is like raising a pet. Also like raising Dao Du." Across from them, Ta Ap discreetly observed every action, every word between the two. In his heart 100 thoughts were tangled. Although their voices were not loud, but also not at all intentionally avoiding anyone. Listening to Zhou Can Wu's tone, it was clear that he did not intend to have children. He must have also thought about Nghi Tu Duan's health issue. Originally Ta Ap had also intended to take the name of an older brother to remind a sentence that her physical condition was not suitable for childbirth. Now it seems he worried excessively. After everyone finished ordering, Min Deep didn't know from where pulled out 2 bottles of wine. "Tada! How can delicious food lack fine wine?" He thoughtfully poured wine for each person, except the children. "Why does this wine bottle look familiar?" Tam Li looked at the wine bottle in his hand, doubtfully asked. Chu Yuyan Truck propped her chin, smiling because it's stolen wine. "Stolen?" The remark was too sharp, causing the whole dining table to suddenly fall silent. Everyone's eyes all looked towards Min Deep full of oddness. He hastily waved his hand to explain. "Everyone don't listen to her talk nonsense, this wine is from my family." Having said that, Tam Li's gaze from shock turned to contempt. "Did you go steal wine from Grandpa again?" Last time after Nghi Tu Duan's birthday, the old master of the Min family discovered wine in the cellar missing a few bottles, then immediately guessed that it was Min Deep who stole it, made him kneel for 2 days in the study and still hadn't appeased his anger. He's old now, storing so much wine yet never drinking. Won't he eventually leave it for us anyway? Today is a happy day for Boss Chu and Miss Nei, so drinking a little wine won't hurt. Even if he asks, he won't blame us. It sounded reasonable and logical, but anyone perceptive understood that Min Deep was merely using it as an excuse to drink. Hearing about wine, Lam Nwang immediately became excited. "Give me a lot. It's been a long time since I've had a drink, I'm dying of thirst for it." "Coming right up, distinguished guest." When it was Nghi Tu Duan's turn, she rarely took the initiative. "Pour a bit more, so I won't have to run back and forth later." "Oh ho, Tu Duan, you're planning to break the rules today, aren't you?" Min Deep filled nearly half of the tall glass, teasing. The little girl merely chuckled softly. "My mood is good today. On a wedding day, if one is in a good mood, drinking a little extra is fine." After dinner, the party continued. Zhou Can Wu had prepared plenty of wine and desserts. Although there were only more than 10 people attending, the amount of food and drinks was more than necessary. Night gradually fell, everyone prepared to go upstairs. Because the evening activities were not suitable for young children, after the meal, Chu Yuyan Truck had taken the little one back to the room to coax her to sleep. On the top deck of the ship, lights shone brightly. The drum beats from the lively music made everyone's heart seem to throb with the rhythm. Min Deep, the boss of parties, was especially excited, as soon As he arrived, he immediately popped open a bottle of champagne, excitedly shaking it and spraying wine into the sky like fireworks. The ship drifted across the endless ocean, the sea surface still retained a bit of warmth from the daytime sun. The cold wine, like spring rain, lightly sprinkled on everyone, making the party atmosphere suddenly boil over fiercely. Only 2 married men were still shielding their wives from getting sprayed by the wine, the rest were all drawn by men deep into the lively atmosphere. Since everyone was acquainted, organizing games was very easy. Min Deep was always the first to initiate. The first game was named Tian Ji Jiao Zi, Heaven's Favored Child. The rule was that everyone would send a red envelope into the group, then turn their backs and play rock-paper-scissors with the bride and groom, eliminating people one by one. The last person to win would receive all the red envelopes. Chu Zhenwu initially did not intend to participate in this chaotic game, but today was a happy day. Everyone tried their best to pull him into the game, so he couldn't bear to refuse, and thus became the first target to be attacked by everyone. It's just that, they seem to have forgotten, this person, no matter what game he played, was as if granted heavenly sight by the heavens, and had never lost before. The first game ended, with only Luong Tui left to contend, but in the end, he was still defeated by Chu Zhenwu. Min Deep felt something was not right, and hastily made the groom withdraw from the game. So the battle changed to Nghi Tu Duan alone against the entire group of people. After a few rounds, the 2 brothers Chao Chan and Chao Nia unexpectedly became the only 2 people to win red envelopes. After playing a few more games, the party truly entered the stage of drinking through the night. In the group, there were 2 people who were both brave to play and brave to drink: Chu Zhenwu and Luong Tui. To ensure fairness, Min Deep suggested that the 2 of them play separately for a while, waiting until these 2 gods drank until they were hazy before coming back to play with the others. Anyone who had ever witnessed the fighting strength of these 2 people all nodded in agreement. Their wives also did not object, but hand in hand retreated to a corner to talk. The 2 men looked after the backs of their 2 wives and burst into helpless laughter, glancing at each other. Luong Tui asked, "Play what kind?" Chu Zhenwu chuckled, "Drink straight, always go. If you wanted them to play some game to drink alcohol, then by tomorrow morning they might not even be drunk yet." Luong Tui nodded, raised his bottle to clink with him once. Both simultaneously looked towards the girl on the other side of the pool. On the deck, the sky was dark as ink. Chu Yuyan Truck, after coaxing her child to sleep, then slowly arrived late. At this time, the group games had already finished. She swept her eyes around, saw Chu Zhenwu and Luong Tui's sitting in a corner drinking alcohol. Nghi Tu Duan and Hua Fan were whispering softly. Min Deep was playing rock-paper-scissors with the girl named Zhang Man Na. Lam Nuang was teaching Tam Jai Li to play a game, and the 3 other men were gathered, chatting about Sky Sea stories. The scene was harmoniously strange. Only Nghi Tu Duan's older brother was leaning alone against the railing drinking alcohol, looking not very enthusiastic. She raised an eyebrow, held a bottle of alcohol and went straight to her target. Why not chat with them? Chu Yuyan Truck lightly clinked her alcohol bottle with his. The clinking sound echoed crisp and clear like crackling starlight in the dark night. Ta Ap Tri turned his head, politely raised his bottle and took a sip. I want to be quiet a bit. Chu Yuyan Truck smiled. "So I'm bothering you then?" The man shook his head. "Not have." She meticulously observed his expression. A girl's gaze is always like a scanner. One look and she could guess the mood of the person opposite. "You fail love, eh?" Ta Ap Tri was momentarily stunned, clearly showing a look of being seen through that made him a bit unnatural and uncomfortable. He frowned at her. "Are we that close?" "No need to be so tense. I said anything too much?" Seeing him react so sharply, Chu Yuyan Truck was almost certain in her heart. She shrugged, full of freedom, deliberately revealing a bit of information for him to feel balanced. "My husband once cheated. During that time, I all day immersed mice. Elf in alcohol, even more miserable than now." Ta Ap Tri gradually lowered his guard. "You divorced already?" "Not yet." "Then you still come here to catch talk with me? If you think that, then I also out of ideas. Both burst into laughter. Chu Yuan-truck lowered her head, a smile flashed past her hair flying in the sea breeze, her profile face radiant no different from a girl in her 20s. This time, Ta Ap proactively raised his bottle to clink glasses with her. Not far behind, Jiang Min Na didn't know how many rounds she had lost to Ming Deep. Just as she tilted her head back to drink more, she discovered there was an additional person next to Xie Yi. You go play by yourself. She frowned, put the wine bottle down, stood up, and walked straight towards there. Ming Deep was playing enthusiastically. Seeing her leave, he still thought she was angry he had won too much, but when he saw her squeeze in between those two people, he then understood he had worried unnecessarily. He helplessly curled his lips, tilted his head back, and drank up the remaining wine in her bottle. This sister, I remember you already have a husband, don't you? Jiang Min Na squeezed in between, looking straight at Chu Wanzhu without the slightest politeness. Na. Xie Yi furrowed his brows, disapproving of her impolite attitude. Chu Wanzhu straightened up, smiled faintly, a natural, charming smile. What's wrong? Is he your boyfriend? This question made Jiang Min Na speechless for a moment, her face turning bright red from anger. What does that have to do with you? Then I talk with him, what does that have to do with you? You. Jiang Min Na was so angry she was choked for words, glaring for a moment before she forced out the sentence, you already have a husband, can't you be a bit more proper? I got married, but I don't have the right to make friends anymore. Chu Wanzhu shook her head, little girl, don't be so sensitive. Not everyone is interested in what you like. That statement seemed to have another implication, making Xie Yi's expression momentarily stiffen. Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale.